Skip intro. Who needs one, right? Who needs one? ¿Dónde está? Mi casa? Hold on. What is up, people? How's everybody doing? We are, it's a day. It's certainly a day. A lot has been going on. A lot has been happening. And I intend to cover it. We're going to try to make this as long as possible, but, if you have anything you want me to cover, because I might miss some shit, put it in the inbox in the server, which I will have pulled up during the stream to see anything that you might happen to link or want to say. To get us started here, I saw a very funny tweet the other day from Hunter Biden. Where is it? Hold on. Let's take a look at this. Let's pull it up. AG4L plus EHD equals, well, you know, nothing else is really happening, right? Your nose looks very pointy today. Thank you. I made sure to sharpen it. I sharpened it before I came on stream. But anyways, let's take a look. I mean, if there, listen, I don't have to cover EHD. If there's something better, that you guys want me to cover, all you have to do is put it in my inbox. But, to get us started here, Hunter Biden says, whoa, the fuck? Where did it go? Cover. Oh, I saw that shit. Is that what that was about? I saw there's like this video that's going around. Whoa. So, this was awesome. I gotta be honest with you. Hey guys, Hunter Biden is still a meth head F-slur. You mean crackhead F-slur. And all your gym pictures with your greased up muscles are really hot, Royce. Based? Based Hunter? What's my drink of choice this morning? Coffee. The only things I drink are water, milk, and coffee. That's it. I'm not a tea guy. I don't know. I mean, if you're like American and you drink tea, you're probably like an old person. But anyways, hold up. Hold on, I want to do something real quick. It's a little bit off, one sec. There we go, that's a little better. I think. Wait, hold on. So I'm just straightening cam. Alright, I think that's good. Nothing changed, but that's okay. What about Modelo? I don't really drink. I still, for my birthday, that like those beers I had, I still have the last one in the fridge. I haven't touched it. Anyways, though, this is very interesting. I'm thinking they're positioning for a Newsom Biden ticket in 28. Thoughts? I'd vote. I'd vote anyways, but I'd vote. It's my new favorite streamer. What's up, Origin of Logos? Listen, I got many fans. The arc from hater to fan it's becoming more and more apparent day by day. I'd vote. Yes, I'd probably vote. Probably speaking. Voting is worthless. You know, I tend to disagree. I tend to disagree there. I think that if the next, I don't know, is the next election going to be a landslide? I mean, it depends on who the Dems are running, right? But like, who the fuck is like satisfied with this administration? I honestly don't. To be fair, I live in my own little bubble, right? I don't necessarily, I have my entire family is conservative, so I get to hear about it when I talk to them. But like, who the fuck is like satisfied anymore with this administration? Would you vote for me if I ran for mayor of Temecula? Well, I wouldn't be able to vote there, but possibly. Nux Taku? Yeah, Nux Taku might just be. Nux Taku loves everything that's happening right now, actually. What is this shit going on with I'm Not Kenneth? And so I'm seeing this shit. Apparently there's like some allegation. Is this the allegation involving the cousin? Let's take a look at this shit. This could be interesting. A nice little pre-stream or intro. Fucking, where's the original video? We gotta find the OG video here. KF or ETZ. Is it re-uploaded? Where the fuck is the original video at? My Truth by Catalina. My Truth. Okay. My Truth. All right, there we go. Did she take it down? Why can't I find this shit? Did she delete the video? I literally cannot find this shit. My Truth. There we go. Got it. Found it. Based. All right. Let's get into this. I'm hearing there are some allegations that might involve a little bit of cousin fucking. So let's take a look. Let's figure out what's going on. All right.
Hello, everyone. I am here to say my truth and share my story on the things that have been released on the internet and the things that have happened to me. First and foremost, I want to start off by taking full accountability for what I did.
What the fuck is Dude, hold on. I gotta fix what it... Okay, why? No, I don't mean to... For some reason, the group size is like the fucking... Anytime I go to click... 1 second. This is ridiculous. Remove. Yes. Okay. Let's use this. There we go. Okay. Awesome. Whoa, why am I... What the fuck is going on, dude? Awesome stream so far. Professional streamer. Back at it again. I gotta figure out what the fuck we're doing here. Alright, cool. Let's take a look.
Hello, everyone. I am here to say my truth and share my story on the things that have been released on the internet and the things that have happened to me. First and foremost, I want to start off by taking full accountability for what I did. I want to start off by apologizing to the person that I hurt the most in this situation, which was my ex. I want to say sorry to my supporters that I disappointed. I did a lot of things that I'm not proud of, and I have to own up to them. To my ex, I'm so sorry for hurting you, and I'm sorry that I did not take your feelings into consideration when I did what I did. But our relationship was not picture perfect as it may seem. I lost myself in our relationship, and I was in a very dark place at the time when I did what I did.
She's very pretty, but the hair, like, right into her face, it's like, it's bothering me a little bit. The strand of hair that's just like right in her face.
I have to own up to what I did, and I have to take accountability for my actions. And in doing that, I've come to realize that I need help for myself. And
why not watching the original allegation video? Wait, what original allegation video? Okay, you guys need to understand theory of mind. If you know something that I don't know about, you have to just tell me about it. My girlfriend cheated on me with her cousin. Okay, awesome. Then we'll watch that one first. My girlfriend cheated on me with her cousin. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, all right. All right. All right. All right. Awesome. We'll do this in order. Okay, cool. All right. If it wants to load, that is. If it wants to load. These streams suck, dude. Who is watching me? The videos won't even fucking load.
Wouldn't have even wished this on my worst. My fucking girlfriend cheated on me with her cousin. See, shit like this ain't even funny, cause I wouldn't have even wished this on my worst enemy. Who the fuck prayed on my downfall this much for some shit like this to happen to me? Now, I'm not gonna drop no names or anything, but y'all know who she was. You know, I posted with her, you know, obviously she's my ex now. I don't even know why I say girlfriend, bro. We made content together. We dated for a couple years.
So wait, so this isn't a joke. This isn't a. This is like. This is real life.
All of that ended recently, bro. I had to call it quits, bro. As of last week, I had to call it quits, bro. I caught her cheated on me in my house. Keep in mind, I pay all the bills in this motherfucker, bro.
With her fucking cousin?
That's
Okay, the question is, or was it her first cousin? Like, if it gets to like third cousin, it's still weird as shit, but if it's like your like fucking third cousin or some shit, like it's like at that point, it's like, you know, it's not gonna be as strong of an eyebrow raise. But you know, I feel like this context is very important to establish.
To cheat on me with her blood cousin. Now you're probably asking, how is she still roaming the earth? Me personally, I would have put her 6 feet under, but nah, I'm not gonna lie, bro.
First cousin,
it's like a
first cousin.
Different type of self-control I had in that moment where I was just like, you know what, bruh, it's not worth it. I have no enemies. On some Thorfinn Vinland Saga type shit. But to be honest, I think this was just my canon event. You know, it was bound to happen. Everyone tried to warn me about these light skins, but I tried to take on the challenge. Now look at me, my nigga. You're probably wondering, how did I catch her cheating? What exactly happened? Well, this is what the fuck I did. So it was like last week, or maybe like last week and a half, bro. I was like literally in the crib. She was taking a shower or whatever, bro. Really quick though, here's some filler information, bro. So lately, bro, I've been noticing she's always on FaceTime.
They're gonna have some Hills Have Eyes babies, not if they're first cousins. They're not if they're first. Or not if they're first cousins, sorry. If they're like siblings, that chance becomes more likely. When you get to first cousins, you have a greater chance of like the development of recessive like genetic conditions, but it's not guaranteed. Like the level of genetic diversity there, it's just gross. But the you could still have like a healthy fetus or whatever.
I'm with this nigga, bro, and it's her cousin, bro. She's always on FaceTime with her cousin, but it's like, what normal person would think that's weird? Like that's her cousin. Like I thought it was on some normal ass shit. Like, you know, like I guess I didn't realize that they were sleeping on the phone together. That every time I would come near her,
they were doing sleepy time calls.
Go on mute or whatever. But that's not the point. She was in the shower and I heard her talking on FaceTime, so that was like a red flag. So I walked near that restroom. Like, this is my restroom. Then there's like another room and another restroom over there. I walked near that restroom. It was the doors are locked, which was also suspicious because why are you locking the doors? But I heard her say the word gains, as in like gym gains, and I heard yams come out her mouth. And once I heard that, I'm like, who are you on FaceTime with, and why are you talking about yams, my nigga?
Get that yam off your face. Dude, do you remember that shit? Somebody called in here and they're like they're like telling me to get that yam off my face.
So basically, I have like a little cat litter box, but it's like a AI advanced $900.
Is that what they were calling about? Does this dude have like a big nose or some shit? She was like, get that yam off.
Litter box that has a camera for some reason, and it's in her restroom. So I was able to connect to that shit, and I basically seen her at the mirror of her restroom with her phone plopped up. You know, the FaceTime shit was on, her camera was on, and she was on FaceTime just showing straight yams to that nigga. Like I'm talking about 360s in the camera, grabbing yams, just everything, bro. Just butt ass.
Wait, what do they mean by yams? I legitimately don't know. Oh, ass. Got it.
Thank you, bro. And at that moment, bro, my heart sunk, bro. I was like, damn, it's GG's. She just cheated on me. But that's not how it ended, though. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Because I didn't want to make it seem like I knew and I caught her.
I've never heard somebody refer to an ass as like yams. I've literally never heard that in my entire life up until this moment.
And she was gonna try to play victim. So I walked up to her room, I knocked on the door. I was like, let me see your phone real quick. I grabbed her phone and I noticed her like grabbing that shit, like, but like not really grabbing it in like a way where like she made it obvious she was hiding something. So I just grabbed it and sped walked to my room, and then I locked my door. And that's when she started banging on my door saying, Kenneth, open the door, give me my phone.
Okay, I have clothes on. Can you open the door?
Babe, cuz in contacts while you're sexting him is insane. No matter what happens, we can't have any hidden resentment or bad feelings that could fuck our bond up. Like, if we go through a breakup or something, obviously, it might not feel good, but no matter what, we can't have hidden resentment after or once get in the next relationship or anything. If we feel some, we gotta say it and talk about it. I'm to be on both sides. You feel me? It just started. Can we resume this? It just started. Can we resume this venture momentarily? But
Kenneth! Okay, I have clothes on. Can you open the door, please? Hello? Kenneth!
where is she from? She like sounds like she has like a little bit of like a like Bahamas maybe, like in her accent a little bit. Am I crazy? Florida? That actually could explain it. Like if she comes from like, there's a big Caribbean immigrant population in Florida, so maybe her parents are.
Hello? Kenneth! Please! Please, open the door, let's talk!
You're actually like a psychopath, gang.
Can we talk, please?
Like you really are fucked up in the head.
Please talk, please!
Nah, gang, we're good. I'm
Just
good.
open the door!
I'm good off of you, bro. Get on my house.
Open the door!
Get on my house, bro.
Can I talk to
Yeah, wait, I just realized, why the fuck does he have a camera in the bathroom? I just realized, what the fuck is, like, yeah, it's still, like, weird as shit that she's, like, fucking her cousin. But why does he have a camera in the bathroom? It's a smart litter box. Got it. I'm using that excuse.
you, please? Kenneth, please, open the door, let's talk first. If this is it, let me just talk to
No, this is it, gang.
Okay, that's fine, let me talk to you, though. Can we have a conversation?
And the more she said that, bro, I was digging through her phone, nigga. I went through hidden. If y'all don't know about
Okay, calm down. I missed the litter box. Fucking give me the death penalty. My bad.
hidden, bro, check your girl's hidden fucking iMessage.
I'm hearing somebody was fucking their cousin. Obviously, the litter box detail wasn't going to be super pressing to me. I didn't remember.
Has like recently deleted text messages. Check that. I went through Snapchat. I went through I tried to go through Maya's only on Snapchat, but I didn't figure out the password. I went through her notes. I went through everything, bro, and I seen tons of explicit photos from her and him. And then I went through the text messages, and there was a bunch of weird shit going on, bro. Like she was talking about that nigga being boyfriend material. She was saying she feels a disconnect from Kenneth. She was saying all types of shit, bro. And honestly, bro, I wanted to crash out at that moment, but obviously I couldn't because I would go to jail. And you know, yeah, I'm a good civilian. I'm not gonna crash out over a girl, but it was sick to see, to be honest, bro.
Okay, if he shouldn't crash out like that, like what he's implying, but I don't think that anybody would blame him for just having like a crash out here. Like if there was anything to crash out about, it would probably be this. This is crazy.
Bro, like, I genuinely was throwing up. I'm not gonna lie, you could ask all my homeboys. I was calling them. I was in my restroom throwing up just nonstop, bro. Everything I ate prior to that, I threw it all up, bro. It was sick, bro. Like, I genuinely feel like 2 years went down the drain. But, like, to your cousin, though,
Well,
like...
that makes it, like, it's not just cheating, okay? If you're gonna get cheated on, it's one thing to get cheated on. But to get cheated on with her cousin is, like, that just, like, makes everything, like, 1,000 times worse.
There's a bunch of like scenarios where like my homeboys thought she was doing something with somebody else or whatever, but her cousin, like, I think that's how she got away with it for so long, because it's like you don't expect your girl to be doing something with her cousin, my nigga. Like, I thought that was some Alabama like movie type shit. I didn't know that really happens in real life. So yeah, once I found that shit out, bro, I ain't gonna lie, nigga, I got my phone. I took pictures of everything. I wish I scrolled some more, but you know, I like once I seen it, I was just ready to kick her out, bro. I took pictures of all the pictures she took for him, all the pictures he sent her, the text messages, everything, bro. It's all on my phone just in case she wants to fucking deny or lie to me. It was all on.
What I'm wondering is, I know everyone involved here is an adult, but there's always that suspicion. Is he her older cousin? And if he is, could this have been going on since before there was an adult involved? That's my question. I know that obviously that's not implied necessarily of anything that's occurring, but they were family members. You would assume maybe in close proximity to one another regularly. Prior to that, and if he's like her older cousin, I wouldn't be shocked if that was going on.
On my phone. I gave her phone back. I told her she had to go.
I'm so sorry, Kendra.
I don't care. You can't. There's nothing you can say to me right now. You did what you did. You gotta face that. You gotta go.
This is something that I only did recently. Just know that in all of my relationships, I've always loved you a lot. And I cared for you a lot, you know that?
Yeah, but unfortunately you fucked your cousin, so like...
Sorry.
I don't care.
We've always had a close relationship since we was young. And I think, like...
See, cheating wouldn't even necessarily be a deal breaker for me. Automatic deal breaker, like, we're done. There is no chance at recovery, like, is if it's your cousin. If it's your cousin, like, yeah. We can't, like, you can move past things if you love each other enough. You cannot move past this shit. You cannot move past this shit.
I'm some mentally fucked up shit. I think, like, we had some psychological shit going on when we were young because, like, when we was little chicks, like, before even puberty, like, we were, like, really close to where, like, some of our family members would notice it.
Yeah, Taya, I am wondering that.
And once I was already having my doubts. And, you know, with you, you've always been different than how I wanted you to be. Like,
So you fuck your cousin.
so, what's the
Dude,
opportunity?
and that's all you need to say in response. That's like the only thing you need. You just need to keep saying that in response.
So you fuck your cousin.
to me.
So you fuck.
This is normal for the blacks. Even Kanye. Okay. Alright. That's not even true, first of all. Second of all, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but incest just seems to be very prominent in Southern America, especially among, like, it's not like a black thing. Right? Where do you think the memes come from here?
Fuck your cousin. You need help, bro.
And yeah, she's not with me anymore. We're not with each other no more. But it's just like, bro, hey, all my young bulls out there, bro, learning experience, you can't trust these girls no more. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You can't trust boy best friends. You can't trust cousins. You can't trust brothers. My nigga, if this was a step brother, like, that would have been a tiny bit better, because cousins, they got your blood. Like, that's like your dad's brother's son. So like, for you to do that with that nigga, bro, like, that's genuinely diabolical.
Yeah, like, if it was with her stepbrother, like, you know, he'd watch. He'd want to watch. Like, he'd be down to watch that shit. But with her cousin... no question, we're
Bro,
done.
like, that's just like, I can't go back, bro. Like, obviously in the past we broke up a couple times for bullshit, but this was just the fucking like cherry on top, bro. Like, I can't, bro. Like, I think it's gonna take me a long time to fucking recover from this, bro. I literally have not been in my groove. I haven't been posting. I haven't been, all my friends could tell you that I'm like, I wouldn't say I'm depressed, but like, that shit genuinely, like, it did something to my brain, bro. Like, if for all y'all boys that been cheated on before, or all you ladies that's been cheated on, y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, you just feel stuck in time. You don't really want closure, but like, you do kind of want to know why that person did that. Why? Like, the feeling of betrayal is just so sickening. But honestly, bro, it's whatever to me. Like, all I could do now is just stack my bread, get in the gym, and just do better, bro. But I ain't gonna lie though, it's really hard. It's really hard to like really like stop yourself from bed rotting and stop yourself from just letting money slip through your hands, bro. Cause like, bro, I have all the ways to make money right now, but I'm just too demotivated because this shit's in the back of my head. But honestly, I know it's gonna get better, bro. But like,
I love
damn,
his
bro,
PTSD. I mean, I don't blame him for going through it. Like, he probably loved her. Like, You know, I mean, it's it's such a weird situation to be in. Like, I don't blame him for like going there. I maybe question like why you would run to the internet and tell them all of this. But like I can understand like the, you know, obviously I've never been through some shit like this, but you know, I'd imagine that if I did, I'd probably be going through it as well.
Event of doom. Like getting cheated on is possibly one of the worst things ever. Cause it's like you thought
Stack that bread and go to the gym. You look like a weakling. A weakling? A weakling, really. I'm not a weakling, buddy. All right, listen here, Buster.
you knew this person for so
Punk.
long, like you
Bozo.
plan a future with them. You, bro, literally, bro, I took her to see the finale of The Boys, my nigga. The finale of The Boys in a 4DX theater, bro. The chairs were moving. When niggas was getting fucking decapitated, you would feel fucking water sprinkles to emulate blood. I took her there, right? As I was there, she was texting her cousin saying, we need to go to a 4DX theater. And that's just sick, bro.
Damn.
Like, I'm thinking this is a nice gesture, me and you. And you're texting your fucking blood cousin telling him that y'all need to experience that too. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know if it's a light-skinned thing or a fucking Miami girl thing.
All right. We don't need the colorism.
But bro, you not gonna see me touching any girls from Miami anytime soon. Shit, light skins are fucking evil. I like that shit's confirmed, bro. Manipulative as fuck.
Are there actually like stereotypes like about light skin? I mean, I guess there would be, right? Wait, she was white? No, she's not white. He's saying she's light skinned.
Evil as fuck, and they catch you and lure you in by their fucking looks. Don't fall for it, my young bulls. Don't fall for that shit no more. It's a fucking scam. Worst 2 years of my fucking life. 2 years wasted down the drain, bro. Bro, like the crazy part is, like, in a relationship as a guy, you spend so much money on a person, bro. Like, I genuinely spent like 50 bands plus, like upwards to 100K probably. 100K is a stretch, but like definitely 50 bands plus, bro. Because we was long distance for a little bit, so I was obviously flying her, bro, all of that shit, bro. Buying gifts and all that. Food, of course, Ubers. But like all that's just down the drain and just wasting money, bro. And it's like, I wish you could just ask for a fucking refund or just invoice the bitch, but like, or just invoice the motherfucker, but you can't, bro. That's not realistic.
You should.
Bro. And even like some people, I know some people take
her to small claims court. Sue her for every dime you spent on her. It's so true. Do it. I don't think that you could do that.
back the stuff they bought the other person or like, you know, ask for it back. But I'm not even gonna do that, bro. It's whatever, bro. I just gotta move forward. But that's what's been, you know, happening to me. That's my life. Been really, really weird and shit, depressing. But honestly, we gonna overcome this. We gonna move forward. We gonna keep on grinding, bro. Hey, Streamer U was just announced, bro. I ain't gonna lie, nigga. We gotta get in that bitch too. But hey, young bulls out there, bro. Do not trust your girl if she has a cousin. Like genuinely, she has to have
Do not trust your girl if she has a cousin. Okay? Do not. If she has a cousin, don't date her. All right? If she's a cousin, what?
no one in her life. For you to like actually be comfortable, she can't have a stepbrother. She can't have a cousin. She can't have any siblings. She can't have a boy best friend.
No. That's not what love is. You should be able to trust. Like love would be you're able to trust them enough that when they're in proximity to it, like if it's the case of she's not getting with another guy because she doesn't have a male relative, that just means like you're dating someone that already has incentive that was looking to cheat to begin with. Like the question is, right? Do you love them enough and trust them enough where you expect them when they're around other guys to not be doing anything? And if you don't, then you probably don't love or trust them. But if you need no other guys to be available to them in their immediate family, then you probably don't trust them enough to not cheat and probably shouldn't pursue a relationship with that person. Making my girl block her cousin right now. So true.
Friend. She can't have a gay best friend. Honestly, bro, she can't even have female friends. She literally has to be a fucking nobody for you to fucking be successful with her, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Because I thought I was safe. I thought this girl was not gonna do me like that. But the worst of worst happened. All I'm gonna say is stay safe out there, boys. For real.
So true. Wait, I gotta get a tissue. One sec. Then we're gonna check out her response. Give me one sec here. In before the unfunniest jokes I've ever seen in my life, just because I perpetrated the crime of getting a tissue. Alright. Let's take a look at her response now that we know what she's done. The only good response here is to say, like, the only good response here is to come out and say, you didn't fuck your cousin. If you can't say that, then you just shouldn't even you shouldn't even say anything.
Hello everyone, I am here to say my truth and share my story on the things that have been released on the internet and the things that have happened to me. First and foremost, I want to start off by taking full accountability for what I did.
Listen, also, I understand what he saw in her, alright? It's a shame. I get it though.
I want to start off by apologizing to the person that I hurt the most in this situation, which was my ex. I want to say sorry to my supporters that I disappointed. I did a lot of things that I'm not proud of, and I have to own up to them. To my ex, I'm so sorry for hurting you, and I'm sorry that I did not take your feelings into consideration when I did what I did. But our relationship was not picture perfect as it may seem. I lost myself in our relationship, and I was in a very dark place at the time when I did what I did. I have to own up to what I did, and I have to take accountability for my actions. And in doing that...
This is my type. I mean, she's not my type. She's pretty. I don't know what to say.
I've come to realize that I need help for myself and for all my loved ones around me. I know I've done wrong, I fucked up, and I'm taking time away to seek professional help in order to correct my mistakes, reflect on what I've done, and...
Dude. She's going... Can you imagine being like the therapist that gets assigned this one? Can you imagine? Dude, the reason I don't go ever like see a therapist is because if I have to introduce them to all the lore, they're just gonna sit there on the first day and be like, "What the fuck?" And I just don't want to have to see that reaction. With her, she really should have that worry. She really should have that worry.
And become a better person. But I would still like to come on here to share my story because regardless, I've done wrong and I did not have to go down that route, and I deeply regret it. But there's more to my story, and there's a lot of lies and misinformation being spread about me in order to farm more hate and negativity towards my name.
Why do people say this every time they got caught? I was in a dark place. No, you got caught doing something wrong. So I could believe this is probably true for like 50% of people saying this. The truth of the matter is, people do go into dark places where they do things that's atypical for their character. But if we don't know you, we have absolutely no reason to trust that, especially if it was a pattern of ongoing behavior, right? And yeah, it obviously is just going to come off as like as cope.
And I would like to clear up a lot of things. First, I want to address the note that was released online. I did not have any involvement in creating it or writing it in any way. It was only shared to me. And I also want to make this very clear. I did not have...
So only sorry she got caught. That's true. I hate when people say that. You're correct. You're correct. But I hate when people say that. And the reason I hate when people say that is because the truth of the matter is, social consequence can genuinely inspire introspection and the acknowledgement that you perpetrated some wrongdoing. A lot of people don't change until like what they've done is laid out and made apparent to them. So you can have genuinely apologetic people or remorseful people who seemingly don't take any corrective action until they've been called out for it. The problem is it's very hard to tell like who's being genuine about it and who isn't, right? I just got here. What did she do? Well, buckle up. What she did was she cheated on her YouTuber boyfriend with her cousin, her first cousin. They were like fucking and shit.
Any sexual intercourse with anybody outside of my relationship. There was a rumor going around that I was cheating my entire relationship, and I've been doing this for months, which is completely false because this is only a recent incident that had occurred.
Or this is only a recent incident. Like how recent?
I'm not trying to make anything I've done sound any better, but I think it's important that I share my truth because of the insane amount of lies that are being spread about me on the internet.
I'm studying communications in school, so PR is like something that's very naturally like interesting to me, and I have often like wondered to myself like how would you go about making the perfect apology video? I actually thought about doing a video when I was away for a year, I thought about like making a channel, do like video essays, and I thought about doing like a video about like how to make an apology video or something where like I went over like what goes wrong for everybody else and like the people that have done it right, etc. But there are some things you just cannot talk your way out of and make it better, and this is about like 10 of them, right?
Firstly, I want to clear up that I wasn't disowned by anybody, and I still have a great relationship with my mother. This was a fallacious rumor that was started by someone
Fallacious.
that I thought was a friend, and is
It's a fallacious rumor.
completely
True.
untrue. My family does not agree with the choices that I made, but they're standing beside me as I continue to get help and work to better myself. I also want to talk about a stream that my ex was on where
Make an apology for her? Well, does she get to lie in the apology? Does she get to lie in her apology? Because if I'm writing an apology for her where she's allowed to lie and I don't care who gets hurt as a result of it, I would have her claim that she was groomed by her cousin and she's a victim. That's like literally what you would do, right? That's the only way you could come out of this where it like sort of looks better, right? That would be like literally the only thing you could do.
where he alleged that I did not want to publicly claim him and I wanted to hide our relationship from the internet. But in reality, in the first year of us being together, we actually had a popular couple page. And the real reason on why I wanted to go private was because at the time, I had a lot of people actively telling me to leave him because it was toxic. I also want to make it clear that any cousin or
You're a
stepbrother
lawyer, it is in your genes. You and my mom would like each other, I think. That's what she my mom really wants me to become a lawyer. My whole family does, obviously. Like, I don't know if that's what I'm gonna do, but
or any content like that we made together was his idea and he convinced me to do it. The next thing I want to address is a very serious topic. It is my belief that suicide in any form should be taken serious and never lightly.
true. I agree with that. Okay, now that's something I think we can all agree with. You know, she lost me. She lost me when she fucked her cousin, but she's starting to win me back with comments like that. She needs to next like talk about like how bad like 9/11 was and like it's like bad like when people die and stuff.
I understand the streaming business and the need to say crazy things in order to get clicks and impressions. The thought that somebody's personal struggle with suicide can be used by anybody.
I have interest in argumentation. I have interest in making an argument, the process of persuading people, etc. And by virtue of that, law would be just naturally interesting to me. But I'm more interested in like the technical aspect of argumentation.
For jokes and views is disgusting and cruel. While I've been off the net, it was brought to my attention that the streamer Snowcone made up a false rumor that I admitted myself into a suicide facility in order to get
A suicide facility? We gotta shut those facilities down. What the fuck's going on there? What kind of facility is that?
attention from my ex. I was involuntarily admitted into a suicide
Committed.
facility because I was considered a threat. I was involuntarily admitted into a suicide facility.
Surely they wouldn't, if it's an involuntary commitment, I don't think they'd let you keep your phone, would
That
they?
I admitted myself into a suicide facility in order to get attention from my ex. I was involuntarily admitted into a
Because what they'll do is, I've never been committed. I've never been in a psych ward before or anything. But I know how, what they do is they'll take you to the ER and the ER will decide, I think, whether or not you're going to be committed to a psych ward, or if you present like a danger to yourself or somebody else. So it looks like here she's in the ER, possibly, right?
suicide facility because I was considered a threat to myself. It was a terrible experience and one I would never wish on myself or anybody else. I want to say to Snowcone that while I understand I'm not perfect and I've done wrong, regardless of the mistakes that a person makes, that doesn't give you or anybody else the right to...
Apparently they do allow MAID to people with mental health issues now. I see, that's where they lose me. I'm a big believer in the right to die. I am. And I believe that like terminally ill patients, etc., should absolutely have the right to die with dignity if they want to. And it's like ridiculous that that's not like common sense. But they start to lose me. I'd have to look into it more. But you start to lose me when it's being implemented for things like depression, because somebody could temporarily see this as the right idea, and go through with it when if they were not in the midst of a depressive episode, might have otherwise, not have done that. I'd have to look into it though. I don't know if that's how true that is.
Little lie and create false allegations about somebody's mental health. Throughout all of this, you've lied and made up rumors about me in order to hate farm me and get attention. Even though you don't care, I want to let you know that the rumors you created have garnered me more death threats and have made my mental battle that much harder. And that hurt.
Doesn't it take years and many, many interviews where you could be approved? I think so. I think so. Missy, I saw something about what this person's talking about. I don't know if it was in Canada, but I saw there was a depressive that got like killed. I don't remember exactly where it was. And once again, I'm not gonna make like a surface level, like, you know, have a surface level take about it, but I just doesn't necessarily. People are pushing for it for mental illness, but it is still not legal. Yeah. I guess it's also really going to depend on the mental illness, right? Because the truth of the matter is, unfortunately, and people don't like to admit this, there are some people that are just like so ill that the rest of their life is going to be abject suffering no matter what you do.
Hurts from someone I considered a close friend. Me and my ex were involved in a toxic and abusive relationship. When I was in love with him, I was blind to the harmful behavior and abuse that was going on. Our relationship was built on unhealthy emotional attachment, and I stayed because it was all that I knew. He was my first boyfriend, he was my first everything, and I met him when I was 18, just graduated high school, and he was 21.
Oh my god! I'm sorry. My heart was just pounding when I heard that. I'm sorry. That's really bad. I gotta go throw up, actually. I gotta go throw up. She knows what she's doing, by the way. She knows exactly what she's doing. Would I go for an 18-year-old that just got out of high school? Absolutely not. And the reason I wouldn't is just because I already have trouble as it is with the maturity of people my own age sometimes. So if I go like younger, like it's really gonna be, I'm gonna be less likely to find anyone that's interesting. But for people that do, right, if you're 21, 18 is an acceptable gap, right? 18 is absolutely an acceptable gap.
There's two sides to every story, and our relationship was unhealthy on both ends. And since he's decided to bring my wrongdoings onto the internet, I believe it is only fair that I bring attention to the things that he has done to me, because my ex was never a saint like he paints himself out to be. We had a lot of arguments throughout our relationship, which was normal, but...
Ada wants woman in the Xylee? No, I'd go maybe 5 years older, like max. 4, maybe even younger than that, but that's like the oldest. I'd date older than myself.
What wasn't normal was the verbal, mental, and physical abuse that he subjected me to. He put me through a lot in the past 2.5 years of us being together. He even forced himself on me at one point.
Now listen, could all of this have happened and she's still, like, you can be somebody that does bad things and cheats and still be a legitimate victim of some sort of sexual wrongdoing, regardless of what you've done, right? So, you know, if this happened, obviously that's not okay. But the problem is, and the problem I have trouble believing her, is because of when it's coming out, right? This is only being revealed to us only after he's revealed something about her that publicly makes her look bad, right? And I'm also less inclined to believe he would have come out with that to smear her if he knew that she had allegations to be utilized against him. So I'm more inclined to believe she's going back to look for dirt on him because he's come out with this about her. And something that would substantiate that is when she's talking about how they were 18 and 21 when she met, and she adds the just got out of high school part. That's wording that is intentionally being utilized to put your mind in a certain direction to make him look bad. So I already know that she's going into this with the intent of characterizing anything possible about this guy as bad. And I'm going to be less inclined to believe the nature of allegations made against him by her. And I'm not one of those people that like immediately is like I don't believe her unless she presents a video of it happening. Or I'm not one of those types. I believe a lot of women who come out with allegations. but it's a hard buy based on the a hard sell based on the timing that this is being alleged. And
my ex dealt with a lot of anger issues, and he would often use me as an outlet. For example, he would punch things, he would rip wires in the heat of conflicts. He would yell at me when I cried, and he would gaslit me until I believed I was the problem. There were 2 or 3 times where my ex would approach me unprovoked and put me in a chokehold against the wall, and I would tell him to stop because I was scared, and he wouldn't.
a chokehold against the wall? Like, he would be up against the wall and, like, her, or he was putting her head into the wall. Huh?
I'm about to say are serious allegations that I know men often get falsely accused of.
I could believe he's yelled at her. You should never be straight up yelling at the person you love, but I feel like that's like a form of, I guess, maybe abuse that I can see even reasonable people being guilty of it, of at least at one point in their fucking life, right? You know, I've gone off and yelled at people when I got super pissed. And you know, obviously I felt bad about it afterwards and apologized, but that's like something I feel like everyone's guilty of. Gold coin? Where's the gold coin? Yo, thank you, the Lance shipment. Oh shit, you're an OG, aren't you? Thank you, Lance and Bobby, for all the gold coins. Much appreciated, guys. I remember you, Lance. You're an Augie guy. You're an Augie guy.
But at the end of the day, all I can do is come on here, tell my truth, tell my story, whether you want to believe it or not. There was a time where me and my ex were drinking, and he forced himself onto me. And it hurt, and I cried, and I begged him to stop, but he never did. At the time,
So she's making a rape allegation. Just straight up rape allegation.
of my essay, he was very rough on me, which resulted in me getting a cut on my insides. Luckily, I was able to take
According to Dickers, that's normal, by the way.
video footage of the blood on the
The cut part is normal, according to Dickers.
scene and a graphic photo of the damage.
But no, I mean, if this happened, obviously, like, on a real note, obviously that's disgusting. The problem is I just don't believe her, right? And the reason I don't believe her, once again, is because of the timing of all of this. And his actions and his behavior. If he knew he did this... You know, can rapists be stupid? Yeah, and many times they are. Probably most of the time, rapists are dumbasses, right? But simultaneously, like, I just don't see, like, if he knew he did this to her or something, like, I don't see him running to the internet with, like, her allegations. If he knew she had this on him, he'd probably have more incentive to not blow it up, right?
that resulted.
This happened 2 days before my birthday. Okay, so that's like blood. This is at 4 a.m.
After all this abuse, I formed a trauma bond with my ex, which made it hard for me to leave and left me in a cycle of half-hearted apologies that I continue to accept. This was a memory of mine.
Did she call the police? That, for me, is not why I think she's lying. The truth of the matter is, so many women get raped and never call the police, right? And that there's a million reasons for that. A lot of women just don't want to go through a trial. They don't feel like... Some of them are actually sympathetic to the guy that raped them. They don't believe the police are going to take them seriously. And many times the police don't, etc. So, like, the whole whether or not you went to the police aspect for me is not necessarily going to affect whether or not I believe your story. So much as I'm just going to look at the story itself. And the story itself is coming out when I know that you're attempting to look for things to characterize as bad based on how she described the 1821 gap. And also, I know that she has incentive to do this because he's just come out with something about her.
That was heavily repressed because I didn't know how to process it at the time, and I was very oblivious to what a healthy relationship was supposed to look like. After 1 year of mental torment and trying to get my ex to change to no avail, I left. Here's proof of my ex admitting to...
I just got here, so I don't know the story, but her emotion sounds genuine. I mean, this is super, like, I guess you could hear sometimes her voice like sort of like falter, but like that is like you don't need to like that. You don't need to be an Academy Award winning actor to be able to do that, right?
To his anger issues and admitting to the abuse that led to the
Let's. Oh wait, hold on.
mental torment and trying to get my ex to change to no avail.
Yeah, man, I passed out last night. Kat, give me a brief overview of why you broke up with blank. I could tell you, but I finished at 3 a.m. anyway, so I knew you'd be asleep. He lost for real one because of his problems he was never able to fix. I was putting 100% of myself into the relationship to fix it, while he put 50%, so it didn't work. Despite everything, I loved him and believed in him and gave him my trust, all in hopes he would change, but he never will for me, because soon after our talk today, we had an argument where his stubbornness held him back from being mature. It's just proof he will never change. Not for me, at least. Not while in this relationship. So I stood up for myself and broke up with him 2 days ago, and we argued again. Do it right now. Break up. I'm dead ass. Done putting up with your bullshit and your stubbornness. You were in the wrong for this. I'm not putting up with it. I'm not having to wait for you to get your sleep before you want to handle the issue between us. So please. What is the context here?
Look like. After 1 year of mental torment and trying to get my ex to change to no avail, I left.
Okay, it sounds like the problems they're having are like emotional. The way she, like, the stuff she's describing here is like a maturity issue. She's talking about him being stubborn, not being mature, not changing. Like, this substantiates that she had issues with him, but not the issue she's claiming to have now.
Here's proof of my ex admitting to his anger issues.
Right now, I feel absolutely tarnished and destroyed in life. I don't even feel like I deserve to talk to you right now because of what I put you through. I wish after my countless promises that I kept them when I said I would do better. I'm not going to talk about the effects of what I've been going through because I'm not trying to manipulate you to feeling bad for me or possibly twist your mind. But, this is how I feel. I'm someone with a great amount of pride and anger issues. In the heat of a disagreement, I hold on to my pride and I argue till I die. Okay, this looks like, what it looks like he's owning here is the stubbornness that she was complaining about before. Not like a physical abuse or SA. That's what I've been told by many people, not you. I don't like being wrong, but I think for as many times as I said I would calm that down, yet never did. I'm so fucked up for that. I was looking at a picture of you maybe a few days ago at Brittany and was just asking for how I could make such a sweet girl cry. How could I do something so bad to such a lovable woman? These 11 days have been full of emotion. I've seen this video of a guy
And admitting to the abuse that led to the fallout of our relationship.
You brought so much light and joy into my life. Every moment with you felt like a gift, and now that you're gone, there's this emptiness that I can't seem to fill. I miss your smile, your laugh, the way you made even the simplest moments feel special. You were my everything, my soul, and the love of my life. I think about you constantly, replying to our memories in my mind. I miss the way you used to look at me, the way you made me feel like I was the luckiest person in the world. Losing you has left a void that nothing else can fill. I realize now more than ever how much you meant to me and how much I took for granted. You were my everything and I let you down. I wish I could go back and change things, make different choices, and show you just how much you mean to me. But I know I can't change the past. All I can do is hope that one day you'll understand. Yeah, so it seems like in 2024, they had some sort of argument that pertained to his maturity and his stubbornness that causes them to temporarily distance themselves. And it seems like this is what he's apologizing for, right?
I still have the letters that he wrote for me where he confessed to his abuse.
Let's make this, can we make this higher res? Oh, 360. I always tried to hit you with, no, let's not break up, let's continue fighting, I will change, or other empty lies. The truth is you did the right thing, you were strong enough to see the man you once loved has become uncontrollable, and I've gone into a spiral of destruction. I was constantly raising my voice, acting erratically, and mentally abusing you. I did not understand okay, so it sounds like what he's owning is like emotional abuse and verbal abuse, which it sounds like that's what he was owning before, right? With like the arguing, the stubbornness. It sounds like he was a dick to her, in like a abusive way, right? In the sense like he was probably yelling at her, but it doesn't sound like he's owning any. The truth of the matter is, this is gonna sound nuclear on the surface. But in every relationship, somebody has probably perpetrated at least one act that could be considered, in a moment of anger, emotionally abusive, right? Or verbally abusive. The question is it a pattern? It seems like it might have been here, right? But are you going to like acknowledge it and make up for it? It's very different to me. Now, it depends on the level of the psychological abuse, but typically if it's shit like yelling or throwing an insult when you're angry or something, obviously I'm going to have a bit more of a negative interpretation in regards to physical abuse. That doesn't mean that verbal and emotional abuse cannot be super fucking damaging to somebody. But it sounds like that's what he's owning here, the emotional abuse. It doesn't sound like there's any admission of sexual assault. It doesn't sound like there's any admission of physical assault. I became a stranger, someone who you did not know from the start, and you breaking up with me helped me realize that I need to work on myself. I'm not working on myself for the sake of the relationship, but for me. I have problems that can hinder my growth in many areas of life, and even if I do not get that settled now, it will only grow worse. I'm very thankful you showed me who I am. Well, they got back together, so she seemingly thought this was genuine at the time. So what the fuck has changed for her other than he caught her fucking her cousin? Like, it's also the fact these revelations are all seemingly coinciding with the fact that he's called her out. Did you ever scream at Goat Cato in anger? No, but I've screamed at other people in anger. I play up my anger for stream chat, obviously. I'm not like this in private. But when I was younger, I would, like, sometimes, like, if someone was pissing me the fuck off, I'd totally go off on them and insult them and shit. And, like, I'd feel super bad afterwards. But I grew out of that.
And confess to the wrongdoings that he put me through in our relationship. I also have a screenshot of a 20-minute confession where he confessed to his wrongdoings.
Yeah, but she says, okay, his wrongdoings that he's confessing to are not the wrongdoings that she's describing. What I see here is evidence of instances of emotional abuse, which is unfortunate. It's not good. You should never do that. And if somebody does do that, they should try to correct it if they want the relationship to continue. And it seems like that's what he was doing here, right? I'm reading his, he could just be like sweet talking her to get back in, right? That could be happening. But his apologies to me, like, do seem like he put a lot of effort into it. And it seems like she believed it and bought it because she got back with him after this. So what the fuck changed?
And he made it for me in order to convince me to continue being in a relationship with him. I tried to re-access the link in order to showcase the video for you guys today, but it was sent by him and it was privated by him, so I no longer have access to it. My ex often tried to use money as a way to avoid responsibility for his shortcomings.
I mean, that's shitty. That's really shitty. But, like, I gotta be honest, if I had to guess, like, this is where the Stardust comment and statistics can come into play. That's probably something that 50% of guys are probably gonna be guilty of. In, like, an argument, holding what you bought over a girl's head. That's shitty. You should be giving gifts to people because you love them and because you want to see them happy, not because you're looking for something to leverage against them. That defeats the purpose of a gift. That's just you trying to attach a puppet string. But you could get someone a gift and mean it and really be, and have good intent when you get them the gift, and then maybe later use that in an argument, which you shouldn't do. But a lot of people are guilty of that as well.
I'm very grateful for everything my ex bought for me. However, I don't appreciate insisting that I was freeloading off of him when everything he ever did was his choice. And I don't believe a relationship should just be reduced to a list of expenses either. Monetary value does not disregard toxic behaviors. After all of these gestures, I took my ex.
That's true what she just said, but it's like, why do we give a fuck when this all pertains to you fucking your like, I give a fuck if she's claiming she got raped or sexually assaulted. That's relevant to bring up, right? I care about that. But like in regards to like the shit like in an argument, him holding a gift over her head, like, yeah, I wouldn't do that, right? But I don't care in this context because we're talking about you fucking your cousin.
Back in February of 2025. And in March of that year, after leaving him from the airport, I was set into a spiral of losing myself and wanting to seek therapy. Here's the video I recorded after leaving my ex.
Like, I just don't know what I'm doing anymore, but like, I feel like I'm losing my mind, bro. So like, I just need to listen and get help.
Like, even when Stardust said the 50% thing, my instinct was that it is wrong, but I have no way of knowing, especially as a woman who's not privy to locker room talk. The point is, it's wrong regardless. Yeah, but 50% is a crazy figure. The truth, like, if that happens, it's really only going to be happening amongst high schoolers and the inexperienced types. Any adults that are doing that are going to be outliers psychologically and are not going to make up a number that brings it to 50%. Right? Like, even like as you get older, like the act of like sending in and receiving nudes obviously diminishes the older and older people get. A lot of people are just fucking, not like sending nudes or anything. When you're like, you know, not like young or whatever. But 50% is just such a crazy figure. Like, as a guy, I could never imagine doing that to a woman. Not because like I'm not like sitting here like I'm like posturing. It's just like even like I would intuitively like view that as like, because like what you would do is in your head, you would imagine, what if she did that to you? And you know that's like humiliating as fuck. So you would know how wrong what you're doing is. And when you're an adult and like a non-sociopathic person, you wouldn't be doing things like that, right? Because also it's like, what would the benefit be besides like bragging or showing off compared to living with the knowledge that you did this to her, right?
Other people in my life, or maybe therapy.
Thank you for the 10, Will. Our first tip. I know people gave coins before. I don't know how much that is. But thank you so much, Will, for the 10. First tip of the stream. Buy yourself a burger this time. I gotta eat a bit more.
Like,
No, I'm not saying you have to have more faith in men. Men are shitty. But men aren't so shitty that you can use it to minimize Destiny's acts. Like, no, the truth of the matter is most guys are not like Destiny. Most guys have done shitty things. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and like be like, yeah, most guys respect women and treat them all like in the coolest way possible or whatever. Obviously not, right? But the reason Stardust invoked that ridiculous figure was to minimize the acts and wrongdoings perpetrated against women by one man. That man being Destiny.
I think like,
No, I don't even buy she has a negative view of men. I buy that she's trying to minimize the acts of one man, right? If she had a negative view of men, why the fuck would she be like aligning with Destiny? That guy would literally like fit every like preconceived negative stereotype that a woman has about a guy. So to me, it looks like her motive there is not just because she naturally hates men, but rather she's trying to minimize this man's actions.
a lot of stuff has been going on, like, in my life, like, I need to stop, pretending and not, I'm sorry, this is so, non-descriptive, but I just kind of want to pour everything out, because I'm making weight in my life right now.
Yeah, I don't know what this video proves. She's talking about going into therapy. Like, this is right after they broke up, after he found her fucking her cousin. So this could literally be, she's just had a breakup, and she's, like, feeling regretful or hurt by it, understandably.
But it's not your problem.
I mean, it's not understand. Like, you understand why she's upset, but, like...
Problem at all. At all. But, yeah, I need help in that sense. I need to listen and grow up and do better.
I would just start an OnlyFans with my... Huh? Okay? Huh?
At the end of the day, I chose to stay in this relationship and I made my mistakes. I regret everything I did and I wish I could take it all back. I never wanted to hurt anybody and I understand how badly I messed up. The only thing I can do from now is take the time to better myself and to...
The fact that you'd be coming back this soon with a fucking accountability video or whatever, like, demonstrate you do not know how badly you fucked up. If the news just broke this week, nobody's gonna take anything you say seriously with the innate knowledge that you were fucking your cousin. Like, that's literally all everyone watching this is laughing.
heal. The next...
Dude, I can't believe this guy said El Jeffy, okay? I'm sorry, it's just been, like, on my mind. This guy's Destiny's Hispanic. What the... El Jeffy? El Jeffy? Like... I actually, like, that shit's, like, fucking crazy, man. Even if you're not Hispanic, like...
And final thing, I would
How do you go your whole life in America not knowing that, like, the J in Spanish is pronounced like that?
to discuss is my mental health. Throughout everything that has happened, I have come to terms with the fact that I suffer with depression. It's a battle that I've been unknowingly fighting for the past 2 years. I was in denial and blamed it on a lot of other things in my life without fully understanding myself. Mental health is so stigmatized.
That's so true.
A lot of people...
That's very true. I think this is the best time to talk about the stigmatization of mental health.
People, including me, do not get the help
Great points from the girl who fucked her cousin.
They need when they need it, and it can often lead to self-destruction. Throughout the past few weeks, I've attempted to take my life multiple times, and the only reason I'm here right now is because I failed. During this fight, I stopped eating, I stopped sleeping, and I struggled to take care of my well-being. I felt helpless, and every day I would struggle with finding a reason to continue to live. I often felt like the world would be a better place without me. The suicide facility that I was admitted to was an abrasive environment that...
I just, like, don't... I mean, it's possible to get choked up without tearing up, but there's, like, never... She could cut where she's, like, actually tearing up. But why would she do that when she just showed us a video of her really crying? There's no tears.
That only made me regress more. In my time there, I met a lot of people that were in worse positions than me, and I learned a lot about the unfair and inhumane treatment that these people receive. And from my experience there and my own
this all just seems like you're trying to pivot, like...
personal journey, I've been very motivated to advocate for better resources and more attention given to these people to assist them in getting the proper help that they need. I understand that my actions have consequences, and I also understand how the internet works. So I knew the hate was inevitable, and I have no problem with facing that. However, I do want to remind you guys that I am still a human being, and I don't think anyone deserves the immense cyberbullying and the non-stop death threats that I've received in the past.
She's hit the bingo card of every bad YouTuber apology. Like, they have to mention the death threats as if that means shit online. I've said this a million times. I don't give a fuck about death threats, right? Like, I think, obviously don't make them. But if somebody, like, messages me, Aiden, I'm gonna come to your house and fucking kill you. Do you know how upset I feel by that? I feel nothing. Anyone can say anything from behind a screen. It's just someone talking shit to me. It's not deeper than that, right? Like, why are we pretending like this is not just words behind a screen? Like, it's just like any other insult online, right? What did she do? She cheated on her boyfriend with her cousin. That's what she did.
Few days. I do believe that bringing all of this to the internet and the way my ex did was completely wrong and invasive. It felt like a breach in our privacy. I know a lot of people don't believe I deserve the platform that I have and don't think I should come back to the internet at all. I understand. What I did is undoable, it's terrible, and I can't tell you enough how much I regret it. However, I do want to come back.
Yes, with her cousin. Yes. this isn't just, I think cheating is bad, but I really don't care about cheating drama. I really don't. It's like, do not cheat. It's the fucking stupidest thing to do. You have no impulse control. It's immature as shit. Although I can maybe understand, like, the motive of wanting some diversity, it's like, don't be in a committed relationship. But it does happen, and it happens a lot, and even good people have done it sometimes. And obviously, with cheating, like, I don't particularly care from an outsider perspective. But the thing here is, the interesting part here is, it was with her first fucking cousin. Like, that's crazy.
Do want to be able to use my platform to raise awareness for mental health, because I know there's a lot of people out there who are just like me, who are struggling and they don't even know it.
Destiny's researching the Hunter Biden laptop story right now. Will you debate him on it next? What would I be debating him on there? Have I expressed any strong positions regarding Hunter Biden's laptop?
I will be back to streaming, and I will be back to doing what I love. Because at the end of the day, I want to use my platform to help people. And I do believe after I get stronger and I get help, I can do that. To my community and to all my supporters, I'm so sorry I let you guys down. I'm so sorry I disappointed you guys. And if you are still here to support me, thank you. If not, that's okay too.
Let's look at the comments. My truth. Your truth is that you cracked your cousin. Cousin cracked immediately after this vid. Shawty done lost her damn mind. She talking about everything but the cousin. I'm sorry to my ex. And then, okay. Cuzzo straight dancing in her shaft from this. Dude. Thank you for the 10. She's on. I will not sit here and listen to you slander Alex Player. Who's Alex Players? Now let's look at his response to her allegations.
Catalina, there's no way out of this one. I'm sorry, but you're done. You're finished. So apparently,
Alright, this is 30 minutes. I gotta piss real quick. Give me 2 seconds here, guys. 2 seconds. Do not go anywhere. Anywhere. Alright, I'm back. Yes, I did wash my hands. Before I get a million fucking people asking. Let's take a look.
apparently Kat has dropped a video titled My Truth.
Why would I not play Cousin? I guess I should have done that, right? But it makes it more of a pain in the ass to fucking cut the music out of the bot if I play a second one. Because just to wait for the... I can normally do it on my phone in YouTube Studio. And, just like take out the first song, but if there's a second one, it has to wait until the changes are processed. There should just be an option to do it all in one go.
But honestly, so apparently Kat has dropped a video titled My Truth, but the whole video's fucking lies. So how the fuck does that work? I'm not gonna lie, Kat, you fucked with the wrong one. Nobody, and I mean nobody, will sit here and fucking lie on my fucking name, bruh. Hell nah. Alright, so the demon has dropped the video My Truth. For whatever fucking reason, it has 2.8 thousand likes. Y'all niggas are sick in the head. Y'all niggas really let yourself get manipulated by this demon, bro. By this fucking demon. Let's get into it.
Hello everyone, I am here to say my truth and share my story on the things that have been released on the internet and the things that have happened to me. First and foremost, I want to start off by
he's just watching her. We could have just watched him.
taking full accountability for what I did. I want to start off by apologizing to the person that I hurt the most and is proud of. But
You know what? I'm sorry for cheating on you with my cousin, but our relationship wasn't perfect, so that's the reason why I did so. I'm sorry for sending my cousin pictures of my ass, titties, and fucking cooch on your living room couch and in your restroom and on my bed, but you know what? Because our relationship
On his bed?
wasn't okay, that excuses it. I'm sorry that you had to find my cousin's cock in my camera roll, but you know what? It's okay because our relationship wasn't okay in the first place.
Shit was her screensaver?
And that right there is the work of the reputation saver that you was emailing and your fucking...
The reputation saver.
There is the work of the reputation saver that you was emailing.
Let's take a look at this email. Hi, Kathalina. My name is blank, and I work in brand strategy, public relations, and crisis management. I recently became aware of your situation surrounding the allegations and the resulting public discussion online. While I understand this is likely an overwhelming and stressful moment, I wanted to reach out because I believe there is still a clear path to protecting both your reputation and long-term... That's not true. If I was a PR strategist, I wouldn't take this one. I literally wouldn't take this one. There are like a lot of there are ones like where even though you know they fucked up, you can like there are ways to get them out of it or minimize it. This would be like the one I just wouldn't take. One of the first things that stood out to me was the decision to delete your social media accounts. While the reaction is understandable given the volume of attention and criticism, it often creates an unintended narrative vacuum. In the absence of communication, audiences frequently fill in the blanks themselves, and many interpret silence or disappearance as confirmation rather than strategy. Okay, so the strategy is to get on camera and confirm it yourself. The reality is that public perception is rarely shaped by a single event. It is shaped by how the event... This is also true for anything else. There are things that it doesn't matter how you respond. When the bell is rung, you can't undo it. And I haven't really covered a drama like this before, but incest would probably be one of those things, right? Things like pedophilia as well. It's very, like, if you've done it and there's no way of saying you didn't do it, and it's obvious you did it, there's no way of getting out of that, right? Shit like rape. Basically, like, any sexual impropriety is going to be viewed, you're never going to be able to really get out of that one, can you? If you've actually done it. The reality is of public perception. My approach would focus on 3 priorities. Stabilizing the narrative rather than allowing speculation to dominate the conversation. We would establish a controlled communication strategy that prevents further escalation and limits misinformation. Reputation preservation. The goal is not simply responding to the current controversy, but protecting future opportunities, partnerships, and audience trust. Every public action from this point forward should support a long-term recovery plan. Strategic reintroduction. Whether through a statement, content strategy, media management, or audience engagement plan, the objective would be to rebuild credibility over time rather than react emotionally to short-term criticism. I've developed a comprehensive recovery strategy that I believe can significantly improve the current situation and help position you for a successful return to your audience when the timing is appropriate. If you're open to a conversation, I'd be happy to discuss my assessment. Okay, wait.
And your fucking YouTube manager told me about, bruh. He told me that the moment I exposed you, that you was emailing people trying to figure out ways how to come back from this shit, bruh. You was emailing people discussing ways on how to just push the whole cousin freakery aside and just bring something new to light. And it's like, bro, like, come on, bro. Like, you really gonna try to ruin me because you got caught cheating on your cousin. I'm innocent. I didn't do shit. But you know what? I'm gonna watch the video and hear what you gotta say.
As it may seem. I lost myself in our relationship and I was in a very dark place at the time when I did what I did. I have to own up to what I did. I have to take accountability for my actions. And in doing that, I've come to realize that I need help to correct my mistakes, regardless of my story. And I was reading it or writing.
You share a note to somebody. You collaborate on a note. Both people. You have to literally like share a note. Shared.
That was released online. Negativity was my name. And I would like to clear up a lot of things. First, I want to address the note that was released online.
Wait, the cousin responded? Wait, what? No, you're kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke, right? Oh, wait, I'm seeing that in the corner. The cousin did not fucking respond. There's no shot.
I did not have any involvement in creating it or writing.
It was a shared note. Bro, on Apple phones, you share a note to somebody. You collaborate on a note. Both people, you have to literally like damn near like accept that shit. Am I tripping? It's a shared note. I went through your notes app and that shit was there. You have a bucket list with your cousin, bro. Like, come on, bro. Some of the stuff that's on there doesn't even make sense if he wrote it from his point of view. The internet is not that stupid.
In any way. It was only shared to me. And I also want to make this very clear. I did not have any sexual intercourse with anybody outside of my relationship. There was a rumor going around that I was cheating my entire relationship and I've been doing this for months, which is completely false.
Hey, first of all, hold on. First of all, there's clips on the internet of you literally admitting, confessing your love for your cousin.
But back when I was like, I don't even know the age to be honest. I was young. I was just hitting puberty. Me and my cousin,
L story, yep, get
we
to the
kind of had a
point.
thing. We kind of had a thing going. But like, it was kind of one-sided.
You know
though.
what?
It was more so me.
You know what? You know what? She can come back from this. And you want to know why she can come back from this? Because it seems like the reason people are going to be watching her is probably not going to have anything to do with credibility. It seems like people might be watching for a different reason, and those people might continue watching. So she might be able to come back from it, actually.
But like, I remember like, I had a big crush on this nigga because we were best friends. And at the time, being best friends with a guy when I'm just hitting puberty and like my hormones are a little bit like peaking, you know what I'm saying? I kind of associated him with that.
Literally, like I'm talking about, I don't know how old this clip was, last year, 2 years ago, but we've been dating for 2 years and some change. And you're on stream talking about how you have feelings for your cousins. You found him attractive when I was younger.
So the cousin OF story might work. Yes, legitimately, unironically. Now that I realize why people watch, if I was a PR strat, you could probably save her from this one. She like unironically, she should probably lean into it. And then just like open up an OF, like unironically. I wouldn't actually help her with that. But that's the only way she's coming back, because you're never going to be taken seriously in any other context. If you've done something like this, right? It's just always going to be jokes about you fucking your cousin.
You don't know if it was your hormones taking over, but now the fact that you cheated on me with your cousin, this means that every single time you...
Hot take. Consensual cousin fucking is less bad than physical abuse. It's not, like, obviously, no shit. But it's not a matter of what's morally worse. It's a matter of social perception. And also, we haven't seen anything to substantiate that he was physically abusive to her. She did show some, like, old video where she has, like, a drop of blood on the floor. So that's, like, all I've seen. But, like, she's, like, showing, like, apologies that seem to just be apologizing for, like, emotional abuse, right? And the truth of the matter is, like, cheating on somebody is probably going to be comparable to... not a pattern of emotional abuse, but isolated instances. Like if you're calling her like a dumbass, like fuck you and shit, and she gets all upset about that, you're probably going to be more upset if she cheats on you, right? The emotional distress caused by that. So it'd probably be like comparable, I guess, but...
You told me that...
What have we seen to show she fucked her cousin? Everything. Text between the two of them, text between her and her cousin, blurred videos of her with her cousin, her phone and shit she was sending to her cousin, a shared notes app, I guess, of a bucket list of shit she wanted to do with her cousin. We've like, it's not even like up for question. She even admits to it. She literally admits to it. She owns it. So that's not like disputed in this story. He's shown like so many receipts.
You left to go hang out with your family, that you left.
The Alex player comment is in reference to the character Alex from Street Fighter 6, who is the newest story mode, married his second cousin. Play more games, dude. I'm not a fucking gamer. Can I say?
Left to Kentucky to go stream at this fucking, the biggest world fucking roller coaster in the world. You was with your cousin. Because, I mean, I have proof of that too. Like, you was in the hotel.
Like, yeah, he's shown proof of literally, like, every part of this.
Room with your cousin. You kept on telling me you was going on these trips. You went to Puerto Rico with your cousin. You went everywhere with your cousin. And it's like, bruh, like, But you only cheated on me recently, right? This only happened last month, right? Okay.
She says she's been into her cousin since she was going through puberty. Like, does that necessarily mean that she went and acted on that around that time? No. But once again, it's a really fucking, like, hard buy. If you've been attracted to him since then, you guys are spending prolonged periods of time alone together, and you're obviously already, like, untrustworthy because you were literally cheating on him. Like, yeah, it's, like, a little bit hard to believe that this was only just a recent development and that you were never sleeping with him, right?
But you know, I guess you just get to excuse that. I guess I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is like manipulation, top tier rage bait or what. But okay, you know what? I'm gonna keep on listening to what you got to say. All right.
False, because this is only a recent incident that had occurred. I'm not trying to make anything I've done sound any better, but I think it's important that I share my truth because of the
like, you know, like, if you watch me long enough, you know me. You know that, like, I try not to be biased against the woman. There's going to be natural bias because I'm a dude, right? But I try to combat that, and I don't want to be one of those guys that every time a woman's making an allegation, I'm looking for ways to poke holes in it because I see when other people do that, and, like, that's not my thing. But when I watch her and I watch him, I gotta be honest, I feel like he seems just way more genuine, like, by far. By far, she's literally talking like it's a PR strategy. This is conveniently coinciding with after the fact that she'd been called out for this shit, that he provided receipts to substantiate. Like, he seems like way more genuine here.
Insane amount of lies that are being spread about me on the internet. Firstly, I want to clear up that I wasn't disowned by anybody, and I still have a great relationship with my mother. This was a fallacious rumor that was started by someone that I thought was a friend and is completely untrue. My family does not agree with the choices that I made, but they're standing beside me as I continue to get help and work to better myself. I also want to talk about
First of all, even though I'm in the right 100% for leaving you and talking about how I feel because you cheated on me with your cousin, you know, your parents were literally calling me and threatening me to delete that video because I don't know, they were threatening me with so much stuff that was just so uncalled for, and I don't know, it just seems like they're more biased to you than what's actually going on. Like,
yeah, but no shit, that's because it's her parents, right?
I think the fact that you're making this video right now, and I don't know, man. Let me just keep watching the video, bro.
A stream that my ex was on where he alleged that I did not want to publicly claim him and I wanted to hide our relationship from the internet. But in reality, in the first year of us being together, we actually had a popular couple page. And the real reason on why I wanted to go private was because at the time, I had a lot of people actively telling me to leave him.
Bro. Like, it's honestly crazy how much, like, bro, I've never been in a situation like this, but bro, girls are really like manipulators, bro. And I wish I had iCloud Pro or iCloud Plus.
I mean, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. Yeah, like, if you're a guy, if you're a straight dude, you've obviously only dated women, you're like heuristic for the manipulative type, there's gonna be selective like bias, etc. As opposed to, you know, I'm sure women feel the same way about guys if they've only been dating guys. It goes both ways.
Bro, because I'm scrolling through my phone trying to bring the proof. This girl literally would make excuses not to post me because her fucking fan base was majority guys. She kept on telling me that she had a lot of mods that would gift her subs and she would use them, bruh. She would literally use y'all, bruh. She would literally take y'all money and fucking make, I don't know what type of operation she had going on, but bro, she didn't want to post me because of all her male fans. She didn't want to talk about me. I ain't gonna lie, we broke up like 5+ times in our whole relationship, and
by the way, if you guys want to support the stream, we're nearly a quarter of the way to Streamly Gold. Great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs, link below, as well as Super Chats. Great way to support. Another great way to help us out is to like, and if you're new here, even drop a sub. But I doubt anyone's new here.
9.9% of the times we broke up, she ran to the internet to talk about the breakup, to talk about whatever happened. And it's just so weird, bro. But the moment I do, when you actually do something insane, like cheated on me with your cousin, I'm the bad guy. Like, I'm the bad guy.
Because it was toxic. I also want to make it clear that any cousin or stepbrother or any content like that we made together was his idea and he convinced me to do it.
Say wallahi! Yo, like I said, bro, she did not want the internet to know that she had a boyfriend because it would make her lose followers. She kept on telling me that, and I wish I had screenshots from when, bro. I don't know what's going on my iCloud. I'm trying to get messages from like early 2024 to 23, but I can't, bro. But I promise y'all, She would not want to post me. You could go on her page. She never had videos of me. It was always me, bro. I literally kept on telling her, why don't you post me? Why don't you post me? And she confessed this one time saying, my followers are majority males. They would unfollow me. I would lose all my followers, etc., etc., etc. She's sick in the head, bro.
Next thing I want to address is a very serious topic. It is my belief that—
Yeah, she could come back from this. If all of that is true, she could come back from this just by virtue of what it is that she does. You know, sure, I guess. Maybe there is a comeback.
that suicide in any form should be taken serious and never lightly. While I understand the streaming business and the need to say crazy things in order to get clicks and impressions, the thought that somebody's personal struggle with suicide can be used by anybody for jokes and views is disgusting and cruel. While I've been off the net, it was brought to my attention that the streamer Snowcone made up a false rumor that I admitted myself into a suicide facility in order to get attention from my ex. I was involuntarily admitted into a suicide facility because—
All right, so first of all, while this was like 5 days before I posted my video, and basically what happened was she kept on blowing up my phone, blowing up my phone.
They messaged through Discord?
Spamming my phone, no caller ID, text messages, calling my friends, and kept on saying, can I get back with you? Can we please work this out? I'm going—
Super convenient that that was where she went to, and only when that request got denied is she now coming out with like every damning allegation possible against him, right? She clearly didn't just have some natural realization about the wrongdoing perpetrated against her in the relationship. This is obviously responsive because she can't talk her way out of what she did. It's like so obvious.
Insane. I'm going to, you know, manipulation words to get me to fucking give her attention, because I was trying my hardest to just move forward in life.
I like to think I'm good at like picking up on like lying or whatever. Like when we were watching that Shushi Mushi guy talk about his like 15-year-old e-kitten, I immediately off the bat, you could see all the tells. I knew that guy was being like manipulative as fuck. He was lying, etc. With him, I'm just not getting any of that. I'm not getting any of that.
I caught her cheating.
I'm not particularly getting that with her either. But she certainly isn't like convincing me as well. It seems like she is coming off as a bit inauthentic.
Forward, but she's blowing up my phone, trying to just get my attention, saying she's gonna do this. Even when she was going to the hospital, she was like, I'm leaving. And then she was calling me in the hospital, bruh. And I talked to her parents. Her parents said that she only had like 3 calls or whatever. She kept on spamming me on the hospital phone, bruh. Like, bro.
I was considered a threat to myself. It was a terrible experience and one I would never wish on myself.
And then the moment she got out, she literally posted it on the internet. That's a personal thing that nobody had to know. But because you want to go ahead and post it on the internet, you want to gain sympathy. It's like you almost knew that I was going to expose you for cheating on me with your cousin. Because why are you going to the internet about you being in a facility? If you're really trying to like fix your head and get yourself right, why are you trying to sympathy farm on?
To be fair, he also went to the internet that he got cheated on, right? But I understand what he's saying.
Line by posting yourself in the facility talking about, for the past couple of days, I just came out because I tried to do this and that. Like, bro, that's sympathy farming. That's not something that needs to be on the internet. And I don't know what else to say, bro.
Or anybody else. I want to say to Snowcone that while I understand I'm not perfect and I've done wrong, regardless of the mistakes that a person makes, that doesn't give you or anybody else the right to belittle, lie, and create false allegations.
To my cousin on FaceTime,
I just want to hear what he has to say about the rape allegation.
Always. Even when you was on, you know, are you dead as? You begged me to stop and I never... Bro, come on, bro.
He was very rough on me, which resulted in me getting a cut on my insides. Luckily, I was able to take video footage.
Y'all seen how she just looked at the script?
Luckily, I was able to take video footage of the blood on the scene and a graphic.
And also, it being scripted doesn't inherently mean she's lying, right? It's even if you're coming out with a true story, like it is good to get your narrative together, get your story together, and have something for reference, especially if it's such a pressing or important situation. Like you getting exposed for fucking your cousin. But, you know.
Photo of the damage that resulted.
Let me see this. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, Saturday, July 13th, okay? 2 days before your birthday. There's blood on the floor, right? There's no way out of this one. Tell me why July 18th, the same year, by the way, a couple days after your birthday, there's blood on the sheets and on the pillows. You know why? Because you're a freak and you always wanted me to crack. Always. Even when you was on, you know, your period, that time of the month. You thought if I didn't do it, I would think of you as disgusting. I didn't love you. So you know what? That's when I explored that and we started doing that. And I always had consent because that's what you wanted. You liked doing vampire sex. So what's on the
vampire sex? Is that what they're calling it?
Floor is not the results of me doing that to you. That's just consent and what we had going on. I would never force myself onto you. I would never.
Dude, vampire sex is crazy.
Always had consent. I had proof from you. You always expressed how you wanted to do it during that time of month. And we did. The proof is in the pudding, bruh. So you're telling me July 13th, you're telling me what?
The proof is in the pudding for the vampire sex. God, I believe him. I believe him.
Like fucking, cause this is a hotel, by the way. The sheets get changed. Shit gets clean. So you're telling me
and even if it wasn't, like, it's obviously if there's blood all over your fucking sheets, you probably wouldn't be sleeping in that shit. It's obviously from different days.
18. 5 days later, I did it again. I did it again to you. I did the same exact thing I did on the 13th.
That's possible, but wouldn't she have said that?
On the 18th again to you? But aside from...
She's gonna say, in response to that, knowing that he has that photo, then she's gonna say, oh, well, you did do it to me. Acting like she wouldn't have added that or included that in the initial response.
That we broke up tons of times and she always ran to the internet. Why, if this really happened, why was this never a talking point in every single time you streamed once we broke up? It was always stuff like, oh, he would yell at me. Oh, something about the airport. He left me at the airport. Why was this never a topic? Why, matter of fact, why was this never brought to the police? Why is this only coming to the light now? I bet $100,000 that nobody in the world can say that you told them this. This is false. This is cap. And I know this is what the...
thank you so much, Tyrone, with the $10. Camden, Gerard, Davis. Leviathans are coming. Dude, my biggest regret in life was not being here for that drama. I would be a 200 viewer Andy right now if I stuck it out. I left right before that shit happened. Everything popped off. Lyrics started doing numbers, and I was gone. I was fucking gone. I should have been here.
Fucking reputation savers told you to look for any proof of fucking violence.
Kevin, just fucking rejoin Icy. It's ridiculous at this point.
Or SA. You're sick and you're not gonna manipulate these people, bro. You're not gonna do that, bro. Fuck no.
After all this abuse, I formed a trauma bond with my ex, which made it hard for me to leave and left me in a cycle of half-hearted apologies that I continue.
Made it hard for you to leave?
That's the only response I needed to hear. I think that his story here makes sense. I think he has corroborating evidence based on the fact that there's a later dated picture of the same thing going on, right? I like that. The main claim, I feel like he's done a pretty good job with discrediting. Obviously, you can never completely prove your innocence when it's pertaining to an allegation of a private interaction. But I know for a fact that if she was alleging this happened again, it would have been said in that video. Because why would she share the first time but not be willing to share the second? You know what I mean? Kenneth Arby's review. Okay, we'll look at this shit, all right? I'm not finding anything. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm not Kenneth. Okay. Dude, by the way, who the fuck eats at Arby's? I'm not Kenneth. Besides my grandpa, who had 4 heart attacks. I'm not Kenneth. Arby's with my cousin. Am I supposed to be looking on YouTube or Google? Where the fuck am I looking? Whoa! 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 Hold on. Let's pull this up. I just want to make sure that my Insta... I don't actually show my Insta. Let's take a look.
Take a bite.
I ain't gonna lie.
What the fuck? Aged horribly, dude.
It's not bad. You wanna try some?
First time trying Arby's with my cousin. Take a bite.
Dude, what the fuck? Aged atrociously. Crazy shit, dude. Crazy fucking shit. Wait, somebody requested to follow me on my personal Insta. Oh shit. I haven't spoken to this guy in years. Alright. Anyways. So, we have something else to check out before we get to the lawsuit stuff. We were watching it yesterday. For those of you that don't know, when Iran was under siege, there were like retaliatory strikes being initiated, etc. Political content creator Destiny was actually busy covering something far more pressing, far more important, and worthwhile. And I think it was in this VOD, no?
When it seems to be more, if not intentional, at the very least.
So I don't know why. We're at timestamp 3:35, I believe. Right?
Like, I don't think...
He was somewhere here. So let's take a look at what he was covering. What pressing stuff was going on. We watched some of it last stream. I'm gonna finish it.
My God, what does this even have to do with...
When I was a child that had a big YouTube channel, a pedophile from England that likes to fuck with people in this space tried to CP bomb me in my DMs. I submitted a report to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids and the FBI. I never saved that shit, right? I just submitted it through the tip form.
What does Lav's claim? How exactly did you abuse her? Lav claims that when she wanted to come on stream and debate somebody afterwards, I think we had a conversation about, I mentioned something about how, like, in the past we'd had sexual contact before, and I didn't want her to feel weird about coming onto a stream or something. And then she said something like, "Oh no, like, this is all just my plan to fuck you anyway, ha ha ha." And then I think she sent me like a fucking video, and I think I sent back, I was like, "Oh, well, welcome to the Orbiters Club." And then Lav's contention is that when you were giving...
Whoa. I didn't mean to... Whoa.
60 minutes was going to even survive or not.
So you walk in.
I have no issue sending an email. What I'm telling you is only standard. And I don't.
What did I do?
Don't you think it's a little weird that he won't send it to you? If you can show me that it's not performative, then I don't do anything else.
I've dealt with this exact situation before, where there's typically some like there's somebody would get like implicated, or there's someone else person involved that you don't want to like necessarily out by virtue of sending the evidence. Right? I've dealt with this before.
You can block out all the PII. You can block out all the PII. I just need to see all you would need to see is like an email address from like an FBI agent, right? Like, and you can block out most of the emails.
What is?
It wouldn't even have to like implicate anybody.
Well, I love Kick UI. I love Kick UI.
It's
so
crazy
user friendly. The user friendly Kick experience, guys, in action. Fuck my life. I was like right around here, maybe.
Are stupid and they don't understand him, and like, you know, they're just not.
Like psycho. I also think Max was exaggerating the amount of people who were calling me a stalker to get me to think it's like everyone in Twitch poll to get that screenshot from me. It was a 3-hour voice call that I had with him and Shaylin, and I broke down and sent him that screenshot at the very end. Mr. Girls admitted to this. It's literally in his report. I told him no like a million times, but I just broke down at the end, and I'm sorry about that. I don't know what else to say. Now, you can say Anna's not a reliable narrator here or whatever, which is fine. Like, because she's not really all the time. Like, I think she would actually consider me to be an abuser, depending on her mind state. But it's just funny that they only ever take
if her take she's insane. If her take against him is one that is uncharitable. But if she's providing minimizations or mitigating factors on his behalf, totally of sound mind.
Of her attacking me or attacking me in some other way.
Schrodinger's insanity, dude.
On my side, it actually never matters what she says, and it's unreliable. But then when it's on the other side, it's like the most. I don't know. It's fucking. This is all. Oh, it's all so fucking cringe.
You fucking pussy ass.
Also, keep in mind, I can't say anything publicly about this during the whole process, or not that much, because Anna could get re-triggered and then start looping on me infinitely, and then like Lav and Mr. Girl will obsessively play it.
old and she was going for a master's degree. Hop on here, you bitch ass pedophile. Get the fuck in here, you pussy. You fucking pussy ass bitch, doobie. Listen, this fucking guy goes around. He's a pedophile.
How?
Listen, do you believe him? Why is he? Listen, until he can show proof that he is ethically collecting whatever CSAM and sending it to the police or whatever.
I'm asking for your proof that he is a pedophile. You're the one making the claim.
I think anybody. I think it's pretty obvious, and I'll go back to the thing. If somebody's talking about collecting CSAM, I'm going to assume they're guilty until they've proven innocent.
What if they're talking? What if the collection and the only way we know is because they voluntarily disclosed that they handed this information to law enforcement?
This is not a real thing. I don't know how to say this a million more times, but just for your guys' protection and safety, this is not a real thing. No police officer, nobody online will, I think it's even written, I think on FBI, I don't know if it's the FBI website or whatever else, will tell you, you do not do this ever. Do not collect child porn and try to turn it into the FBI. Don't.
Yes, obviously. That is, you should not be doing that. 150%. But the truth of the matter is there's something called like prosecutorial discretion and like the police deciding to pursue people for a given crime if they feel like it's necessary. And there are people who don't handle this situation properly. And that's why there's a whole graphic that gets posted to Twitter. Treat CSAM like a bomb, right? Because unfortunately, not a lot of people do that, right? I'm no longer defending the claim that Doobie even did that because I haven't seen proof that he's done that. So I can't defend that claim. But the worst takeaway from me would be that he volunteered that information to look cool and exaggerated to look cool, right? If this didn't ever actually happen. Not that he would be a pedophile or was doing this with pedophilic intent, because once again, the only source of this entire claim rests on Doobie's own self-disclosure when he wasn't even being pressed on it. If he perpetrated or believed he'd perpetrated some act of wrongdoing, I don't see him volunteering that, right?
Don't ever do this. It is not recommended. Do not ever do this ever. Don't do this ever.
Would that be the default?
I think they're severely mentally ill, and I think they're a bullshitter until they prove something. What do you mean? Why would you be mentally ill? And I think they're a bullshitter until they prove something.
You're doing a destiny. Meanwhile, Aiden has repeated every negative talking point about me without knowing anything about.
That's not even true. That's not even true. I have not repeated every negative talking point about this guy. I didn't run, despite people constantly claiming I did. I did not run with what was said about the Connor shit. I haven't run with the H player claim. I haven't run with the, there's so many claims about him that I haven't utilized. There are some that I could utilize and have chosen not to because it's about shit that happened that's like ancient history. The only reason Anna's coming up again is because I made an offhanded reference to it in the first debate to bring up an example because Destiny was making a point about doxing by proxy. And I was explaining, well, you'd have a better case for making that argument. Like, for example, when you're directing your audience to her Kiwi farms, right? That would be a better instance of like a better argument for doxing by proxy. And then it went into this whole loop about Anna. And then this has like persisted or continued because he cannot accept or let the narrative set that I can't buy that she's a stalker. Check DMs.
What do you mean? Why would I have any sort of innocent until proven guilty for somebody that
247. Then yeah, at that point she could totally call him a stalker, right?
So how what is the length then? What is the actual length? They're a bullshitter until they prove something.
Doing a destiny here,
You're doing a destiny. Meanwhile, Aiden has repeated every negative talking point about me without knowing anything about the underlying fact.
Was my shit glitching?
What do you mean? Why would I have any sort of innocent until proven guilty for somebody?
Am I still coping? I don't know how I'm coping. I'm just responding here.
Collecting this shit.
Okay, so what is he? Batman? So do you think that
he's only here in the space for that be the case? Do you think in the real world, by the way, if you tell people you collect CSAM, you're going to fucking jail. I'm sorry, I'm calling the cops.
Wait, I'm sorry. You understand that this was in the context of him giving this to law enforcement, right? Per his own admission, right? If you're going to accept the claim that he was engaging with CSAM, right, that was per his own admission, and it was part of the broader claim that he was giving this to law enforcement. I'm not saying that he definitively did that, right? Because I haven't seen the proof of it. I haven't seen any proof of it. I think that my takeaway for him not giving the evidence, the worst takeaway I could have is that this guy was exaggerating to look cool, right? As opposed to this guy just decided to, for no reason at all, admit to a crime that he was doing with pedophilic intent, despite nobody pressing him on it.
But where has he shown proof that that's the case?
Okay, where has he shown proof that he even saved CSAM? Why should we take
And then this stupid argument. Oh my God.
But his word, he's mentally ill.
It's evidence, right? So he's confessed to it.
So, I'm sorry. Okay.
He's
okay. So then, okay. Yeah, he's confessed to sending it to law enforcement. Yeah, he's confessed to sending it to law enforcement. So that would be evidence, right? There's just as much evidence. There's just as much evidence. There's just as much evidence for the claim.
Why would I ever conclude this for anybody? If your friend came up to you and told you they were CSAM Batman, they're fucking like anti-pedo Batman, and they're going around collecting CSAM and sending it to the fucking FBI.
If somebody told me,
you would call a fucking mental asylum.
You keep inventing these hypotheticals.
What are you talking about?
So the question is, right? If somebody runs like the largest politics Discord server, the truth of the matter is, you should treat I know it's like the Twitter meme. You should treat CSAM like a bomb, right? You shouldn't engage it. You shouldn't interact with it if it is like sent in your because people go around like CP bombing like people's DMs. You report to law enforcement, but like you shouldn't interact with it at all or save it or anything like that, right? Okay, unfortunately, the reality is that most people, or many people, don't, with non-pedophilic intentions, probably don't know how to appropriately respond when this occurs. So you could see somebody who doesn't have pedophilic intent getting sent this in the largest server that they.
But that's not what happened with Doobie. Doobie went out looking for people. It's not like if somebody is reporting, like this is so easy, okay? If somebody were to DM me and like, hey, I'm in the Dicey server. I think somebody is like a child, a minor here, and they're sending child porn to me. You know what I would say to that person? I would say, hey, that's really fucked up. You should probably report that to the FBI or report it to the cops and report them on Discord.
For sure. Yes. My claim has never been that Doobie did this correctly. In fact, it's been the opposite, right? I think that he handled this incredibly recklessly. I think that you can even say might be like a reckless like server owner or whatever, etc. What I've been contesting is the broader claim that this guy is a pedophile off of the information presented to us, because I do not believe the context substantiates any of that. It's far more likely to substantiate an individual handling a very serious situation recklessly or possibly exaggerating for the sake of looking cool.
Do you know what I wouldn't say? I wouldn't say, oh, really? Can you give me your account so I can look through that and make some backups and report it myself? I need to make sure it's real. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Moderate, and therefore sending it to law enforcement and then volunteering that information to the public because they don't believe they did anything wrong. If he believed he was doing this, why would he, what burden was there to volunteer this information?
Are you done with your monologue? So the issue is that there's nothing that says to do what he's done. If you ask a law enforcement person, every single person.
Oh, but then there's no proof to show that he had child porn.
Would tell you, and until he can show that like law enforcement is telling him to do this, I'm going to keep saying this. There is nothing.
He's never been able to adequately contest that argument, right? The entire claim relies on his word. So they accept half of the claim and don't want to accept the other half, right? To like, whether or not I believe the claim itself that's up for question because he's not substantiating it to me. But the other thing is, right, I like the whole, like, it's just him volunteering this. It's just him, like, I think he's probably exaggerating to look cool if this is a lie. It's an obviously spite-driven accusation on Destiny's part, like he did. Yeah, no shit. I wanted him to own that. He wasn't even owning that. Like, he lied to me by omission because I asked him, why did this not come up in the 7 years that you knew Doobie, right? And he said, we literally broke association with the server. We didn't like the weird shit that was going on in there. The lie by omission was the fact that the weird shit that was going on in there referred to something with groypers. There was like some issue with groypers, not the weird shit that he's describing now. It is very obvious that he doesn't like Doobie because of his own personal drama and is now looking for things that he could go back in hindsight and now claim to take major issue with, despite all of his actions seemingly indicating that he doesn't take issue with it. If he actually believed that this server was being run by a pedophile or somebody that was pedo adjacent and dangerous for minors, etc., isn't that pretty damning for him that he let his kid roam around in that server? And it pains me. I don't like bringing up his fucking kid, but like you're the one, you're doing like the crusading into like the servers, like the implication this guy's like a pedophile, etc. That like the server's like a dangerous place for minors. You knew this guy for 7 years. You were in that server. You debated people in that server. So why would you ever let your kid in that server if you believed all of these things? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Unless, I mean, to be fair, I don't really know. I have no reason to know about his, you know, family, whatever. Maybe he doesn't have control over that. I don't fucking know.
Law enforcement will ever tell you to handle.
Thank you for the 2, Starfish. How's it going, Aiden? It's going good. It's going good. Hope things are going good for you too. They won't. Absolutely, they won't. But there's also prosecutorial discretion, right? If somebody is engaging with this in a way that's technically illegal, but they're doing so in the context of reporting it, law enforcement might choose not to go pursue that.
Sort of proof. So why can't he show some sort of evidence or contact that he's had with law enforcement?
I'm sorry. Are you
to show this?
Okay, so this should be done.
I'm asking for evidence. I'm asking for evidence.
Because there might.
He said that he's collecting CSAM.
Because there might not be any. I was a YouTuber, by the way. I was a YouTuber. I was pretty.
Why wouldn't there would absolutely be
hold on.
communications on this?
When I was a child, in my DMs.
What does Lav's claim? How exactly did you abuse her? Lav claims that when she wanted to come on stream and debate somebody afterwards, I think we had a conversation about, I mentioned something about how like in the past we'd had sexual contact before and I didn't want her to feel weird about coming onto a stream or something. And then she said something like, oh no, like this is all just my plan to fuck you anyway. Ha ha ha.
Broccoli Hair is staking his reputation on playing devil's advocate for pedophile Batman. I didn't know Doobie. I didn't know him. I just knew of him because I was on a panel with him 4 years ago. We had no contact in those 4 years. I don't even know if we had any contact on the panel itself, right? The only reason me and Doobie are connected is because Destiny created that connection by making these allegations in a debate with me that was originally supposed to only be with Wick.
And then I think she sent me like a fucking video, and I think I sent back, I was like, oh, well, welcome to the Orbiters Club. And then Lav's contention is that when you were giving me that message, that was actually just you covering your tracks, and the only way I could have ever gotten perms to join your Discord was in exchange for sexual material, which is not at all. This is just, but I don't even have the original messages from this because her account is banned from that, and then I don't have like screenshots or anything. But supposedly Mr. Girl has all the original messages, but he only posts like segments of them on for his Mr. Girl report, so I don't have the originals for those anymore. But there's never been ever, or unless you think maybe Lav was the only person in the history of my entire stream that I tried to sexploit to get perms to come into my Discord, but no, this is fucking retarded.
With the FBI, and I submitted it I submitted it to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids. I was a kid myself, right? I couldn't prove to you today that I did that. I don't know where I would get the proof that I did that. It was like a complaint form.
That's not what he's talking about. That's not what.
Yeah, what are you? It's not like this was like he's a mind. Oh my god, it's so stupid.
He's talking about he's like in direct contact with law enforcement, right? Like that's what he's basically.
So the reason that point was made was to highlight there's methods of reporting where I wouldn't necessarily be able to prove that that was done, right? Which I gotta be honest, in hindsight, is like a bit of a. Like, yeah, he should have some form of proof this happened. Like, I wouldn't even necessarily, like, the truth is, was I biased to Doobie? Probably, yeah. The reason was because I just gotten off the heel of, I'd watched how they'd gone back to find shit to mischaracterize about me in bad faith. I knew they were being bad faith, so I had natural inclination to, like, be favorable to him, right? Am I still, like, fighting the claim that he's a pedo over this? Absolutely. Do I still think all of this is being conducted in bad faith? 150%, right? But I probably, if those factors were not present, I probably would have gone way harder on him in that conversation, right? Didn't he just say he reported it?
Well, what does that mean? He's in direct contact with law enforcement.
I just said I'm wildly consistent on this. The reason I'm not standing by the claim as hard is because he didn't give me the proof of it, right? When I said, Destiny's like, no, he won't. When I said I'll follow up, that's not true, right? I literally told you guys last stream, I haven't seen proof of that. And that's why I'm not going like super hard to bat on this point. I just said I reported it, and obviously the scenario I provided to you
was that's a fucking tip line. So what is his explanation? I want to hear what his explanation from him. Where is he? Is he using a tip line?
Also, out of curiosity, so let's say I agree with you real quick. Okay, so people who admit to saving that shit, we should default consider them pedophiles, right?
I think if you're going to go ahead and say that you're constantly saving this shit, I think that there is a problem. I think it's consistent.
Sorry. So constantly. Notice how the goalpost has been moved. So now it's constantly. I thought it was just saving it, period.
Where did I say saving it, period?
It seems like you said verbatim.
Holy shit. Reading this? Oh my god, what a blast from the past. Wait, what is this? Oh, no.
Dude, they're mocking the debate bro shit, acting like they're literally mocking the debate bro speak, etc., acting like this guy wasn't the father of all of this. Like, I agree with him on the Lav thing. It's unlikely, in my opinion, that he demands sex in exchange for fame/perms. It's the one thing that no other woman has accused him of, unlike sharing material. I mean, yeah, but it also seems like he's been willing to leverage other, like, he's been willing to leverage, like, other shit that would, like, you know, make the, like, for example, when he's talking to Anna, when he's talking about fixing her reputation and stuff, somebody that's willing to leverage that for the continuation of, like, sexting or sexual interaction, etc. I'm not against the possibility that they would have tried that in the context of, like, career advancement, right? Because it's the same mentality, it's the exact same mindset. You're taking the dynamic and the natural power gap that exists as a part of that dynamic and leveraging it to get someone to agree to something.
It's not small streamers. You have to be careful with people who are contentious, very contentious.
I feel like it's not even contentious though, because I was contentious and like I did have to take a step back for my mental health, but it didn't become what has happened now. And I don't know, personally, I think a better litmus test is just seeing if people feel like they have to be superior to others. Like, and the reason why I say this is because, not to get too armchair psychological or whatever, but both Lav and Mr. Girl have admitted that they have problems when it comes to this, right? So Mr. Girl, or maybe Mr. Girl has admitted it, but he's always talking about like how other people are stupid and they don't understand him and like, you know, they're just not smart enough, right? So he puts himself in this higher class. And like Lav has talked before about how she feels like she has to pull women down or whatever, or like be better than like the other women or whatever. And
Are links banned in this chat? Not necessarily. I think by default they might be. I'll have to double check. Is there a link you want to say? If you guys want to link me something, join the Discord server and put it into my inbox, or join the Discord server and I am, my DMs are open to anybody that needs to send me anything. So just send me something and type in chat that you sent it to me so I know to look, and I'll go take a look. Whoa. What did I just click on?
I think that the reason why this is so important is because when you break those people's egos, or when those like people's reality is shattered or is, what is it, confronted, shaken, whatever, they're going to try their fucking hardest to bring you down, because that's the only way they're going to be able
I don't feel like that's like a normal human response. I feel like that's like
it's not.
It's the streamer response. It's the cycle you go through with every person you bring on. It's not the fact that they're small streamers. It's the fact that it's the cycle. Like, I think a ton of us are surprised, we were talking about this earlier, that Mr. Girl was the one to go down this path, because Mr. Girl was so adamant about how loyal he was to you, how appreciative he was to you. And then the moment it's like, hey man, I'm not going to cater to you, I'm not going to acquiesce to your desire to not be shit on by my community.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm going to get them to turn off Dinobot.
This is the internet. Like, you are going to get a reaction from a lot of people who have a voice. They have a voice in your subreddit, they have a voice in your...
Bro, what a crazy time. This was just a crazy, crazy time.
In the real world, if anybody came to you and said they were saving CP, you'd think they were a pedophile.
Sure. Yeah, I think in the way that he's describing, I'll happily add a caveat here. I think in the way that he's describing it, where he's talking about, I'm like anti-pedo Batman, and I'm going out there and I'm like fucking getting these people arrested or some shit.
The natural inclination would be some guy is like bullshitting me to look cool, or that some guy is just mishandling evidence in an attempt to report it. That would be the natural conclusion of that. Because I wouldn't see somebody who is doing it for the purposes implied here, I wouldn't see them for no reason at all, with no suspicion cast on them, volunteering that information for no reason.
I think it's totally possible.
It could happen. Once again, it could happen, but it's far less likely than the examples or than the explanations that I provided. And because it's less likely, you're going to need something additional to substantiate why you're leaning that way. The goalpost is always going to get more hyper-specific to make it not bad when Destiny does it, but bad when the target does.
I have never in my life gone out intentionally trying to find fucking child porn to turn into the FBI.
No, you just were collecting it for evidence in your case, right? Willie Mack reported you over that. Is that not true? Like... So the thing is, there has to be a name for this fallacy, where somebody will, because they don't want a comparison to apply, they'll go through they'll give like the exact specifics of the other situation so that like they're arguing that it can't be compared or something. When in fact, when we're doing comparisons, things are always different. When we're comparing them, we're comparing a specific facet. And that facet is non-pedophilic reasons for saving this material, right? in that context, the facet between Destiny and Doobie is absolutely comparable. Explaining the exact specifics of what Doobie's doing does not invalidate the comparison. I've seen him try to do this multiple times.
Like, this is just, if for no other reason, because I have a kid, why would anybody ever risk? That's just so beyond fucking.
Why don't I, well, sure, but that doesn't, you having a kid makes no sense either, because your kid is in the server that you're trying to insinuate is being run by a pedophile.
Stupid.
And where you're claiming it's open season on kids.
It's just so clearly this is just not like a serious. This is not like a serious argument. I can't believe this is a serious argument.
Because originally, under the original standards you provided, you would have just had to concede to me that Destiny's a pedophile. Now it's getting more hyper specific to Doobie's instance of doing it.
I'm
So we
sorry.
can, yeah. And let me just be clear. I don't think Destiny's a pedophile. I haven't argued that, right? I know that other people think that and have their respective reasons. I'm not arguing that. I don't need to argue that, because the things that I can argue for, I think are pretty damning in and of themselves and far more definitive and conclusive. Oh, hold on. I also need to stipulate, where is that? We're in, okay. Per May 22nd, to my knowledge, his kid was still in that server. So I don't like, if he actually believed what he was saying, why would you not go through the efforts of getting your kid out of that server, right? I guess the argument would be, I don't know where my kid is and isn't, which wouldn't be true because someone DM'd Wick, Doobie DM Wick, to warn him about some, like, weird shit that was happening. So he would have probably known. Wick would have probably brought that up to him.
Queeman, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I noticed this in our last conversation. It's the ever-shifting goalpost. Destiny's making a hypocritical argument, and the goalpost will ever shift.
What do you want from me?
No, I'm saying, no, I know what you do because you did it last time. The goalpost ever shifts to make it not this thing when Destiny does it, but it is this thing when the person we have interest in criticizing does it.
Are you done?
I stopped talking.
Okay. So, my big substantive critique of Doobie is that it seems like, from what he's conveyed, he's saving this stuff and he's like tracking pedophiles in some way. Yeah. And he's going around and he's acting as like a vigilante or some shit. That's what he...
Correct? You should make him acknowledge that, yes.
That's what he made it sound like. Now...
Wait, Barbarian, are you from KFC? Not the restaurant, the server. Are you that guy from KFC?
If there's something else to this, maybe he can offer up some explanation. If there's documentation, if there's some sort of evidence that he can show.
This is a different shirt. This is not the same shirt that I'm wearing there. See, this shirt is Fred Perry. I don't even remember what brand this is. That's you? Yeah, everyone's saying I was in the politics server. I did like a couple debates in the politics server. The main server I was debating in, the main server I was participating in was KFC.
Like verify that he's not doing this, I would love to hear about it.
Yeah, can you show me? I actually don't believe that he was doing it at all. I think Doobie is mentally ill and insane, and I can't take him at his word. So
good meme, nice meme.
I actually don't know. I don't think Doobie has ever interacted with CP. I can't take him at his word for it.
Do you really believe that, or are you being facetious? Is this like a
I thought
attack Destiny argument?
No, it seems to. Oh wait, Doobie wants to call in. It seems to me like we can't take him at his word for these claims. So why should I take him at his word?
What's up, dude?
Hello.
Hey, man. Crazy to talk to Batman.
Yeah, and you were an annoying little shit. Was I? You have to. These are my roots in debate. My debate roots. I don't even remember exactly what I was doing. I probably was a bit annoying. I don't even remember exactly what I was doing.
Man, how's it going, man? You tracking those pedos down? You taking them out?
Can I ask you a question? Like a serious one?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was explaining earlier today that we do have minors on my server, right? And because they're minors in the community and they're pedophiles all over Discord, we do run into pedophiles once in a while. So if you look at our ban list, we find a bunch of people who are labeled pedo because we found them doing some pedo shit.
A bunch of people?
Yeah. So do you think that when we find these people and we take the extra steps to report them to law enforcement to ensure that they're being like questioned or arrested for the crazy shit they're trying to do to kids, you think that makes me Batman? Because I'm trying to actually ensure that these people don't hurt kids?
I think you should just go ahead and report that shit to law enforcement. And that it's crazy. You're going to say, like from everything that you mentioned, it sounded really, really involved. If it's not that,
Yeah, it is
involved,
involved.
you're just hitting.
Hold on, but it's hold on. It's
Do
involved.
you have law enforcement contacts then? Do you have like emails from these people that you could show the group? Do you have like some sort of like proof of what you're saying?
Hold on, I'm trying to...
You would. And I know this because every time the FBI visits me, and for the few correspondents I've had back and forth, they'll usually give you a card, or they'll have you write down an email, or they'll give you a phone number.
I agree. He would, and the reason I know he would is because he insinuated that he does, right? He insinuated that he does. When I brought up the tip line argument, he never brought that back, or specified that it was specifically through a tip line in his later defenses, right? So there's a few possibilities for why I'm not being presented with this evidence. Either it really did happen, and he's worried that the information he provides is going to get him doxxed, implicate someone else, or implicate him somehow in something else. I don't know, right? Or it could be the case that he has made all of this up, all of it, and has merely been exaggerating just to look cool, or look like he's like, you know, people, there's like, people lie about being like fucking predator catchers all the time. That's what he could be doing there. Or, I mean, or he really did do this, and he, for no reason at all, was collecting CP for pedophilic purposes, and for absolutely no reason at all, decided to tell everyone that he was doing it. He wasn't pressed on it. He wasn't exposed for it. He just offered this up for some reason. Why? We don't fucking know, right? I think the last reason is far less probable than the first two, right? If you're going to be arguing for the last reason, which is possible, you need to give me some reason you lean in that direction.
And you can email back and forth, usually with people at your field office, whatever the local field office is. Like, of course.
Just calm down.
Yes.
Let me respond to you. So it is involved. There's a form you can submit online, and then typically what happens if it's a serious instance, not always, but if it's something serious, you get an email or a phone call, typically a phone call, right? So yeah, I've had contact, not just me, other admins on the server, typically people on the founder team, because we don't allow lower level mods to deal with this kind of shit. So it's usually admins and ops, so admins are founder. Yeah, we've had to report this shit before. I've had to walk, like the girl that was in here, was in here that I mentioned earlier, with revenge porn stuff, where these college kids were like spreading her revenge porn around multiple servers. I walked her through, had to report it to law enforcement herself. Right, so yes, we have reported people to law enforcement.
I saw proof of that. I did see proof of that. Not that he reported to law enforcement, but I saw proof that that was something that was happening that they were trying to actively correct.
Because people do illegal shit on the internet. I don't understand.
You have documentation.
But I don't understand like you hear that and you think, oh, you're just being Batman. Like you should be encouraging this behavior.
That's not what Doobie said before. Doobie said before he needed access to the account and he had to make copies of the child porn in order to report it. That's what Doobie said before. I don't know if the caller is aware of how much he said about that, but
I think that if you were to come across somebody doing something illegal to a minor, to anybody, you should report it, and that would make you Batman, just somebody doing the right thing.
Can I speak? Am I allowed to talk? So the issue I have is that you're not just reporting these people. You're taking all of this extra steps. You're helping to document the CSAM. You mentioned that you're going to save and delete it. You're doing all this extra shit.
Yep.
Which I take issue with too. All that extra shit you should not be doing. It has never been my claim that he's done this correctly or appropriately, right? But in aggregation, this looks like somebody who was confronted with this and didn't handle it correctly, which a lot of people do not handle this correctly, which is why there's entire graphics on Twitter like treat CSAM like a bomb, etc. Because people don't do that when faced with the situation, right? The other alternative is that he's lying and he's exaggerated all of this, which is also a possibility and also doesn't look great for him. But nowhere am I, when I think from the mindset of, okay, let's assume this guy's a pedo that was doing this, collecting CSAM, etc. It doesn't make sense why he volunteered this. It doesn't make any sense why he volunteered this.
And in that instance,
Well, he just said
saving copies of CSAM.
Tagging of minors, well, the reason they were doing it, it's a bad idea, but it's an explainable one, right? The reason they were tagging people as minors was so minors wouldn't be included in certain discussions, etc. I saw that I got tagged as one and got barred from certain discussions as a result. That's not sus. That's just like misguided and naive, and you should get all minors out of your server, right?
And then sending it and then deleting it and I don't know, putting it someplace.
Making a report
sounds wildly.
Where's it being put? Where's it being put?
Oh no, so to be clear,
also, I've never in my life heard of that either. Like, hey, FBI, I'm emailing you a bunch of child porn. You see that, guys, right? Like, where are you submitting this at?
Hold on. I'm getting a fucking phone call. I'm not picking up. I just gotta grab my... Oh, wait a second. Who the fuck is calling me? Number I don't recognize. Nice try. What's the area code? Hold on. area code. Why do I keep getting fucking calls from Florida?
In cases where we have,
I don't know.
hold on, I can. Okay.
Bro, it is sauce. No, it isn't. It's just misguided. There's an argument that he's provided that makes sense from his mindset why he did it, but when you understand the reality and understand things as they are not purely logic brained and are taking into account like real considerations, risks, etc., it would be a bad idea.
I can tell you.
I don't think he was tagging people as minors in his server for pedophilic purposes. That's retarded. I got tagged as one, and the only thing that happened was I wasn't allowed in certain conversations and debates. That's Destiny calling you to depose you. Yes, people are... Who is, like, seriously arguing? Wait, I gotta pull this one up really quick. This one's hilarious, okay? This one's pretty funny. I didn't say that. I said it was sus. What do you think sus means? It means you're suspicious of something. What is it that you're suspicious of here? That he's doing it with pedophilic intentions. That would be the suspicion, right? I'm saying that not necessarily, no. I don't think he's a pedo, but associating with him is a bad idea. The association was literally forced on me because they, like, yeah, did I have to platform Doobie's defense? No, but I believe if somebody's being implied to be a pedophile on my platform, they deserve to defend themselves on my platform. And that's what I did. Obviously, because of the nature of the broader conflict, I was probably a little bit biased in his favor. Of course, right? But I've acknowledged that, and I've explained, where he's not given me proof that there was reports to law enforcement, which is why I'm not defending him on the point. Calm down. I'm not mad. This is just how I talk. I'm not mad. Hold on, I'm looking for... This was funny. I saw this. Where the fuck... Did he delete this? I literally can't find it. Huh? Here we go. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, so apparently I'm going to prison. I've just found out. Aiden is utterly terrified. A super chat, by the way, this super chat is Denal himself, but a super chat just dropped the reality of his impending Destiny case deposition right in front of him. He started reading the name, looked at the message, and absolutely froze. He was too scared to even read the actual text out loud. Instead of using his usual debate guy persona, he completely broke character. He started begging to just be friends, asking why they are stuck in this cycle. The internet bravado... Wait, no, there was another one where he's saying I'm gonna go to jail. Hold on. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. Aiden asked for it. The snarkers fed him unhinged talking points and made him their top attack guy. Because his public streams made him a direct witness to the claims presented to the court, the attorneys explicitly named him in legal filings. He's likely going to be ordered to give a deposition because he holds key information and evidence relevant to the ongoing case. Now he's nervously laughing about prison and deflecting, claiming if he goes down, others are going with him. Good luck trying to debate bro a judge and actual lawyers during a real deposition. I'm not being deposed. What would I be deposed over? The only reason my name was invoked was due to a public live stream where Destiny had presented something that contradicted a prior motion or statement in court. There's no information that I could provide them on that matter because all of it would be on the stream that was already presented as evidence. Thank you for the 2, Ryan. Feel surrounded. It's so funny too, because all like the shit they say about snarkers is also just them. It's literally also them. If you go and start talking about Destiny, you will have 5,000 accounts in your fucking replies with like 2 followers, etc. I saw somebody on live stream fails try to upload a clip of me. By the way, clip like hell, folks. Now it's more important than ever. But I saw somebody on X, or no, on live stream fails, put up the clip of me calling food shops a pedo, and they got fucking downvoted to shit, and like all the replies were like, nice try, doobie. Good one, doobie. By having doobie, I literally fell for Destiny's trap. Destiny needs to link all critics to weaker critics, or critics who have skeletons in their closet, so you could paint everyone together.
Because the only way you know about this, by the way, is because I told you that this has happened, right? Like I was explaining how this typically happens and why it didn't make any sense for Destiny to say that he couldn't report the CSIM that he had for over a year, right? Apparently they're trying to find Rose, and I don't hear you.
I mean, he's mentioned explicitly why he wouldn't do that, right?
Hold on.
He did say exactly why.
Do you think that he destroyed it, or that he still has it, or that he's turned it in?
I don't know.
I don't know if he has it right. You think he has CSIM on his computer right now?
I think he's probably. But Doobie.
Why are you just talking about him?
Are we going to go down this road?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, why are you? So this guy, you think this guy might currently have CSIM on?
Like, the annoying thing insofar as my situation is concerned, and you can see it, is I am actively involved in a court case about this right now, right? So I've given a ton of discovery over to the other side, including all of my logs with Rose. I've given over so much, by the way, that Pixie in her deposition admitted to also turning me into the police here at Miami Beach.
So much. Was there not? People are also saying Solo's not a party in this case. Solo's not a party. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was a motion for all communication between Mr. Bennell and Solo. Did the court not rule that all of that had to be presented? And the statement in return that was presented to the court was that he didn't have access to it. Like, it doesn't matter if Solo's a party. Their communication is a part of the ongoing case, and I'm pretty sure that the court ruled he had to turn that over. That's what that whole letter was about. Which is why it was contradictory when he's presenting a screenshot to everyone of his communications with Solo.
So, for whatever report you could have made about me and all of my evil child porn adventures or whatever, that's already been reported based on all the evidence, basically, that I would have, because they already have my logs with this person. It was part of the discovery. This obsession with, like, does he still have it?
I've never brought that up about him. I've literally have never brought up the shit of, does he still... Because I understand, once again, that you can do things that are wrong in the context of, like, CSAM or whatever, and not necessarily be, like, a pedophile, right? I've never brought that up about him. Like, is that a real thing that, like, he should be snarked over and hasn't snarked? Yes, but I haven't done that.
I need a fucking statement. Like, bro, why are you worried about me and what I'm doing with my life when I'm in the middle of acting?
I've actually never brought that up. We barely have spoken. The only reason I started talking about the Pixie shit again was because I got brought up in the case, right?
Expensive litigation involving this peripheral issue, almost exact issue, but we'll say peripheral issue, where so many people have their hands in this and are looking at stuff related to it right now. Why are you so worried about me? And what does that have to do with you being child porn Batman? Like,
why don't you show some fucking documentation?
He received as journalist material.
You're calling documentation. Holy shit.
Why are you just worked up about Destiny? Why are you yelling at him about this? When you think he might currently have it still?
You said you reported this to the FBI.
Have you asked him for documentation of anything?
Where is the email?
I have 300 docket entries on my court case about this. What do you want me to say?
Where are the emails?
You asked him for documentation of any of this.
Why would he have documentation
where's the
for destroyed material?
You know what?
Why would he have documentation for destroyed material?
You think he committed spoliation by destroying it?
But wait. Why would he have documentation if he did destroy it, though? Can you answer that question?
So to be clear, you think
you're asking for documentation. Wait.
Oh,
you're asking for documentation when you're saying destroy it. Okay, go ahead.
So in the William ATMs, he's asked directly if he still has a.
Why can't you show a single email from an FBI?
I gotta catch myself in the Destinyisms. I used to do the woo shit all the fucking time. I'm bored. Bring on someone to argue with. I'd love to. But but people just don't show up to argue with. Why don't you show up to argue with me? My call-ins are open to everybody who disagrees with me. I'm not going to have you on here if you agree with me. And that's not to say, oh, don't agree with me. There's no content in having somebody call in to agree with me. Used to. I think the thing I still do is, to be clear, hold on. I thought you wanted to.
Oh, yeah, I think this is, I don't know where to find this because I want to start Googling a bunch of child porn stuff because probably it's on report. You encounter child sexual abuse material. Do not save, download.
Yeah, this is never, nobody's disputing this. I've never disputed this. I've literally never disputed this.
Load screenshot or forward the explicit image or
It has never been my take. It has never been my take that any of this was done correctly at all.
video. Saving or sharing this material is illegal. Instead, take a screenshot of the surrounding evidence, such as the account username, URL, and timestamps, and permanently delete or report the content on the platform where you found it. This idea that you need to be saving and copying it to send, like, here are some child porn, FBI. Jesus Christ.
To talk to this guy. At least here to talk to you. Let me talk.
Why can't he answer a single fucking question?
He's trying to. You're screaming over him at hard rate.
He's pivoting. He's pivoting. Aiden, he's literally pivoting.
I'm trying to get you to. I'm trying to show you that you don't actually give a fuck about this. Actually.
Go ahead.
So okay. So again, we'll just right now. So when Willie Mack asked me if he still had the CSAM.
Oh, we're doing this fucking shit again.
On.
Where is your specific documentation? I don't care.
Wait, can I actually hold on? I think I'm a great. You're avoiding the Doobie Discord ban reason Destiny posted. Where? What am I? Where did he post it? Just tell me. I'm not avoiding anything. Okay, the one thing you can never say about me, even if you hate my guts, is that I avoid things. Okay? I will argue with anyone about anything. If you have a piece of evidence, if Destiny is a piece of evidence he wants me to pull up, I will absolutely pull it up. 150%. So if you just put it into my inbox, I will happily cover it. Doobie a pedo. Yeah, what are you taught? Where did he post it? I'll pull it up. X. Okay. He has me blocked, so I also... Can he, like, unblock me? I wasn't even planning on replying to him. Here it is. Okay. Let's take a look. Oh my god, dude. Are you serious? Is he actually gonna do this? Hey, Doobie. One of your many banned accounts was Doobie8008, yeah? Is it true your Discord account was terminated for infringements related to the protection of minors? Child safety. Okay. So, obviously, on its face, that looks bad. But believe it or not, and I know this because of Rita, who has, like, run this check on people before, there are a lot of people who've been hit by this that have not really done anything, or did something that, like, could be, like, it's not necessarily that they were compromising or jeopardizing, literally, the safety of minors, or there are a million reasons you could be hit with this. Is this sauce? Absolutely, 150%. I'd love to see what they're talking about here. But I don't, other than that, I don't really know. It could literally mean anything. Great directions. I think Doobie's a liar. We can't take Doobie at his word. I actually don't believe. I don't believe that Doobie's ever interacted with CP. Where's your documentation that Doobie engaged with CP? So Doobie responds, "You caught me. I'm just as bad as you. You were right all along. Clearly, this opinion is just as bad as your child molestation fetish." I'm not even running with that. Like, this is the thing you have. This is the problem you have. All of these people hate Steven's guts, and rightfully so with a lot of them. I get it, okay? If he was doxing me or trying to do some shit to me, like, I would totally probably be like, you know, frothing at the mouth of this guy's destruction or whatever. But the problem is that personal connection obviously makes them immensely biased. And I've even fallen victim to some bias in the course of my coverage of this, but I try to recognize it and combat it internally, right? But some of them will obviously, since he's being bad faith, they will run with anything about him in turn. I haven't ran with this claim about Destiny. But let's take a look. So me as a 16-year-old dating a 14-year-old is okay, right? It's fine age-wise, I guess, but I don't think kids should be dating at those ages. Okay. Destiny himself has literally stated that he would, I'm pretty sure he went as young as 13. If kids come to him to talk about relationships, he will do it, right? He's literally said that himself. He's defended that notion. So if this was the reason the account got hit, then obviously Destiny takes no moral issue with the underlying reasoning, because he's literally himself justified that. This is the other thing I would have pushed back on at the time. We don't know, and obviously I'm not gonna go check it out. We don't know specifically what link he was posting here, so we don't know if this was actually CP or not. And obviously I'm not gonna go verify that. Oh wait, why would you post it? I'm not clicking that. So this seems like people who didn't click it. I'm curious. The picture is so goddamn blurry. Okay, hold on. DGG prison gang. Okay, this is just jokes. That's just jokes. Yeah. I wouldn't, like, this isn't strong enough for me to run with. The fact that he was browsing it looks bad, obviously. But this is just not a strong enough thing for me to run with it, obviously. Becoming TTD pilled is a natural consequence of following his decline over the past few years. I am, yeah. And the thing is, I am a newcomer. I'm a newcomer to the regular snarking of Destiny, right? And I have not been in the weeds as much as some of you have, obviously. And the sort of like disconnect is still present with me, right? Maybe as I go on, I might hate this guy, but like, I'm not like totally like, I just want to watch him burn. Like, I just want him to stop doing what he's doing that I perceive as bad. I want him to stop making the points that I perceive as wrong. That's my stake in this. Can you also understand Destiny calling Doobie a pedophile then and running with the accusation? No. Because you don't drop to, like, there's no, just because they're utilizing tactics, that does not mean it's now justified for you to go to their level and utilize those same tactics. I could have been bad faith back to Destiny when Wick and Destiny were being bad faith to me, right? I didn't. And the reason I didn't is because I'm not going to hurt my own credibility to stoop to their fucking level.
You said it explicitly.
Actually, I have known it was all a lie.
Wait, he said it explicitly. He also said it. You know what else he said explicitly? Do you know what else he said explicitly?
Mr. Freeze. I don't know. Some other dude.
Aiden wants doobie donos so bad. Why do people think I'm willing to sell myself out for like under $200, which is like the net accumulated total of everything he's doing? Why do people think that I'm just gonna just go and defend you blindly because you've given me that money? People have given me a lot more fucking money than that, and I've given them no special treatment as a result.
You show a single email from an agent doing it though. Why can't you show that?
Like, they'll talk about how I'm a nepo baby, etc., while also claiming I'm desperate for money. Like, there's contradictory insults.
I can't.
But I don't understand. I don't understand why you can't show.
Honest question. What makes you think the Connor allegations are not credible? I'm not saying that I think the Connor allegations are not credible. I'm saying that there's not enough for me to believe them to be true automatically and then go and run with that as an actual talking point against him. It's not that I'm saying that I think the claims in and of themselves never happened. Right? I'm just saying there's not enough there for me to feel comfortable running with that, and I don't need to.
show a single email.
I just told you.
So
Can we talk about? Okay, I just told you.
No, I'm not talking about
You don't
Destiny. I
know
want to know why
Yes,
you don't
because
have
because
a
you know
single
because you know
fucking-
Aiden is bar mitzvah. I never got bar mitzvah. I should have. I would have been rolling in dough. I would have been rolling in dough. You know that every accusation is a confession, and you can't defend him.
Why are we?
Oh my god, what does this even have to do with me? The guy might think I'm a pedophile. He could just think that and then continue
Oh
on this
my god,
conversation.
they
now.
keep doing this thing where it's like, why is Destiny coming up here? Why? Destiny is literally the reason we've all come together to talk about this given topic. The people calling in are fans of his that are only calling in because he's covering me. They will they'll pretend like he has nothing to do with anything when it's convenient for them. It's like, no, the only reason we're even talking about this issue now is because of Destiny's respective beef with Doobie. If this was actually an issue that people legitimately cared about, this would have come up from any of them in the last... Destiny knew him for 7 years. It would have come up then.
Oh, like...
Talking about Destiny when you are the one saying,
you don't
I
actually
did
care
this
about
thing.
it at all, and it's really funny to me.
I do.
Okay, then
I do care about it. You want to hit it over because you talk about...
Then prove to us that you care about it. Prove to us that you care about it.
Show documentation. Show documentation.
Prove
Show
to
a
us that you
single
care about it,
fucking
please.
email.
Oh my
A
God, why are you so
single
emotional?
fucking email. One email.
Why are you
One
so
email.
emotional about this?
All you gotta do one email. One email. And I'm done. I'm done. If you show one email from an FBI agent saying an FBI email,
I'm sorry,
I am done. Why can I stop?
So he would be the accused. Okay, so it was his statement that led to this accusation because he's admitting this information. So I don't know why we would take him at his word that he did this, but we won't take him at his word. He's just volunteering this info with no, there's no like pressure being applied or accusation made by anyone else. This is all coming from his word that this even happened to begin with. So I don't know why we're selectively, accepting one. Yes, so he made a claim. Yes, okay. So
he has to show evidence for
have
the
you,
claim.
have you seen evidence? Okay, sure. Have you seen evidence that he was ever in a position where somebody was sending CP to him or in a server or
You should just say, yeah, because they banned pedophiles from the server. So it seems like something was happening. Yeah, and he's the admin for the server, and he just said they were the only ones allowed to deal with it, right? So
found him, like he's ever interacted with anyone's CP.
So he doesn't.
You know what I do? Here's what I do for you guys. Okay, and actually, I can't.
Show a single email.
Once again, I need to talk to you.
Single email. One email.
Control your impulses. Just let me finish. So I need to confirm with the other person, but I want to do something to you guys. I think it'll be actually interesting. So I told you that this happened to minors on our server. The server's been around for a long time. Some of those minors are still on the server. They're not adults. So what I can do is I can talk to some of them and see if they'll actually be willing to talk to you about this and what happened and who got arrested and blah blah blah.
Aiden making all of these arguments whilst on cam is insane. I'm not a pussy, okay? I don't stand by everything I say. I've said things I regret saying. I've had takes that were bad, and I've revised them accordingly. But I stand by what I say, and I'm not ashamed of it, and that's why I show my fucking face, right? Why wouldn't I show my face? It's like, I'm not using a wiggler, okay? I'm not gonna be one of those guys.
I think that might actually be interesting to you guys. But, so I'm totally...
that's just wild. Okay.
Sure.
That might be fun, right? I know like 4 of them off the
If
top
you
of
want to do that right now,
I need to ask.
I got like
interested to talk because you guys seem pretty like crazy.
I got like 30 minutes, but sure.
It's not have right now. I'd have to like message one of them and try to get them on. But before that, right? I just want to see if you actually care about this because I feel like you don't. I feel like this.
Oh my god, we're gonna go down the Destiny road shit again.
You just tell me.
Because I'm so
if you can
tired.
prove to me it's not performative, then I will go.
Show one email.
If you can prove
Why
it's
would
not
you use the wiggler like 2 times? Yeah, ironically, I use it for the fucking DeOrio bit. You know, I'll show that when I go for my coffee break to go make another cup of coffee. I use that for like that one DeOrio bit, and I think I used it some other time. But I've never I don't use it for full streams.
If you told this story to any person in real life, they would ask for proof. Do you understand that? Like any person in real life would go, show me the fucking email. Why is that a big deal?
I have a 15-inch cock. You want to see proof?
Go ahead.
You want to see proof of my cock?
Let's see it. Let's fucking see it, bro.
Actually, it's like 3 inches. You want to see proof of that too?
Let me see all your cock, you pussy.
Cool. Okay.
So I have this really quick. Hold on. You just want him to prove you want to prove every part of the claim that he was making, right? This was a joke. Oh man, I want to see. So we need to see proof that it happened, right?
Is this going in a Destiny direction? Because
No, it's going in the... Well, if you need to see proof that happened, then don't you need to see proof that the CSAM collection happened?
I love how this guy is so far up your ass that like, you're anticipating...
I don't really want to
do you not think it's like... Do you have any professional relationship with him? Does he pay you or anything?
This is so boring. Anyway,
Wait, Doobie pays all of these guys? The projection is hilarious.
But you
very simple.
We're not going there. I'm asking you very simply. Can you answer my question? You want him to... Yes, I'm on the Doobie payroll. If it's that easy, look, if he believed this, look, obviously you've acknowledged that food shops, it's like an inconvenience that food shops is your only white knight, Steven. Doobie's giving me under $200. Give me $200. See if that's true. Give me 300. Give me 4. Give me 500. Simply prove I'm not moving. Prove the parts of the claim that he made, right?
I just want to see one email.
Yeah, because that was a component of the claim. So I would assume you also want to see the CP, right?
I don't want to see any part of
but
the
he was
CP,
claiming you need to see proof, right? If you're the one that's asserting this fact.
Why would I want to see that? That's disgusting, Aiden. And frankly, I think we need to check your hard drive.
So
you
true.
Just made
you're
a
the one demanding.
Claim.
You're the one demanding. We need to see
serious claim.
You're the one that is on here.
I just want to see one email.
Isn't the obvious response is that it's unlikely you'd lie about having CSAM, but likely you'd lie about clicking for cops? Yeah, I think there's even a name in. I think there's a name in court for this related to character evidence stuff or whatever, but like admissions about things that are negative.
I might report Aiden later. Report me to who? For what? To YouTube or to the police?
Your character are taken more seriously than admissions about things that are positive of your character. I even kind of sort of asked Aiden this, and he kind of sort of agreed, but then walked it back immediately, I think, where it's like, if somebody were to tell you that they got bullied at school, and so as a result of that, they learned Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and then they beat up every single bully they had, like, you might believe the first part, but you're probably not going to believe...
Yeah, but my rebuttal to that, yes, obviously that's true, but for different reasons, right? The rebuttal to that was that I brought it down to probability, right? With that claim in particular, it would be, probability-wise, it is very likely you've been bullied in school at some point. I actually would be surprised if everyone went through school without facing bullying at one point or another, right? The claim that would be harder to substantiate, that would have incentive to make you look cool, would be the jiu-jitsu claim. But that claim, probability-wise, is far less likely to be occurring, right? So I would obviously, and just serves to make you look better, so I'd obviously raise an eyebrow. Now, in regards to when Doobie says he was saving it to send to law enforcement, the first part of the claim if he just left that in isolation makes him look bad. The second part, right, provides some explanation that minimizes the first. I don't see any reason why he would just there was no impetus to present the first part of the claim. There's no burden to present the first part of the claim. Nobody was pressing him or alleging anything. That you would just assume, like the jiu-jitsu comment, that the whole statement existed to make him look cool. Because both things are of equal probability, right? People who are exposed to CP involuntarily, like non-pedophiles, or people who, for non-pedophilic reasons, have a situation where they encounter it, and people who report it, it's probably comparable, speaking in terms of probability.
The second part. We're not doing like logical, what is it, conjunctions or whatever the fuck you call it, or conditional, conjoint, I don't know what the fuck you call it. But like, well, either the entire statement is true or the entire statement is false, every part of it.
From a law enforcement agency. That's all I want. I don't know. Why is it so hard to produce that? Can you answer that to me? Why is that very hard to produce?
Hold on. To be clear, it actually isn't at all. And I think
okay.
Aiden, so everything that I said earlier to Aiden, I've shown him proof of. Right? So it's not.
He hasn't. That's a lie. And because Aiden would have mentioned that, and he hasn't.
I've literally said I haven't seen all the proof. I've said this. I've seen proof that they have dealt with this. I've seen proof they've been reporting people as a result that people were banned for that reason, and there's corroborating evidence that in the ban logs there was intent to go report this to law enforcement. The thing that I've not seen is the proof itself that a report was made to law enforcement, and I've never claimed I have.
Proof of it. That's irritating.
Oh, statements against interest, maybe?
It's that you don't have a consistent standard, so I know that you don't actually give a fuck about this at all, actually. So this is why I want you to prove to me that you have a consistent standard. And I want you to tell me.
Did he show you the proof? Did he actually show you it?
I showed him proof of all the other shit I said yes. Absolutely, yes.
Wait. The law enforcement, did he show you the email of the law enforcement agency? I just want to be clear about that.
We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, wait, did you say something?
This is something totally different then. Why the fuck are we even mentioning whatever the fuck? Is this about, like Anavar or Rose or some shit? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I wasn't listening to this stream at all.
That's okay.
But hey, did Destiny just implicitly, did Destiny just imply that he doesn't think that I'm a liar? Because he said, if I saw that, I would have said something by now, implying that he doesn't think I would just lie that I saw it. Destiny arguing that Aiden is honest? So fucking true. I agree with that point. Actually. Totally.
All I want you to do is prove you have consistent standard, and I'll prove whatever you want.
Oh my god, this is so boring.
You know what I'm gonna ask you? So when Destiny said, Holy Mac, that he still...
Do you think he lied about the whole thing to criticize you? No, I think Doobie just tells lies because he just likes to feel like a cool internet dude. I doubt he has any family members. He's probably just a loser that sits on Discord all day. He's on his little politics thing all day, and he wants the server to be huge and everything. And I think he lies about infiltrating communities in the past and turning them into the FBI because it's like cool internet tough guy stories, basically.
Had the CSAM video. He said, but yes, and then justified it repeatedly. Do you think at that point, do you think that he deleted it? Do you think he didn't delete it, so he still has it? Or do you think he turned it in? And if you think one of those three things, have you received any evidence of it?
I haven't received any evidence about it, and I can't comment on it. So,
okay, so
I don't know what he did with it.
You had him about it and calling him a pedophile? Like, have you been doing that?
I mean, plenty of other people have done that. I mean, you've been doing it repeatedly. My understanding is. Why have you been doing that? Why have you been doing that? Why have you been doing that when you're the CSAM Batman? Haven't you called the FBI on him? Haven't you gotten arrested already?
Another thing.
Don't you have contacts in law enforcement to take him out? Don't you have like those guys in your fucking like Interpol or whatever the fuck? Can't you get rid of them?
Hold on.
It was a hot day out.
I'm joking.
Did you see the? I mean, do you know that?
I don't think I don't know. Not wrong.
Destiny found child porn on Twitter, and his reaction was to post it.
I know what Interpol is. It's like international police, right? That's what that stands for. So the thing that I was making fun of was that he said Interpol. Because you don't call them the police, do you? That implies that he didn't know what the acronym stood for, right?
Then BGG. And so like, oh, look at this 15-year-old posting news and shit on Twitter.
I don't think that was child porn, no? Wasn't it like, I feel like it was minors in like weird outfits. But I like how he makes the comparison here when my logs are like, this is fucking insane. Like, why the fuck is this not like banned on Twitter? Whereas Doobie's mission is like, I have to find all the child porn and make copies of it. Like,
are you talking about the tag for CP or whatever? Yeah,
it wasn't a tag for CPs. It was a tag for minors on Twitter, which was crazy.
Chat, and people were going to the fucking, he directed them to the child porn they found on Twitter.
So you're talking
why were you browsing a tag like that?
Nice, good one.
About the tag, he said it was wild that there was a tag on Twitter.
I like how anytime I have a conversation about anything, or if I talk about like an unsavory thing or whatever, it's always like he's directed them because he wants the mass consumer. Like, Jesus Christ.
For child porn, and he posted it.
And that is your.
I'm not saying that.
Wait.
Child porn of a 15-year-old, yeah. That's funny to you? You're just screaming about
I just think it's funny that you're talking about a tag. You're talking about a tag. You're talking about save. You said all this shit, dude. And you said, why can't you show a single email from a law enforcement agency? I can go through my emails and find every single person I've ever emailed.
I'm sorry. I just explained to you there are a million conceivable ways to make, or there are ways to report something to law enforcement in a way that wouldn't leave a physical email.
But that's not what he said. Why
did he say email? I'm asking you, did he say email?
He has said that he is an email and a phone call. Yes, he did say that before. He did say.
Like, I'd be like, the problem you have as well here is that I'd be way more critical and pressing Doobie on certain criticisms, etc., because I think there are real criticisms to make of him in this context. If it wasn't, like, the whole broader reason we're discussing this is not the bad faith insinuation that he's a pedophile. It's hard to engage in, like, a productive dialogue about the good criticisms when people are just looking for shit to misrepresent, to paint somebody as the worst thing possible because they are mad about his conflict with Destiny or whatever, right? Like, there's room to engage in all these discussions, but they've kind of like made that more difficult by how they've gone about this. And if they ever wanted to have those good faith discussions, it would have come up in the 7 years that these two knew each other.
Are you talking about Destiny? Is this some Destiny shit?
Yeah. Can you tell me why you
don't dig music? I do dig music. I don't know Interpol though, or Interpol. I said this guy's got me saying Interpol. I like music. I just I don't know Interpol.
Screaming at Destiny.
I'm not fucking talking about this, dude. I'm telling you right now. Because Aiden was.
What the fuck? MN equals minor. So there are wild tags on, I don't know if this was before or after, but there's also tags for like fucking eating disorder Twitter, which is crazy. So from bottom
to be fair to Destiny, I've been through that one. And the reason I've been through that one is because it was like, it looked insane. Like, it looked insane. And it was like it's like if you see a train crash or whatever, right? You like know it's bad, but you can't really look away. Because, you know, you're naturally inclined to sort of, you know, look at crazy shit. Obviously, some crazy shit, you know, like the minors tag on X, I wouldn't even ever do that. But for like the ED Twitter or whatever, when I first came across that, I didn't even believe it was real. And when I was like seeing that shit, it was like insane to me how like people were like encouraging others to like engage in like eating disorders and shit. I thought that was like bizarre. Hold on, I'm very... Interpol.
You upward, embracing me with two hands. Right, we'll take you places.
Not my music.
Top is how these reads. So let's see. Wait, what the fuck does
It's not hard enough.
FW mean? I think I just stumbled into the weird fucking part of Twitter. Like, does it mean minor, not safe for work? And then
Destiny made it successfully about Doobie. You need to, yes, 150%, yes.
And I think this was like a girl. I don't know if she was wearing a normal outfit or a bikini or something. And I'm like, look at her profile.
Looking very skinny today, Aiden. Keep going for
what the fuck? This tag is what the fuck? How are these people not banned? Someone showed up in their mentions and I clicked a profile. They are 15.
Man's heard. It sounds like soft rock. It doesn't sound like my shit. Let me.
And I clicked a tag. There are tons of.
Yo, thank you for the 5 from Hey Bowden. Are you the Aiden Underground from Destiny's Lawsuit? You are a legend, bro. Yes, I'm that guy. I am that guy. Much appreciated. As seen in Destiny's Lawsuit. Can we put that in my bio now? There I am, Gary. There I am. Dude, that is like so bizarre to me. Like, I'm not like it's a serious situation. I'm not sitting here like, you know, this is great, this is awesome, but like, it is just surreal to me that I'm even being like, I've never been, to my knowledge, mentioned in a court of law. So nevertheless, federal court. So it's like really weird to see your like pseudonym in court.
Minor not safe for work posters. This hashtag MN equals minor. What the fuck? Which is especially weird because Twitter, now that we definitely know this, doesn't do any kind of.
I'm not a Destiny. Like, I'm not. The big lie from DGG is that this guy's all I think about. I've been thinking about him a lot recently because I've been going through this drama. This is one of the biggest dramas I've ever been involved in, right? You know, so I've been thinking about it a lot lately. But prior to that, I actively avoided the subject. Why am I in it? The reason that I'm in the lawsuit is because, and I could be wrong about this, I could have misread it. It seems like the court, it seems like Pixie's lawyers had put in a motion, like as a part of discovery, for Destiny to present all of his logs with Solo. It seems like the response from his attorneys, or it was like him directly, was that he didn't have access to those logs and couldn't present them as a part of the discovery. When I was on stream with him, he presented logs with between him and Solo that seemingly contradicted the statements made in response to the earlier motion. So now a new motion for sanctions is being filed due to the, I guess, failure to disclose that. Thank you for the 10, Doobie, weekly brain rental payment. So true. This guy Doobie has done nothing wrong ever. I endorse all of his decisions because he's just giving me $10. Am I going to be subpoenaed? No, I'm not going to be subpoenaed. Obviously, if I was, I would cooperate, but I don't think I'm gonna be subpoenaed or anything, right? If it came to that, which it won't, I'm just being mentioned. Other people have been mentioned before. I'm not special. I know some pretty good fucking lawyers, so I would obviously consult.
Verification or anything else, but it's like a super not safe for work haven. But this is apparently the same as being CSAM Batman, I guess.
Was telling me it was a form.
Then I clicked the tag and there's a ton of minor SFW. They are 15. Someone showed up in my mentions. I clicked their profile. How are these people not banned? The tag is what the fuck. Also look at their profile. What the fuck? NSFW. And then he's sending the actual link. Like, does it mean minor NSFW? I think I just stumbled into the weird fucking part of Twitter.
Like, if I hadn't put a link here, would they say, why are you giving the tag to look for it? And then if I hadn't given the tag to look for it, would they say, why are you talking? Like, it's just such a stupid virtue signal. Oh my god.
What the fuck does MNSFW mean? Wait, so I would, if there wasn't, okay. I wouldn't even, I literally, you just heard me say it before. I'm not even, like, this one's like a little murky. I wasn't even using this one, right? I said that before. The only reason this came up is because they're doing this, like, obviously I don't resort to their tactics, so that's why I'm not running with this as, like, factual. But the reason I'm entertaining is in response to their claims about Doobie, right? Like, this is being viewed through that lens. It's like, look what can be flipped back on you. Not that I would be naturally be inclined to care all that much about. I don't think that Destiny's a pedophile. I think that he's possibly an ephebophile. Possibly. That's never been my standpoint that he's like a legitimate pedophile. I know that other people think that for various reasons, which is like fair enough. It's just not a claim that I've run with, right? Because I haven't seen enough to substantiate that, and I know that a lot of his wrongdoings and relationships have occurred and been perpetrated consistently in the context of mostly adult women. I know Rose was 17, which is why in congruence with like the 15-year-old thing people like to bring up from the past, if anything, I could be inclined to believe that he's like maybe like an ephebophile or some shit, which to be fair, you could colloquially call a pedophile. I don't take issue with that, but it's just not what I'm running with. Like with this guy, he wants to agenda set. He wants to establish where the front's going to be and where you're going to fight. There are points that I have that I've invoked that are strong enough where I just want to stick to those. Yo, Will with the 2. Doobster, why haven't you sent proof to Gaten? He said as such on Discord, right? It was something, it pertained to something with PII or some shit, I don't remember. I'm not saying he's lying, but obviously you have to understand I can't run with the defense on that if I don't see anything. Like, it's not like a personal thing. I just can't, you know, do that.
So that sounds like an accident.
In fucking chat,
Did that sound like an accident, or did that sound like he deliberately
no, I
did?
think he accidentally said that.
He accidentally said it.
That's what I mean. It's stupid.
So that sounds like an accident.
In fucking chat,
Did that sound like an accident, or did that sound like he deliberately
No, I
did?
think he accidentally said that.
He accidentally said it.
That's what I mean. It's stupid.
Aiden, you said before it was a form. Did you hear him say it was an email? I wanted you to confirm. He said before it was an email and a
I
phone
just
call.
told you it was all a lie. Yeah. I'm not actually Batman. I'm sorry. It was all a lie. Okay, now can we address?
So Aiden, you heard him from before. He said it wasn't a form. You heard that, right?
Yeah. Now that he said that, sure.
Okay, it was an email and a phone call. That's what he said. So he does have contacts with law enforcement. He could look through his emails and literally.
Yeah, and I revised my position accordingly when provided with that new information. I literally corrected as we were rewatching this. I said, yeah, it seems like the whole tip line argument doesn't work because he would have specified it as such if that was the motive in which he did it. It seems to be implied that he does have access to the evidence of his report, but isn't providing it for a certain reason. I got new information, so I moved back on that one.
Edited out everything he sent to these people, and he could pull it up, and he doesn't produce
Again, I can do it. Hold on. That isn't the issue. I just want to prove
that is the issue. That is the issue.
He will never do that.
That is the issue. Because you're making these strong claims.
I'm sorry. He just said he's willing to get people. He's willing to try to get people to come and testify that people actually got reported.
Sure.
And I'll re-ask him about it if this, we don't hear from this again, right?
No, he won't.
Like he just said, I absolutely will. Willing to provide you with a form of evidence.
Why can't you provide the email?
I think he should give me the evidence. I'll say it a million times, right? But the lack of evidence to me, if I was interpreting it in the worst lens possible, to me indicates that he exaggerated to look cool, right? I'm not even saying that that's necessarily what happened, but if I was to make the worst conclusion about that, it would be that, right? Because I don't see someone who is actually a pedophile that would, first of all, right, as well, we acknowledge that this guy's minors in his server, a lot of them, which I've said he shouldn't have, right? But if he was a pedophile, I feel like we would have been seeing like way more past allegations against him. I mean, he would have hit the jackpot. And second of all, right, he volunteered this information himself without any burden to do so. So I'm inclined to believe that potentially he would be exaggerating to look cool, or that there's a reason he's not giving me the information, which he possibly has, right?
Although. Why can't you provide the email, though?
Okay, I just told you that I can, but I'd like you to prove
do it.
Standard because the issue for me is.
But you could show it to Aiden, though, right? Listen, Aiden, don't you want to see it, though? Aiden has a consistent standard. Do you agree with that, Doobie? Aiden has a consistent standard.
I get the debates, whatever.
Doobie.
Oh my God.
Would you agree that Aiden has a consistent standard?
I do have a consistent standard. That's why I'm not defending Doobie on this claim anymore until I get the evidence, right? I'm consistent across the board. Okay? I'm not like, you know, I am totally consistent on those. Whoa.
Sure.
Would you agree that Aiden has... Okay, so why can't Aiden see the email and then confirm to me?
I just said if you ask
you could send Aiden an email.
Let him answer. If you ask a question, let him answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, the issue is, so again, if Aiden wants to see it, they will not present it, so no problem. However,
go ahead.
You see, but notice how, when I say I'm not going to defend Doobie on that anymore, he says reasonable. As opposed to when I'm talking to them and their failure to provide evidence while aggressively expecting the acceptance of a claim, they start calling me fair game and shit. I will not defend or buy into claims without evidence. That goes for everybody. And it's like bizarre, and it seemingly makes sense even to the people it doesn't benefit, like Doobie, right? So it was like bizarre that I was just supposed to take them at face value for everything they were saying about that server. I was supposed to come to that conclusion preemptively without being given the evidence for it at the time. What's the flavor of the day? I think this is pineapple savors. Of my vape, I think you're talking about.
With you, the reason I'm asking this question is because I think
I don't have to see it. Aiden, I believe Aiden.
Did Aiden ever provide WIC with the name of the person spreading his docs? No, Aiden backed out of that and he said he wasn't going to.
I explain why, by the way. Explain why. And it makes total sense. I will not be an accomplice to doxing. I won't. Knowingly so, at least, right? And the problem you run into here, I think we already got washed up to this point, maybe. The problem you run into here is that they have a policy, an intentional policy of fair game. So people that they can, you know, go through hoops to justify, even people who've not engaged in the act themselves, they justify these people as bearing responsibility and therefore justify them as fair game. What does fair game mean? It means shit like doxing and reporting. They made a claim to me that Wick got doxed. They didn't present me with the evidence. I went to go make sure that happened myself because the person that had done it, I guess, was in my server. And I went, and I think it was, I don't remember the exact process, so I'm going to be a little bit inclusive on the beginning. But at some point, somebody in confidence who I trust, and trust me, had presented me with the proof that Wick had his PII disseminated in the server. So I then went and banned the person that did it from my server. Wick knows the name of the person who disseminated his PII. Wick now wants the name because I took corrective action against the person that did that. It's the ever-moving goalpost. Wick now wants the name of the person that in good faith and confidence proved to me that he was doxxed so that they can therefore justify that well-meaning person as a target of fair game. And I'm not going to be complicit in that. Okay? I understand that I initially had said yes, right? When he had said to provide it or whatever, I had said I didn't know, but I could get it, and when I did, I would present it. I walked back that I could present it, right? I'm not going to present it. And you can see the argument that convinced me of that on that same stream. In regards to the I don't remember who it was claim, I didn't. I literally didn't. And if I wanted to lie and say I didn't remember who it was, I wouldn't have then followed I don't remember who it was with, but I definitely will be able to figure out who it is if you give me an hour after stream, right? I would have just said that I don't remember and that it happened in like VC or something. I literally didn't remember who it was in that very moment because there have been a litany of claims made about various people, claims I followed up on, etc. across, you know, and I don't remember specifically who's giving me what or where I heard what, etc.
He said that and Wick got mad at him, but yeah. But we all knew that was going to happen, so.
I think this is performative. I think you don't actually give a fuck.
Okay.
I want to see if there... Wouldn't it be insane, by the way? Because you know how they were taking that edgy joke that I drunkenly made in that Discord call and presenting it as a serious statement of intent to paint me as a homicidal maniac. Wouldn't it be insane if Wick, who ran with that and pretended like it might have been a serious claim and laughed at the idea that it was an edgy joke, wouldn't it be insane if Wick admits that he knew it was a joke and that he tactically was pretending that it wasn't? Wouldn't it be insane if I had DMs that he sent to some girl admitting this? Wouldn't that just be crazy? Hypothetically speaking?
Okay.
I think this is.
I think you're weird. I think you're a weird guy.
Wait, and you just
Wouldn't it be like a little fucked if Wick, before I even knew who he was, decided to pretend like a joke was a serious statement of intent, which would then result in a potentially life-ruining claim, just to own me? Wouldn't that be like a little bit fucked?
Posted a link to child porn in his fucking EGG chat for his fucking.
Why did he say sweats to me? Why did he say sweats to me? Oh my god, he's so goofy.
Fucking child porn?
Hold on. Why is he?
So if I said sweats to you, that was child porn.
It would be insane if I had that, right? Hi, Wick. I've been following along with the whole Destiny J-Stock Aiden drama, lol, and I'm actually from Aiden's community. But I don't personally agree with him on this drama. I just want to give context on the Lio call, as seen on Twitter. Aiden was in a huge drama beginning of January, and it lasted for like 3 to 4 months, and it's always going to be brought up, and I wanted to add, Aiden was going a dark time. That's true, but it's like, I wouldn't word it like that. It's a little gay. Aiden was going through a dark time in London when that call happened and was totally drunk. He definitely was hyperfixated on Lio Convoy because he wanted to debate with him for so long, but Lio refused, so Aiden took it up a notch and brought his wife involved to get a debate with him for that reason. Aiden apologized many times, streamed to everyone. Lio regretted it, but thankfully people in that Discord called him out on his... Hold on. Aiden apologized many times on stream to everyone, even Lio's wife. I never apologized to Lio's wife directly, because I'm not gonna reach out there. But if she saw anything, then I obviously was sorry that she got brought into it. that called him out in his behavior. I do believe he wants to change for the better. He really liked to argue on Twitter. So when you see him sparks like defending himself, please believe him. They were absolutely jokes / edgy humor that himself and his community uses in that. Like, this is like the bare minimum that you should be able to admit if you're coming at this in good faith. Okay? Even if you don't like the fact that I was joking and what I was joking about, I was joking. I never have had serious intent to go kill someone. Nevertheless, somebody that has done nothing to me, right? If I was able to be brought to a point of wanting to kill somebody who has done nothing to me, who I've never even spoken to, I would probably have a long documented history of violence, which I don't. I was making an edgy joke in private, in a space where shock humor was prominent, right? While I was drunk. And it was an off-color joke, it was an off-taste joke, but that's probably because my inhibitions were in this. He really and his community using that small circles on Discord. He's not that type of person ever engaged in that behavior. Hopefully you read this and understand. Okay. So then Wick why does Wick respond to everybody on Twitter? Or just women? I also don't think he really wants to kill anyone. Oh, wait a second. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird because it sounded like he couldn't tell I was joking when I spoke to him. That's strange. But there's a larger point to be made here. Also, I am demonstrated how effective Tactic 1 is. By bringing up an issue with him, we avoid talking about the actual topic, and he reflexively defends. And when you are excusing, you are losing. He makes too many arguments, and one is very weak, and that becomes the focus, rather than the strong one. I guess I might be showing my hand, but my purpose isn't to beat him here. I just kind of want to open his eyes a bit. I think he's savable. Does this make sense? Got it. So there was a leaked call, where context is cut out. The full call is not out there, right? Context is cut. Multiple of attest to mitigating statements that occurred in that call that were never featured in the actual recording. The thing is literally cut, right? But I'm making obviously drunken, edgy jokes in a space where shock humor is prominent and it is intended to be utilized. That is the part of my server where it's intended to be utilized. Everybody knows I was joking, right? That was there. It wasn't intended for an outside audience. And right? That's probably indicated by who I was talking to, where I was talking about it, the fact that I'm literally rapping at certain points in that, etc. It is very obviously out of taste jokes that were recorded in private and then posted and disseminated to smear me. Okay, I understand that. And it seems like Wick understands that too. So it's really weird that he was retweeting tweets from Denal that seemed to suggest, or no, it doesn't seem to suggest, that lied, that I was making serious assertions of intent to go hurt somebody, which was not true and has never been true. Like, is this not fucked? I wasn't going to, like, use past fucking dirt against him. I wasn't, I kept it to the substance. I was so respectful to Wick. I was actually so fucking respectful to Wick. Like, for example, we're supposed to be doing the first debate on Monday. It's on Wednesday. It was on a Wednesday we ended up doing the debate. Before that Monday, right? Okay, so how it was going to be was, we were planning on Monday. He might have been able to get me in Thursday, but he was going to have to check because he was having Love It on, right? I go to class after staying up all night, not thinking the debate was going to happen on Wednesday, assuming that it was possibly Thursday, but guaranteed Monday. I get out of class, my notifications are blowing up saying now Destiny's going to debate me and that I'm running and the debate is in an hour. Okay? Despite the random rescheduling hitting me with that out of nowhere, I agree. No problem. It was inconvenient for me, but I agreed. Right? When it was just supposed to be me and Wick debating the second time, when Wick decides to randomly bring Destiny in and randomly bring everybody else in, I play the game. I keep participating. I've been nothing but respect. I haven't used outside information, etc. And instead, what they've decided to do is try to make me look like a fucking psychopathic murderer because they're taking drunken, edgy jokes made in private and pretending like they don't know that it's a joke when he obviously does know that it's a joke. He's literally saying that he doesn't really think I want to kill anyone. He says, I do, because she was saying, like, you have to understand he was joking, etc. So I don't know what the justification for this is. I wouldn't do this to him. I've gone out of my way to not run. Like, when people were saying that he fucking groped that one, I wasn't going and running with that, was I? We covered it. But I didn't think go and run with that because I can debate on the fucking material. Yeah, they do play dirty, and it sucks because I don't. I'm not going to. I'm not gonna play dirty. I'm not gonna go to their level. But it's like, when you're dealing with people that are only playing dirty, and you have to, like, play fair, it's, like, fucking frustrating as shit. Yeah, I get it now. Just so you know, he's a stubborn person. I do also want to open his eye to... Okay, if you think it's gonna open my eyes... Unironically, when they started running with that joke is serious, it, like, made it personal for me. It unironically just made it become personal for me. It went from something we were gonna talk about the substance, something that I wasn't really connected to, etc. When they started doing that, it, like, obviously, like, I started to feel legitimate anger towards them, right? So obviously I'm going to be way less receptive to any ideas you're trying to convince me of. And arguably, them pulling that shit with me is what made me biased towards Doobie. Because I literally watched what they did with me. They went back to look for anything they could find. They found, like, drunken, edgy jokes and tried to pretend like those were serious statements of intent. And retweeted an account that was pretending like those were serious statements of intent. An account that threatened to contact my family members, that they're still retweeting, by the way, when they accuse us of being, like, doxers by association for super tenuous, or way more tenuous connections, right? It's just, like, this guy is such a fucking rat. Like, he's an actual, like, rat. The way that I tried to do a good thing and tried to make a good faith effort to take corrective action when I heard that his PII got disseminated in somebody else's server, and he tried to flip that back on me for an own, my efforts to go and do something for him that I reasonably didn't have to do, he's like a fucking rat. He looks like one too. He's got the fucking incisors of one. It's just like, in some facets, I dislike this guy more than I dislike Destiny. Destiny's like you're fucking, like I'm being colloquial here, but like a fucking socio, you know what you're, like, I know what I'm expecting there. Not to minimize it or anything. But what is in it for Wick? Why is he doing this? Like, Destiny is fighting for his, like, you know why, you know what's in it for Destiny. You know why he's doing this. He has all this, like, history and shit that he needs to defend, and so you don't come to the conclusion that he's a bad person, which would be the obvious conclusion. What the fuck is in it for Wick? And if you're gonna say the money, that's super hilarious, because they're saying that I was being charitable to Doobie, etc., because he'd given me money. When the truth of the matter is, if I went and defected to them, and I could reasonably overnight, I'm a far better debater than Food Shops. That's not up for question. I'm probably a better liar if I tried. Overnight, could go in there, defect to DGG, and probably make way more fucking money than anything I've been given through, etc. I'm not gonna do that, because I have a conscience, and I don't want to sit there and just live a life where I have to lie to everyone to defend someone that I believe is perpetrating legitimate wrongdoing against others. So if Wick's motivation is for the money, which it possibly could be, that's fucking pathetic. You sweep for Doobie for free, J-Stalk must be proud. Fuck what J-Stalk thinks about fucking anything. What is this link to J-Stalk as well? Acting like I wasn't making fun of him for the Jerry shit. Acting like I wasn't calling him a dishonest fat ass. Acting like I wasn't snarking this guy every time he came up, and we stopped talking for a long time because I felt he threw me under the bus. Like, the efforts linking me to J-Stalk are even funnier, because with Doobie, I didn't really know this guy before this situation. With J-Stalk, I did know him, and I fucking hated him. I'm not talking to Destiny about Doobie anymore because that's irrelevant. It's a fucking pivot. Doobie's like, I'm cool with him, right? He's been cool to me. I don't agree with the shit he's doing, or some of the shit he's doing is moderation decisions, etc. I can't defend him if he's not giving me the evidence on that, etc. But I'm not gonna, it's agenda setting. He wants to bring it back to Doobie so that we don't talk about the points that I hit him with that he was unable to respond to. Doobie's battle is Doobie's battle. If I hear someone lie about him, I will absolutely defend it, right? But that's between him and Destiny. I have my own gripes here, my own points, and I'm going to stick to those points and argue for them. Did Doobie send the FBI? No, he didn't. That's why I'm not defending him on this point anymore, because I'm fucking fair.
I think he's clearly joking. Why are we pivoting off the fact that you won't send Aiden the email? Why won't you send Aiden the email?
Is it like a
why haven't you sent anyone the email?
Always
Doobie, why haven't you sent
Yo,
anyone?
thank you for the 10. Thank you for the 10, Doobie. It's too late. You're in the cabal now. You're now linked to every random person who criticizes him for being a dishonest. Apparently, yeah. Apparently, yeah. Like, because I haven't even sent, I don't think I've sent a single message to Doobie. I went back and checked. Even when we started talking because of this drama, it was on stream. I wasn't even messaging him back. I was in a VC once, or I was in a VC with him briefly since, but like that's the only like off-stream communication, and it was like he was barely talking there. And it's like the first DM, we only became friends on the 3rd, I think, which was the day the debate happened and his name got brought up. Why was his name brought up if I didn't know him?
Proof of this stuff. It doesn't have to be sent to me. It should be sent to Aiden. Hey, send it to Aiden. Send it to Aiden right now. It should be so.
No, Denal, I defended Doobie because I watched as you tried to lie and paint and mischaracterize drunken, edgy jokes as serious statements of intent to make life-ruining allegations against me, threaten to contact my family over it. So once I was aware of the efforts and once I was aware of the tactics and bad faith efforts to smear, I was naturally sympathetic to anyone that I was watching that it seemed like the same thing was happening back to them. And it still does seem like the same thing is happening back to him. Even if I'm critical of his actions, I don't believe any part of their criticism of him is being entertained in good faith. And if it was, it would have come up in the 7 years of them knowing each other.
Easy. I can pull up my email right now and find every email that was asked. And the topic is right there. So it should be.
We don't know how long ago it was. So what do you think that the hamster at Google has to literally run all the way back to the back filing cabinet to find the email? What does that even mean? We don't know how long ago it was.
Notice he's dodging on every single.
Obviously, the likelihood of you having an email is probably going to correlate or correspond. Not everyone clears their emails, etc. A lot of people do, and that very well just might correspond to the length of time and the duration that's passed.
Even when I say to give it to a third party, he can't give it to the third.
Dickers disagrees with you and agrees with me. Dickers doesn't think I was being serious in that call. Dickers was in the room with me, physically, when I was making those jokes, and the two of us met up the next night. If Dickers actually, which he press him on this, if Dickers thought I was noting serious intent to go kill somebody, why would he go and meet up with me the next night? His claim, his incorrect claim, is that what I did was doxing, not that I was being serious in the call, right? That's what my disagreement with Dickers is about, not if what I was saying was jokes or not, right?
You can talk to multiple admins on my server who also done this kind of stuff.
I don't want to
Oh my God. Multiple admins? Bro, how many fucking child abusers do you have on your server? You've had multiple encounters with pedophiles. Your admins have all had multiple encounters with pedophiles. It's like a pedophile haven.
Email. Why did you send a fucking email?
I have no issue sending an email. What I'm telling you is only if it's standard. And I don't
not even to Aiden? Aiden, don't you think it's a little weird that he won't send it to you?
If you can show me that it's not performative, then I won't do anything else.
I've dealt with this exact situation before where there's typically some there's somebody would get implicated or there's someone.
A-log him, and you do gay ops. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you absolutely do.
What's your evidence?
That you're here right now, that you go to every single community.
I'm sorry, Destiny made public claims about
every single creator, that you and JStalk, you message every single creator in this space to tell them what a horrible guy he is, that you try to get talking points to people. I absolutely, the JStalk server is filled with it. What are you talking about?
Again,
every single time I go in there, that's the evidence.
So the community that Destiny's openly trying to dox talks about Destiny. Yeah, obviously, you fucking idiot. Of course.
Wait.
What are you talking about?
It's not just talking, right? That's downplaying.
Not to mention the thousands Yes, thousands of doobie bucks. I've actually decided, with my very real, very attractive girlfriend, we've decided that now, thanks to Doobie, we can afford to bring a child into this world. So I'm now becoming a father, and my child's college is being paid for by Doobie.
A bit, right? That's downplaying it quite a
you
bit,
said that I
right?
never started doxing.
Wait. You just lied by omission, right? You just lied by omission, right? Yes, you did. You just said that you only talk about him.
What is the specific allegation you're making?
All day. The specific allegation is that you try to ruin his professional and personal
Where's the
relationships.
evidence
That's what you do all day.
Yeah, where's the evidence?
That you message people like Connor and Counterpoints, that you've messaged everybody in the space.
Hold on, no, I don't. That's not true.
Connor?
I don't Connor. Hold on, I don't Connor.
Oh my god, I don't do that. No.
Seriously, what are you talking about?
Wait. You never messaged Connor. You never.
Hold on, so I'm allowed to message Connor? Like, what are you talking about? I've known Connor for 6 years. I've been in this community for 6 years.
You just denied it, and then now you're admitting to it.
The claim is that he's going out of his way to reach out to people to sabotage professional relationships for Destiny, right?
Professional.
I can't even talk to people that I'm already friendly with in the space.
You just denied it. Wait.
Of course, because his communication with Connor extends back 6 years. That would provide another reason for why he talks to Connor, right? So I would refute that.
Yeah, Destiny's love with Connor has nothing to do with me. That was all him and Connor. Like, that was not me at all. Like, the only thing that I had part of that was Connor agreeing with me over Destiny's lie about me trying to get people to start the sun. So obviously I wasn't doing that. Destiny couldn't defend that. We couldn't defend that. So they had an argument about that.
Defend what?
Connor has nothing to do with me.
I do have to admit, the fucking board he has in the background that like display that is cool as shit.
Oh, him and Connor.
There's like little shit he does for his like stream stuff that is like very cool. Like in regards to the I know I was calling out, but like the like DGG chat, the fucking wiki, the like chat in the background, etc. I think that stuff's like cool. Not in regards to, like, you know, the substance of it is cool. I don't think that's cool. But I think some of the stuff he has for streaming is a little cool. Chud Logic and Dickers did not. Yes, Dickers is the only one that hasn't walked it back, right? I was also informed that Beckett did not do so. That's not true. I spoke to Beckett for 2 hours, and he said I could tell everybody that he doesn't stand by the doxing claim. Is he disputing that now? Because if he is, then I can substantiate that if needed. If needed.
Connor. Like, that was not me at all. Like, the only thing that I had part of that was Connor agreeing with me over Destiny.
Show you logs. If he's denying it, I can absolutely prove that happened. But he's not denying it. You're just making that up. Also, who gives a, Chud has not, like, made any comments about this since it initially happened. So obviously, I don't even think he's seen the new arguments, right? I haven't argued them about this. In regards to Dickers, he's the only one in the group. He's the only one in like out of the main critics that has not walked back that claim specifically. And I literally refuted all of his reasoning for it last night. It's not gonna matter what he like, unless he's like your authority on everything, right? That's not really gonna be. Why would that be relevant for your determination?
He's lie about me trying to get people to start the sun. So obviously I wasn't doing that. Destiny couldn't defend that. We couldn't defend that. So they had an argument about that. That was my involvement in that. Okay, I wouldn't have had that conversation with Connor on stream if he wasn't making that allegation. So again, if he says crazy shit about me, I talk about him, obviously. Like, why wouldn't I? Hello? You can explain why you're okay with Destiny posting child porn in the chat now?
Ingratiate, are you still there?
Jesus Christ.
I think he had a connection issue, so I literally can't hear him. Okay, he just left. I'll give him a sec to rejoin. It's just...
Alright, around to Big Creek. Go, Doobie. I want to get you on record.
Why do you need Chud to give you permission? I've laid out the argument. I've provided evidence for it. I've done this a fucking litany of times at this point. We're not going to go over it all over again, but you could watch yesterday's stream where we talk about it for literally an hour. Why would you need somebody else to give you permission to accept that argument? You just want to lie to smear me.
Get you on record. You don't go around to big creators. You don't DM big creators. You don't go into their chats. You don't go to different organizations, and you don't tell them why Destiny is a bad guy. You don't do that. That's not something you do.
No, the closest thing I think you could say to that is recently I DM'd. Actually, I can't tell you again, but I did DM a big creator recently with the story that we put out. But that was again after.
Oh my god, bro!
After almost a year of Destiny encouraging people to dox me. And him making all these crazy allegations about me trying to pressure people not to work with him and shit like this, which is all nonsense. And the person that I messaged, to be clear, already fucking hates Destiny. Destiny already hates this person, so I had nothing to do.
I'm just trying to be clear.
Who? Hassan? Or
Chud Logic never walks back unless he's convinced he was wrong. He hasn't. I haven't spoken to Chud directly since the last time he was in Spicy Chat. I don't know him, or I know him, but we don't talk anymore. Dog, you gotta clear. Oh, you're a DGGer. You gotta clear etc. out of your vocabulary. With the way you use it, you're way overusing it. I guess. I mean, if I'm listing something and I'm not providing every specific example of the list, then I'll just add an etc. etc. I think that's a fair place to use it, right? Whoa. What? How do I go back? Awesome, babe. Then yeah, at that point, just saying, official statement that would, no, you know what would clear my name? If I presented evidence that every piece of information I was accused of distributing was featured in multiple platforms voluntarily by the party it belonged, or it was featured voluntarily by the party it belonged to on their public-facing Facebook profile that interacted with the Lio Convoy Facebook account, which created the link between the two, which then got featured in 20,000 view YouTube videos years before I knew them, which nobody mentioned at the time because they were lying by omission. That would exonerate me, and that's what I presented evidence of. She could totally call him a stalker, right?
So what is the length then? What is the actual length?
Probably more than 3 months, right? Because 3 months could literally just be a break in a relationship where the other person can believe they still have something that exists or a flame that exists with the... I will absolutely debate Dickers on this. 150%. You know, previous partner or whatever, that would reasonably, and at least in her case, reasonably try, like, maintain that interest.
Again, I'd have to look at the timeline. I just don't, again, if somebody engaged with someone sexually and then they were literally messaging them like 50 times a day, they were going around to all their partners and friends, everybody in the world would call that some form of like stalking. You can call it colloquial, you can call it whatever. I just think
what if I know the person that I'm engaging with is has like OCD and is obsessive, right? And I know that by
but he doesn't know she has OCD. He just knows that she's some form of mentally ill, right?
So he he knows that she's suffering from a mental illness that causes obsessions with.
The funny thing is I think by the time the OCD thing was like seriously figured out, I think we had a long conversation. It might even been with Mr. Girl on my stream, and then I think everything actually past that point was kind of chill. I think that happened. But I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Chud, lay out a essay-long argument that I've laid out on Twitter and in multiple public forums, the exact same argument that I publicly provided. I'm gonna go to him despite us not talking, bombard him with this, and then demand he make a public statement. He's gonna tell me to fuck off. Because he doesn't care about this anymore. He didn't care about it at the time, right? I'll debate Dickers on it, because Dickers might have his mind changed or whatever. But Chud hasn't commented on this, I think, since it... I mean, he's made, like, joking references to it, but beyond, like, I'm not... Why would I need Chud to exonerate me? Chud is somebody whose opinion was based off of the argumentation I publicly provided. Aren't you an individual? Can't you look at my argument and decide for yourself whether or not it's valid?
I don't remember the time on all this that well.
Him, or whoever she's talking, because you use that against her, right?
Do you think that do you think this ignorance of stalking/abuse dynamics or willful malicious behavior on his part? Well, for this, remember, there's a whole story built up about me. So if they change their mind on this story, they would have to change their mind on so many things related to me. It's not possible. Somebody like Aiden or any of these other like disgusting weirdo incels, their minds will never be changed on this, because if their mind is changed on this, that means that Lav was wrong about me.
I don't even know. I haven't even used the Lav. I don't even know what's going on there.
Maybe almost everything. That means that Mr. Girl was wrong about, I don't know, maybe everything. And then without Lav and
I don't like Mr. Girl.
Mr. Girl, you lose everything now.
No, I don't. I don't like Mr. Girl. I don't need Mr. Girl for anything I'm saying. I have not used Lav. Whatever happened there, I think we covered it briefly. I haven't used it as like a main point.
Except for the recent court case stuff with Pixie and Cherry. But now you have all the weird shit with Cherry, and Jessica, and holy fuck. And then you've got all the stuff with Pixie that's come out, and the fact that she lied a lot about everything in the beginning of her lawsuit. It's like you just can't give on the innocent. You have to. This is like a core tenet. It's like asking a Christian, like, can't you believe maybe that God can make mistakes? Like, that can't possibly be the case, because it kind of destroys the entire concept of an all-powerful, all-knowing God. So for this, like, this original Anna story has to remain fixated, no matter what evidence, no matter what's provided on the other side of it. You just can't possibly be that way.
So I'm talking to somebody that I know has that. I know they're like hyper perceptive to criticism against them, etc. I'm engaging with them, and then for whatever reason, immediately decide to stop talking to them. Then then they try to get back in contact because like, what the fuck just happened? And for the next 3 months, I'm calling them a stalker. Then I go back in.
I don't think I ever spent 3 months calling Anna a stalker. I think most of my engagement while I had her blocked was like media blackout for her.
That's not
like I don't
true.
think because every time I would talk about her,
He wouldn't let people talk. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was he wouldn't let people talk about her in like the DGG chat, but he absolutely wouldn't. He make reference that would cause her to crash out. Wouldn't he make references and allude to the fact that he thought she was a stalker?
she would go loop on this for weeks and weeks, and it was annoying as fuck.
Yeah, but it seems like the tendency of her loops was typically because she believed he gave some statement that hadn't been amended or something, right?
Or is your manifesto going to cover this too? Fuck no.
What if all you did? What if all you did was reply to them one time when they tried to engage with you?
What do you mean reply to them one time?
I mean, in this case, my understanding was that she messaged him, and then he decided to engage with her.
If I replied in a way that said, like to the person I knew that really like was into what we had, and that I just like suddenly withheld affection for and stopped talking to her for 3 months. If I went,
withheld affection from, like, bro, the language. Are we being serious? Oh my god. Like he's so deep into this framing. It's so fucking retarded.
Was into what we had, and that I just like suddenly withheld affection for and stopped talking to her for 3 months. If I went and said something along the lines of like to them, you know, I still love you. I'm still thinking about you. Something that keeps them locked in like that. I'd look like.
Yes, I definitely.
It was about rubbing her feet. It was about rubbing her feet specifically.
Release those.
It's invalid because it's not an exact one-to-one. That like I noticed this tendency where it's like, you like it has to be an exact one-to-one for comparison, analogy, etc. to be valid.
Jams, but okay.
Like a manipulative fuck. Not
I don't think he said anything like that though. I think all he really did was
it was worse. He was sexting. It was like actually sexting with her, right?
That's worse. You think it's worse?
Yes, in the sense of getting her connected to you. Yeah, absolutely.
Worse to talk about how you want to fuck somebody for saying like, oh, like I've always loved you, or like I'm sorry, like my feelings for you, I loved you so. Like, what?
That's worse. That's worse.
That's retarded. I'm sorry. This is a 21-year-old's opinion. I don't know what else to say. Okay.
That would be an even more overt.
That is so crazy because especially if we're gonna flip the dynamics, like clearly she wanted more than just sexting. Right, like that's pretty clear from most of the messaging. I think it'd be way worse if he said.
Did he ever tease to her that he would also be willing to have that? To keep her strung along?
Love?
No.
To something more intimate than just sexting. I'm asking you.
I have no idea. Do you have something that says that?
I'm just asking you, right?
No, I don't know of anything like that. The only thing I've seen is the sexting stuff. So I mean, like again.
Why are people so desperate to snark you? They need to embarrass and vilify people who even tangentially associate themselves with.
I'm not desperate to. This narrative is just like absurd. That I'm desperate to snark Destiny.
Destiny that you. Well, that's a team sports thing, right?
A lot of times in relationships like this, somebody tries to break away, right? And they break away for a temporary part of whatever's happening, and then maybe they're drawn back in temporarily by something that they like in the other person, or they sort of make peace with whatever's going on, and maybe in your head you're thinking this person's not as mentally ill, and you think it's okay to engage with them, and maybe that's a mistake.
I'm sorry, why would you think she's not as mentally ill if he was using the fact that she was trying to get against her at the time before it was like exposed that they were sexting?
Using it against her? Well, I don't think we were talking about her.
Using it against her wasn't the right word. It would have been no, he was using it against her. When he was referring to her as a stalker, he would talk about her like obsessive loops and shit, right? How's that not using it against her?
What? He's acting like I'm doing like daily trashing streams on.
I never said it was daily. I never said it was daily.
Her or whatever.
Wait,
like when I was rereading the Kiwi Farms thread on Anna.
I think 21-year-olds are too retarded. So I sent my SXS video to a person whom I believed was 19 on X. True. Not smart enough to have an opinion, or not developed enough to have an opinion, but developed enough for intercourse. That's the Destiny logic.
Anna, the people in her thread kept complaining about my media blackout on Anna because it was reducing their ability to get funny clips and shit.
What are you saying he's using against her?
What led him to believe she might not be as mentally ill when he decided to re-engage?
An apology, something that she's talking about seeing a psychotherapist, something like that. She's talking to a therapist. She's trying to get help. She's
talking to Anna about this impossible. Why are people who weren't even... Because, no, fuck that. Because the only reason I'm talking about this now more, and why I will relitigate it, is because Anna shows up in that fucking Gistical Discord server every few months to remind everybody. It's like, oh yeah, you're right, actually. Destiny was like a big...
See what I mean about the straw man? It's never just 900%. It's just straw man. Yes. Like, for example, if I'm claiming that he was calling her a stalker, it's like, he's acting like I was calling her a stalker on the daily. I wasn't calling her a stalker on the daily. Nobody was making a specific, like, quantitative assertion about how many times or how often you were talking about her. it was just within that period, you were saying enough to get her freaking out. You were ringing the bell that she was a stalker, priming that into people's minds, right?
Big abuse or whatever. So fuck her. So now I will make sure that the story on this is a little bit more clear than the whatever weird fiction slop these guys are eating about me.
Working on herself. She's coming back to him and saying, you know, I apologize. Like, maybe we can work something out. I can see a scenario like that. I know she had mentioned a therapist in that one conversation, right? Like, it's very, very possible that in that scenario, she's telling him something like that, and he's thinking, okay, I'm good to come back into this relationship now.
Okay, so what was it specifically that made him think that she was no longer mentally ill?
And then what, like, look at what he's pushing. Like, he's pushing for the most exact, like, what was it? What was the exact message that Anna said? What was it? And, like, meanwhile,
He does this all the time.
No clue about any of the messages sent on anything. So, like, the burden of proof for this other guy is you need to be giving exact messages that can...
I'm even asking generally what's leading him to that belief. I'm not saying he needs exact messages. I'm asking, generally speaking, why he would believe that Anna was getting better mentally. What factors that existed about in regards to her mental illness that had stopped engagement all of a sudden improved that led to re-engagement.
Accurately explain the state of mind between...
I am not asking for super specific info here. Just a general idea for why this guy thinks what he thinks, other than it's destiny.
People. But, like, well, Aiden, why do you think this about Anna? I don't know. I don't know anything about it, bro. That was a long time ago. Like, okay.
Why would I have privy to that? I don't think there's anything that's going to say she's no longer mentally ill. Because
okay, but generally
mentally ill, like, I guess until she's medicated. I don't know what the definition of that is, but in this case, go ahead.
No, sorry, Doobie. I'm sorry I missed that, Doobie. Also important to keep in mind, Destiny. He allegedly they're gonna laugh and be like, look, just as I thought, he's getting super chats from Doobie. Yeah, the guy is giving me like other people out too. By the way, shill. You guys can donate through Streamlabs or Super Chats. And apparently, for a couple $10 donos, I'll risk my whole reputation to defend you. Destiny owns you. Why would I want to join people that have actively lied about me? Not just that. That's one of the reasons, right? That's one of the 5,000 reasons. Sound person situation has an obligation to reject the advance from someone he knew was mentally compromised with a public obsession.
Why?
Also important to keep, hold on, I'm gonna finish reading it real quick. Also important to keep in mind that she was being doxxed on KF when he sent his community there.
She's 30 years old and she was going for a master's degree. Hop on here, you bitch ass pedophile. Get the fuck in here, you pussy.
Oh, this guy's based. Oh wait, this was somebody. Sorry, this guy emailed me this Reddit post. Oh, it was only one DM. I thought you had.
Wait, we're rewatching the. We already saw this part. I'm already rewatching shit I just saw. Okay, this is the end.
Right, like, and you could block out most of the email. It wouldn't even have to, like, implicate anybody. Why would that be an implication? Plus, Aiden's trustworthy.
It's crazy that Dibby wouldn't even have this, because if you submit, like, a semi-credible tip, like, they will email the thing, or they'll, I think usually they call you. I think they prefer phone calls over emails. But I think even I have fucking emails with, is it at fbi.doj? I don't know the fucking email address, but, fuck me. I don't know. I
already saw this too. Yeah. Then we watched up to like here. It's probably we'll just end it here.
Yeah, pressure is fine.
We're gonna move on to the next topic.
I don't think it's manipulative at all. I think the pressure is totally fine.
Because the claim being made is that I was going around into their DMs and trying to pressure them to not work with him whatsoever, right? And if they were going to work with him whatsoever, I wouldn't give them any money, which is not at all true, right? And I actually asked Connor, when he started saying this, ask Kyle about it, ask Connor about it, ask Wick about it. They all said no, that I don't do that, and I've never done that. So, because I'm friendly with I'm not friendly with Wick anymore.
I know, but he has literally said that you kind of put pressure on him. He literally said that.
I'm a piece of shit. So he's also said that I've encouraged.
But you just said that he wouldn't say. Dude, you keep owning this shit.
So wait, you said you trust. Okay, you said you trust my word on things. How did Wick characterize Davey? How did Wick characterize? Because I know you said it before. The DMs to you reaching out about like someone possibly or like concerned about somebody that wanted to potentially harm Destiny's kid. How did he characterize that?
He said he did say it was, I think he said it was like a good act. He said it was like a good act, and then he basically said, yeah, but he later said that when you used it, said it later, right? I'm just curious though. So
did Wick just change his position on that?
I don't think so. I think he basically said that when he brought it up later, it was using it as a shield. That was my understanding. Are you saying that like because before I think he was basically saying it was a good act, and then
so he changed his position. Okay, well that's that. I just gotta pee and make another cup of coffee. We've got something else from Destiny to cover, which then segues us into Ethan shit and DeOrio's blatant sweeping. You enjoyed the debates with DGG, right? It was epic content. Much better than the DMs Morale sent you without consent. Morale sent me DMs without consent. You know what, Denal? Let's team up. Let's create an allegation against Morale that he was DMing me without my consent. Hold on, I'll be right. Do not go anywhere, people. Anywhere. I'm also, somebody tell Dickers I'll debate him on the statements from yesterday. I'll be right back. But to segue us into this, so there was a funny segment I did that kind of summarizes DeOrio's coverage of Ethan Klein. So I'll be right back, and I'll leave you guys with this old segment. So guys, today we're going to be talking about Ethan owning Hassan. Okay, let's get into this.
Context.
God, I just hate politics. I just hate talking about I just like, who gives a fuck about politics? I don't care about politics. Now let's cover the Ethan Klein drama.
So we've got the, yeah, and 2,000 Palestinian prisoners were released.
What is a Palestine? Are there 2,000 terrorists? What's my opinion on IDubbz and Anissa? Mr. Jomha? Mr. Jomha, who learned empathy at 35? How do you just learn empathy? That's not something you can just learn. Empathy? Learned empathy at 30?
A sustained
Skulls?
interest in fucking having a peaceful future, you know?
True, peace. I don't like covering politics, but peace is what matters. And Hassan has contributed to the destabilization of the Middle East and therefore hinders the achievement of peace in that region. This is a good thing to highlight, Ethan. And let's see Hassan's dick suckers and sweepers try to defend him on this.
What kind of standard are you setting for your dog to live? I don't understand. Like, she needs to be in that exact spot for our...
True! Keep the dog safe! Keep the dog safe. A dog deserves a good life, eating good food, like cheddar cheese, okay? I personally just give my dog a bowl of cheddar cheese at the end of every night. I don't know why people say that I'm like Ethan's like commentator. I don't know why people say this. I don't need Ethan, okay? I don't need Ethan, okay? I don't need Ethan for my streams to do well. I haven't even spoken to the guy. I haven't even spoken to him before. The fucking Queeman spicy chatters. The Queeman spicy chatters. They say all I do is cover Ethan. All I do is cover Ethan. Well, I cover Bo Black sometimes too. I cover Bo Black sometimes. That was actually perfect timing. All right, I didn't even watch the full thing through, so I don't even know if that was bad. But yeah, we're back. Back in action, okay? Anyways. So. You're gonna puke? Okay, I think that's a little bit dramatic. Anyways. Dickers will talk. He wants you to DM... I DM'd them. Okay. Anyways. So, for those of you that don't remember, there was a statement that was made. This statement was made a while ago, but it was a statement nonetheless, and it came from our favorite guy, Destiny. I just want to see if he retweeted the... Hold up. Where the fuck is it? I swear Dickers retweeted this recently. It was an old Dickers tweet, and he was talking about... It was a clip, and I'm looking for the specific clip. Fuck me, dude. Why do I not have this pulled up? I swear I could have saved it earlier. Where the fuck is it, dude? Holy shit. Stickers. I think it's here. Alright, it might have been here. Okay. So there was a clip from a while ago that came from an IDubbz stream. Let's take a look at that stream. Well, first it starts with a Shamu tweet, okay?
Sir.
So Ethan Klein is threatening to sue IDubbz and Anissa Jomha over bringing up on screen a post Destiny made calling Ethan a pedophile. Quite embarrassing. Won't dare step to Destiny, but will do this to people who didn't even make a comment. Let's take a look.
Service some fine Canadian lawyers. That's right. Lawyers that specialize in defamation. And by the way, I really don't think that's okay thing to put out. Some fine Canadian defamation lawyers that sent a letter to Anissa.
So what we see here is a statement. Quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3H3 is likely a pedo who's molested his own kids. That's a gross comment to make, okay? That's not true about Ethan. You should not be making comments like that. But it comes from Destiny. So I don't know why he's talking about Canada. Destiny's not in Canada, is it?
And Ian demanding a retraction and a halting of the defamatory statements that I molest my children.
A statement he never made.
And the day after that, the Scorched Lagoon was slain like smog. There was only one skill shown, and it was the threat of a lawsuit. That's right.
So this is insane. This is insane. The reason this is insane is because the comment that is alleged to be defamatory does not even come from the party that was at this time threatening to be sued for it. It was a party that was looking at that comment. Under this logic, journalists should be able to be sued for direct quotations of defamatory statements that they don't endorse and even say is false. Look at what Ian said at the time.
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
So he is showing the statement made by another prominent content creator and saying that he doesn't agree with that. This statement now, he's going to be sued for it because yesterday it was revealed that Ethan was in fact suing Ian for showing defamation, right? So let's take a look at the clip. Is he a VTuber now? No, I think that was temporary. So if we go here, where the fuck is it? I need a better way to pull shit up. Also, per this logic, I can now be sued for defamation because I'm talking about this and I showed the statement that Destiny made. So now I could be sued for defamation per Ethan's logic. But it comes out that Ethan... God, where the fuck... Why do I never have anything I need, dude? Let me check inbox. It's not going to be there, is it? I need the clip of the announcement of the lawsuit. Yep. Nothing. I need the clip of Ethan announcing the lawsuit, or where he's announcing the lawsuit. I thought I had it. I thought it was an inbox. If you have that, can you send it to me, please? That would be awesome. I know you have that, actually, so I don't even know why I'm saying if you have it. I know you have it. Ian announced it, not Ethan. Okay. But surely Ethan was making statements about it. Now, we have Ian's statement. But if you have Ethan's statements on the issue, also send those to me. Okay. So it starts with this announcement. IDubbz is being sued by Ethan Klein.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community.
The Canadian commentary community.
But this is about all I can say, at least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content on Thursday.
Okay, I don't care. This is indefensible. This is absolutely, unequivocally indefensible. You were talking about suing somebody, not for making a claim about you, but for airing somebody else's. The statements made by another prominent content creator where that person showing it adamantly or explains that they disagree with the message itself. If we were to go by this logic and apply it as a precedent, right, people would be able to be sued for defamation for directly quoting people, regardless of if the context shows that they don't believe that the quote is correct, right? This is insane, and only an insane person would do something like this. You would have to be petty, vindictive, spiteful, crazy, etc. to actually go and sue someone for something like that. And Ethan is all of those things. I don't care if you like IDubbz or not. I don't even care if you were an Ethan ball washer up until this point. This is ridiculous. And I don't understand how you can claim that this is defensible or worth it or deserved, or even from the standpoint of beating a dead horse. The whole logic and the thing, a lot of people that would that found what Ethan was doing to be really cool were using this heuristic of the bullied person turning it back and getting revenge on the bullies. And they viewed Hassan and co as the bullies and Ethan as the wronged party, even though these individuals were not the parties that had wronged him. But he did the Destiny thing of just linking everybody together and bunching everybody together and grouping everybody together, right? Ethan is the bully. Ian is pathetic. Ian has nothing. Ian didn't do anything wrong here. And Ethan is still attempting to ruin him. Now, you might ask yourself, why would Ethan do that? He's not going to win, surely. Well, I did a little bit of research into Canadian law, and it seems like Canada's requirements for defamation, it's 3 criterion. The material is defamatory, as in it lowers the reputation of the plaintiff in the eyes of the right-thinking person. The material refers to the plaintiff, and the material was communicated to a party other than the plaintiff. So if somebody is platforming a comment that they explicitly say is not true, I don't know how that would meet the first qualifier, per Canadian law. Because if you were to walk away from the statement in totality, that this statement is true, there would be no negative judgment of the person the defamatory statement is supposedly about, right? So I don't even think it meets the first qualifier. I don't think he'll win. But what I think is happening here is he's obviously fueled by spite. And what I was told, and I don't know how true this is, is that under Canadian law, it doesn't matter if you win or not, you still have to pay your own legal fees. Ian is not probably not very wealthy, right? They're probably not wealthy. The Jomhas are probably not very wealthy individuals. So regardless of if he wins the case or not, he's still going to lose because he's still going to have to pay the expenses, to my knowledge, etc. I could be wrong on this, so I'm open to correction. So this is an attempt to punish him out of spite and using the legal system in a frivolous manner to do that. This is fucking ridiculous. Clip anything I just said, by the way, and put it on Twitter. That's a statement for you clippers. So Ethan makes a statement on this today, I think, right?
Damn, there's a great documentary about him.
The wild man.
It's been 10 years.
Yeah. Right to the goat, dude.
The world moves on. The world keeps spinning. All right, so I want to address the title. I see lots of people chattering about it. So instead of letting speculation, basically, I feel like most people that watch this show understand and in this community. But I've seen, like, for example, Moist Critical sent Harley a DM being like, yo, this is super... What's up, Harley?
Damn you, Jews!
Wait, he did?
Yeah, he goes, what's up, Harley?
Jews?
I heard about Ethan's new lawsuit, and it's about as concerning as finding a war on the bottom of my ball sack.
Everything needs to be about the fact that this guy's Jewish for some reason.
I don't know. My best
Let
impression.
me guess, you're
Pretty
Jewish.
accurate.
Can you imagine? Like, look at me, for example. I deal with a ton of vitriol online. I have people making all sorts of insults towards me. Saying, do you not want to know how often I attribute that to me being Jewish? Like, never. Never. I think I did it once when it came to Tommy C. Because he had said something about my hair along the lines like, does this guy want to look like the Jewiest Jew that ever fucking lived or whatever? I'm like, no, it's just my natural hair or whatever.
It's about as concerning as the hairy wart on the bottom of my ball sack. That's what I said basically already. I repeated it.
Damn
anyway,
you don't use your J card enough? Yeah, because I have enough respect for people that were legitimately victims of anti-Semitism to not invoke that for such fucking ridiculous disputes. I'm not gonna fucking dance on the grave of people who were legitimately persecuted by virtue of being Jewish, just so I could, like, get an easy win or own in a conversation.
So this is for people online who haven't heard me talk about it before. So yes, I am suing my former bestie, IDubbz, who and I'll shortly explain why.
Tell us why.
Me, it kind of doesn't.
This better be good.
It's not that big of a mystery. So, as you may or may not know, Ian has deeply aligned himself with the snark community that is basically responsible for and celebrated CPS coming to my house to take my children away and sending human skulls to my home. These are two things that on the snark Discord they have on the banner. They have a skull with CPS on the forehead. They think it's funny. They love it. They're proud of it.
Wait, huh? He's referencing, okay, so he's referencing, got it. He's referencing the Snark Left Discord server. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think IDubbz was in that server. I was there very briefly. I don't know in totality who was or wasn't in there, but I don't remember hearing anything about IDubbz being in there. I don't remember hearing that.
And IDubbz aligns.
Do any of us even know I don't even have any connections to him. Like, I know people who know Hassan or whatever. Like, not people in like necessarily in this, but like there's like some tenuous connections there. Like Hassan's like pulled up Sleepy or whatever. Beyond that, like we're not even like sort of connected to IDubbz.
With them, shouts them out, calls them great people. He's browses the subreddit.
Great people. Great people
on his live stream. He's in deep with them. In fact, even in
Leave the 10, Doobie. They convinced the idiot that the Snark Left server was behind the skulls and CPS. True, everybody did skulls. Everybody did skulls.
his follow-up to his content cop, he justified it. He says, I think it's good that CPS was called and investigated that because clearly...
That's an opinion that he's allowed to have. And even though I don't agree, right? I understand. It's an understandable one from the perspective of, I would rather, and I'm not talking about Ethan, I'm saying in general, if people legitimately suspect, and we don't know who it was that called CPS. Ethan wants you to believe that it's everyone and anyone. We don't know specifically who it was, and we don't know what they believed or why they were doing it. But if you legitimately believe that a child is in danger, I would rather somebody call, investigate, and be wrong than nothing happens and something, God forbid, happens, right? There have been too many cases I've known about where people suspected something, nobody followed up, and kids died as a result of that. Now, in this case in particular, I don't think there was enough to believe his kids were in legitimate danger. But I think that if you were a gullible moron and were just watching the information at the time in the order he presented it, you would be walking away from that thinking that there's dog shit around his house that his kids are eating that's getting them sick. Because he presents the information exactly in that order that would lead you to that belief. He says something along the lines of, he says, my dog has Giardia or something, the kids got it or something. You can only get it through consumption of fecal matter, which isn't true, by the way, but that's what he said. And then he said, yeah, and the kids have been like putting all the toys in their mouth and everything. So if you were to just take all of those facts as he presents them in order, you would be led to the belief that there was dog shit around his house that the kids were eating. Now, if you did outside research, you'd understand that wasn't necessarily the case. But this is why you don't like present worrying information about your kids with no context onto streams, because somebody could be watching that takes that at face value and legitimately is concerned. The person that called CPS legitimately could have been somebody that was concerned about the welfare of his kids. That is absolutely possible. We've never figured out who's done it. Is it also possible that somebody made a frivolous report or in bad faith called CPS to punish him? Absolutely, that's true as well. But why are we pretending like the other possibility doesn't exist? And if the other possibility exists, why are we not pretending like it's contributed to by his decision to present facts in the order that he presented them in?
Clearly, as someone who's been to Ethan's house and met his children, there's shit all over the place, and his kids are clearly in trouble and would be in better care of foster, would be better taken care of in foster care.
Did he say that? I don't think he said that.
Whereas, you know, the floors are spotless, and the children are well
not how
cared
you
for.
presented it. Not how you presented it. If somebody has the original clip, I need it on standby. He did not say that at the time. He said, the dog has Giardia, the kids have Giardia. The only way you can get is through the consumption of dog shit. The kids are putting toys in their mouth. The belief off of those facts, in the order in which he presented it, would be that there's dog shit all over his house.
But that's not actually why I'm suing him. It's just a little prelude. So, Ian, following all that, put this, did an entire stream. What's that? Was that a soundbite or was that AV?
I didn't play anything.
That was not me.
What was that? Was that? Oh, I guess it was from.
Was that
Ian.
the video you're playing?
I guess so. Yeah. One sec.
Yes, I will.
Oh yeah, it did sound like AV for a minute. Well, do you have anything to add, AV?
I'm the dragon.
You think I molested my kids?
Yeah.
No.
Also, I don't know if anybody has it on hand. I need the Instagram story that he posted where he tried to parrot an allegation that Anissa had relations with a 17-year-old. Because he did that. He did that. What the? Awesome video, man. I'll pull it up in media play. Is it muted? Wait, the clip is literally muted. What the fuck is this video? Can't even fucking hear it. Okay. I got sent this. All right. So they don't deny it. My interest is not about sex. It's about how pathetic you are. Speaking of which, Anissa's previous BF before Ian was allegedly 17 when she was 22 anyways. He then goes and walks that back later on. But this is far more likely to be defamatory than IDubbz airing a statement that he explicitly says he doesn't believe is true.
She's just supposed to say, like, yeah, of course you're gonna. I don't know.
Are you the dragon or not? I'm confused.
To that, like,
was a
how
soundbite. All right. Thank you.
Yo, thanks. What the fuck is...
So that's only one part of it. The next part is...
What's the next?
That Olive has Giardia.
That's the dog.
Which is it's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it.
Okay.
She had diarrhea and...
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why...
It's relatively common.
It should be... They should have found it already. But anyway, so she has Giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And, well, Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And now Ela has Giardia.
shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying to...
Because I'm not trying to get
Can we crank the AC, maybe?
Is it?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately...
So the problem is...
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the
literally.
air, bro.
That's not what I said. That's literally... That's what
admitted
you
had
said.
caca breath.
So...
No, that's what you said I said.
The point remains that he voluntarily disclosed information on the internet and presented it in a manner that would lead someone in the audience to believe that the consumption of fecal matter was occurring in his household.
AB, so... Anyway, following all that, Ian went on his stream and displayed this message for his whole...
Committed crimes. Edmonton didn't commit a crime.
The whole broadcast.
Edmonton's the best. Okay, actually, while I...
and the title is Ian, IDubbz browses H3 Snark as a VTuber.
Address this. I will have this just available on screen, just so that...
So it says... So he's blowing this up, and he does...
aren't confused.
He does it as a watermark for his whole hours-long stream. It's a comment that says, quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3 is likely a pedophile who has molested his own children. And he's basically rebroadcasting this comment uncritically.
Uncritically? That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a total lie. Complete lie. Total lie.
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here.
Lie. He just lied. The fucked up thing, though, is if what I was told was true about the Canadian legal system, he's not playing to win. He's not playing to win. If the winner does not need to pay, or if the loser does not need to pay the winner's legal expenses under Canadian law, if that was true, then he can get back at him without winning the case. He just needs to make the case and drag it out long enough where there would be reasonable financial fees that would damage him to pay for an attorney.
And also, if you kind of, I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right?
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here.
Now I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny,
So-
like made in passing.
If you are a neutral observer here that has done your research, if you are unbiased and making the correct conclusion here, Ethan Klein is a vindictive liar that is using the legal system to satisfy a pathetic grudge, and it is built off of a frivolous case where he was not actually defamed by the party that he is suing for defamation. This is an insane thing to do. Only a crazy person would do this, and Ethan Klein is a bad person for doing it. He is a bad person. He is a dishonest person. Definitive statements about his character, and I want you to remember that. I want you to remember everything I just said, because it is going to be relevant in a moment.
Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right? Pretty much immediately after writing it. Like, nobody was like, yo, Destiny made this claim that Ethan molested his children. Oh, shit. No, people knew that when Destiny said it was like, he was just being a dickhead. Or, I mean, he was being a giant fucking piece of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that.
Yeah, so...
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said.
But Ian took that, and just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially...
it would be defamation if you were reiterating it as factual, which he did not. He explicitly states that he does not agree with what is being said.
This accusation bare of context and also kind of saying that you think it's true, right?
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said.
So he
I'm
has
just going to keep doing it.
quick daily reminder
just
that
gonna keep
Ethan from
doing it.
H3 is likely a pedophile who's molested his own children. Again, this is after CPS visited my house. I mean, I personally,
CPS?
with all the shit that we've been through, and
Schools?
I've been through a lot of shit with a lot of people online.
Listen, guys, he's allowed to misuse the legal system to satisfy his petty grudges. He's allowed to frivolously exploit the legal system to get even, because CPS was called once and he had skulls sent to his house. So that gives him a blank check to do whatever he wants and retaliate for as long as he wants against anyone and everyone ever.
I mean, this is just fucking...
As far as he's concerned, we all made that phone call.
Unhinged, right? And Ian is spending his whole day on Twitter retweeting people like Jake Chinatown, who says he wants to take my children by their ankles and slam them into it.
Now that's defamation. That could be defamation, because Jake Chinatown was retweeting, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, Jake Chinatown was retweeting a comment from somebody else that was obviously a joke. It was obviously a joke.
Retrieve till they're bloody pulp, right? And these are my children, of course. I'm sure, I don't know how many of these people
Yeah,
are
you
like...
take comments about your kids so seriously. That's why you're providing minimizing statements for Destiny, the guy who literally said that you were molesting your own kids.
Moist Critical has, he doesn't have children as far as I'm aware, but I said from the beginning that if people want to go after my children, then, you know, the rules of engagement have changed forever. And that's what I said then.
Nobody wants to go after your children. Nobody wants... Someone made Jake Chinatown retweeted somebody making a joke about... A joke where the punchline involved a reference to your kids, right? An edgy joke. And clarified ever since that he was joking. If you actually still seriously assert that that's a threat, despite the endless clarifications, you're just fucking lying. You're just lying. Because that's all this guy does, is he lies.
And when, you know, when Ian broadcast this, I sent him a cease and desist because, I mean, there's certain things that you don't say and you don't do and lines you don't cross. And they flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously.
He never... Did he ever re-air the claim? Did he ever re-air the claim after you sent the cease and desist?
Essentially, right. And I don't know how Moist Critical or other people feel about this, but if somebody you know who has met your children and family said that you
Don't cover Ethan and no problem. I'm looking forward to your deposition recording. Florida. Maybe you will meet him in real life. I can't wait. Hopefully you're there.
You molested your children. After CPS has been
We go get drinks after.
to your house to investigate your house and interviewed your children against your will. I don't know what... I really don't know how... I'm assuming people that don't understand don't have the full context, right? So I'm being like... I'm just giving the full context because, like, and all that, I mean...
At no point, he's lying by omission because he's not stating that when Ian pulls this up, he's specifically stating he doesn't agree.
I don't see how you can say that I'm not justified when somebody's who's your former
You're not justified.
friend who's been to your house and met your children is broadcasting.
You broadcast claims that his present wife was having relations with a minor, claims that you later had to retract. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, like the stream. Like up, people. It's quick, it's free, it's easy, and if you want to take it a step further, another great way to help us out is to help us hit Streamly Goal by tipping through Streamlabs, Super Chat, and all that good stuff.
This as a silly, it's just silly.
Yeah, good point, Denal. We'll smoke weed instead.
That needs to address this little minor claim that
I realized I was gonna wait for you to make that joke. Reset goal, yeah, I gotta do that.
he molested his own children and he's a pedophile. Is that funny? I don't know. Is that a joke? Is that free speech? I don't think so. Then the other thing I hear is like, this is a grave threat against free speech. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You're literally trying to sue someone for defamation for airing somebody else's claims that they explicitly state they don't agree with. Under this logic, you are responsible for like directly quoting people, even if you're specifying and making it clear that it is a direct quote, even if you are like, how is this not an attack on free speech?
Defamation laws exist in every major Western country, because you can't just say people molested their children. That's
Which he didn't do.
Not free speech. That's not protected speech. You can't accuse someone of committing a heinous crime. That's not.
Yeah, which he never did, right?
They didn't. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech.
So surely DeOrio is going to call Ethan a liar, right? When we go and watch DeOrio's coverage, he's going to be calling Ethan a liar because this entire fucking concept is built on a premise of lies.
It's literally not protected speech. It's actually explicitly carved out in the law as, you know, this is the legal route you take when someone defames you, right? So anybody who's thinking of being like, yeah, Ethan's crazy for doing this and this is an affront on free speech, it's not actually at all. How is this? It's not what, how is what he's doing free speech? How is this protected speech? If somebody just started making a video like, yeah, Charlie came to my house and molested my children.
Which he didn't do, once again.
I mean,
I unironically hope, and I would easily give my money to fund that. No, I actually don't hope this. I was going to say, I hope IDubbz countersues for defamation due to Ethan claiming that IDubbz made this statement and agreed with it. That would be the most hilarious. That would be nearly or is just as ironic as when they're citing the precedent that Ethan sent through his lawsuit with that like Matt Haas guy against him as a part of their tentative ruling for the Denham's decision. But no, obviously I wouldn't be in favor of countersuing. Like, we should just stop suing people in this context.
I wouldn't protect their right to say that. Yeah, Charlie, he's a pedophile and he wants to fuck kids. I'd be like, well, that's crazy. That's not true at all. That's not protected speech. That's an outrageous fucking defamatory lie.
It's not about whether or not Ian wins. It's gonna hurt him anyways. Ethan has the money to waste on shit like this. Ian doesn't, and Ian's still gonna have to pay his own fucking fees.
And I don't think anybody would argue against that, right? And so, you know, when my children enter the picture, and I said this back then.
You're the one that keeps entering your children into the picture. I don't even think you should be showing your kids online. I don't think anyone should be showing their kids online for that matter. Even when it comes, unironically, even when it comes to like putting up photos of your kids on Facebook. I think kids are too young to consent to a social media presence, and I don't think you should be putting your kids online. It does nothing for anyone.
The bets are off.
I feel you and agree, but if it was me and my kid, it has nothing to do with his kid. He's not suing the guy that made the statement. He's suing the guy that aired the statement and disagreed with it. It has nothing to do with his fucking kid.
Off, and the rules have changed, and I will do everything to ensure that people do not talk about my children in this way. People do not.
And he didn't.
Do death celebrate killing my children on.
He didn't.
On people like Ian feel comfortable saying this types of stuff, or
Ian never said anything about killing your children.
retweeting people to say they want to kill.
Aiko's prediction could... Wait, what did Aiko say? What did Aiko say? Spoiler for 2027, Nick falls out of Ethan's favor and pisses him off enough that he sues him for the past 2 years of content. I mean, that would be funny.
Kill my children, which she has done.
Wait, let's go back.
Stuff, or retweeting people to say they want to kill my children, which she...
No, he retweeted Jake Chinatown, who retweet... I don't know, Kathy, do you have the joke? The original joke, he sent it to me. Jake Chinatown retweeted an edgy joke, the most obvious edgy joke alive, a statement made by somebody else, and has specified every day since that it was a joke. Because it was.
He has done. Right? But I understand the discourse is dominated probably a lot by people on Twitter, and Twitter's like infested with, like, you know, political actors, right, who don't want to give the full context to everything that's happening. But I would just want to get this to people like like Charlie, for example, who and other commentators who are like, this is an attack on free speech. It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not free speech to say that stuff.
This might be the worst one he's done so far. I didn't follow the Noah Samson lawsuit. I think the Noah Samson lawsuit is also an attack on free speech, because I think you're allowed, if you believe that Israel is perpetrating genocide, and you believe that Ethan thinks that military actions in Gaza are justified, and you believe, based off of statements of his, that he minimizes and runs cover for the perpetrators of that, you can invoke political hyperbole or utilize a political opinion to explain that you think he supports a genocide. Right? Regardless of if it's true or not, it's an opinion and you have the right to express it. If you're being sued over that, then it is just going to be a war on controversial opinions. Now it's a war on direct quotations.
Listen,
I agree. I'm going to get cruise on this, but I agree with Star. Then you're a fucking idiot.
Like, I'm pretty heavy.
He didn't talk shit. He showed somebody else's statement and said he didn't agree with it. He's getting sued for the statement this other person made that he explicitly disagreed with. If you think that Ian is the party that would be guilty of defamation in this context, you're a fucking moron. Like, you're actually retarded.
Free speech, like, for the most part, but obviously I acknowledge that there's limits to it. I mean, we all agree you can't shout fire in a movie theater, right? Because it's dangerous. Can you just accuse?
But you want to sue somebody for saying that somebody else shouted fire in a movie theater. You believe that the guy that says somebody else shouted fire in a movie theater should be sued.
People of molesting their own children, if it's not true, it's not free speech. It's not. Why would that be protected? What kind of fucking world would that be if that was protected speech? Not one I want to live in.
There's a reason he's filing in Canada, because Ian loses regardless of if he wins the court case. If he's having to pay for his own legal fees, regardless of the judgment.
Right? And there should be recourse. There should be accountability. And that's basically what my goal is in this. It's not funny. It's not cute. It's not silly. It's not an interesting point. It's evil. It's disgusting.
Where was the outrage when the CP... I love this guy. I love this guy. See, this is why I wanted to be friends, Denal. You're a funny guy. You're a very funny guy. Besides when you're, threatening to contact my family.
Thing. And I think that people should be held accountable for saying stuff like that, putting it on his entire stream, right?
Although I think it needs really enough. Yeah.
True, I agree. Aiko, tip. People tip. If you want to send me a message, if you want to support stream, we are at the moment like $29 away from Streamly Golf. We hit it. That would be awesome.
Oh. For the next however long, it's just there as a watermark. Is that funny to anybody with children?
No.
What's concerning about me trying to hold him accountable for saying I molest my
He
child?
didn't say that. That's a lie. This is like how many times he lied so far?
Children. I mean, seriously? I'm kind of befuddled that people actually disagree with me. Although I'm assuming they just don't have the full context. And then also, I kind of give the same answer to my the Kino boys who I've shouted out before. I do think they're funny, but he gave this this is funny. He gave this very impassioned post about how although Ian is whatever yada yada, I stand by.
Why is anybody like talking about this PPP guy? Didn't he like spread his bare naked ass cheeks on stream once? Like
Behind Ian's right to say that Ethan molested his children because it's free speech. It's not free speech to say that. It's not. It's not protected speech in Canada or in America or anywhere else to say that people molest their children, right? But these guys affectionately have called me Lex Juther, and I'm, of course, I'm just fulfilling my duty as Lex Juther. None of us want to live in a world where rich, petty tyrants like Ethan can police speech and silence criticism. That's saying I molested my children is not criticism.
Good thing he didn't say that.
What's the critique? Lawfare and produce a chilling effect? What's the chilling effect? Just don't say people molested their own children. Like, it's pretty fucking easy to avoid this. I totally
No,
fail
he's
to
not
understand.
suing Destiny because according to him, and I haven't even seen proof that I can believe this happened. I haven't seen proof of it. According to him, he's not suing Destiny because Destiny said he didn't believe it was true. Which is really funny because once again, for the 900th time.
Okay, so I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here.
So his rationale for why he's not suing Destiny would literally be applicable here. Or, yeah, applicable
Why
here.
people are finding the need to take this principled stance in favor of fair use when my complaint is that he said I molested my children. It's not like he called me an asshole or a meanie head or whatever the fuck, you know.
Did you call Ethan a pedo in the past? No, I've never called Ethan a pedo. Oh, is that going to be the new talking point? That Ethan's going to sue me? I mean, he can. But the nice thing is, it's going to be a J-boy against a J-boy. We both got the legal connects. I don't think he would sue me. I've never called him a pedophile.
I'm frankly find the whole thing a little bit befuddling, but you know, it is what it is. And a lot of these people don't have children who are like, I can't believe Ethan would commit lawfare.
You don't need children to empathize with people whose children are being attacked. I don't have kids. I've never had kids, right? I wasn't a kid that long ago. But obviously, if I hear that like people are going after somebody's kid, I find that reprehensible, and I vocalize as such. I don't need to have kids to arrive at this position, right? But what I know is the context shows me that the person you're claiming made a statement against your kids or about your kids, in fact, did not make that statement. He was platforming somebody else's statement, somebody you're choosing not to sue, and while platforming it, noted that he does not think that it is true. And supposedly, that's the rationale for you not suing the guy that actually did make the statement. So why isn't it following here? Oh, that's right. It's because you're fucking spiteful, you're petty, and you're using the legal system to get even with your stupid fucking grudges, and you want to find an excuse to hurt Ian or damage him, right? And I don't even like this guy. I don't even like Ian. He's fucking cringe. Don't get me wrong.
On Ian to to produce a chilling effect on all commentary.
If you didn't say it, you were in the clear, unless someone tags Ethan with the exact clip. Well, I never said it. Tag Ethan. Tag Ethan with the clip, okay? That doesn't exist.
Just don't say that. Just don't say that, right? I mean, I tolerate a lot of people saying a lot of things about me, and I have for a long time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But just don't say that, you know, someone's molesting their children.
Which he didn't say.
Right. This is not funny. It's not criticism. It's not interesting. I mean, the only point in doing that is to, especially with the history of knowing and celebrating that CPS came to my...
Remember Susie from that one bar in London? She's been pregnant, has been looking for this whole time. Good one. Good one. That would never happen. I don't think that would happen.
I don't know Destiny, by the way. I literally don't know Destiny as much as people want to acknowledge that, like, me, or want me and Destiny to be like deep, interconnected friends. I don't even know Destiny. So it was a comment in passing he made. I don't know the guy. And he immediately clarified that he's kidding. Ian, who I know, who's
platformed it and said he doesn't agree.
Been to my house, met my children, kept it, broadcast it over his screen for his whole show. And yeah, so that's kind of the difference between him and Destiny. And again, this is about my children. I really care about.
Wait, Dan Saltman is a sponsor? What does Dan think about the lawsuit? I think Dan would be willing to come on and talk to me about it if he agrees with that. I'd debate Dan on this.
I ultimately don't really care what people think about it, but I do think I'm surprised that people are saying this is like...
Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah, redact. You're right. You're right. I see it in the background.
Attack on free speech, because it's not. So I just want to clarify that for people that maybe don't have all the facts. So there it is. It's called accountability, in my opinion. And listen.
He will hold you accountable for other people's statements that you don't agree with.
If I said that about someone else, I would probably just apologize and beg them not to sue me.
Apologize for what? Also, he says there was a cease and desist, but he doesn't even say that they persisted making the claim after the initial cease and desist.
But, you know. Yep. What else we got? His video is short. There's really not much to say. I'm being sued, everybody. Like, we sent him a cease and desist, and they didn't really take it seriously. So shouldn't be a surprise to him.
Defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys. Commentary community is about so short. The
video out of the context of all the insane shit that they've been saying and the communities they've been running and all this stuff. Maybe you feel bad for him, but you know, this is the result of something horrible he said of his own volition and stood on too once pressed on it. So
that's another lie.
That's basically all it is, right? And also, again, this whole thing of like, I'm so worried about the commentators of Canada. It's not about criticism. It's about defamation. Right? So if you think that's like...
Okay. Let's do an exercise together. Everyone. Okay? I want you to pretend you're not you. You don't have your own opinions. Okay? And assume for a minute you've been a fan of Ethan's. Up until this point, you believe that lawsuits against Denham's, Frogan, Case Charm were justified. You didn't necessarily agree with the lawsuit against Noah Sampson, but that one's more in the weeds. Okay? You now see this lawsuit, and why it's being conducted, and you understand all the context, what would your statements about Ethan be after seeing this? What would you say about the guy? What would your takeaway be? What would your takeaway be, chat? We're doing an exercise, okay? That Ethan is a, okay. That's one. I'm looking for descriptors here. What would you say about the kind of guy? I'm looking for descriptors. What would be some descriptors? Spiteful, vindictive, massive liar. Hold on. What am I looking for here? There's specifically fuck. Kathy, are you still here? Are you still here, Kathy? I need the fucking what is the internet archiver you guys use for all the DeOrio VODs? It's like a specific thing they were talking about earlier. I just need these things pulled up, dude. From a specific user. Fuck my life, man. Actually kill me. What is it called, Kathy? My producer isn't doing a good job. I know. Hold on. Search by author. For fuck's sake, dude. Fuck my fucking stupid life. Hold on, man. It's in here. One sec. I hate my life, dude. Hold on. I think it's here. I have the exact timestamp. I put it in chat at the time. Forget it, man. Fucking forget it. Holy shit. One side. Dude, this is ridiculous. I like put it in icy earlier. And now I gotta go find it. No, I need the DeOrio VOD from yesterday. There's like a specific place they archive it, and it's just one name, and I don't fucking have it. It's literally one name, and I just don't fucking have it. And I put the exact timestamp in IC too. It's gonna drive me nuts. I told Kathy to put it in inbox. I literally pulled it up earlier. Why does behind you look like a fully... Got it. Okay. 3... He got it! Yes! Yes! Holy shit, yes! Thank you, Sup-Aids, for the 10. 3 hours behind in the stream and you shat on Arby's? Yeah, I don't want my fucking arteries clogged. Yes! Okay. Yeah, there we go. I was about to have a mental breakdown. Okay. I hate not being able to find shit. Yeah, I got it. Wait, I just gotta reply. There we go. All right, I'll pull it up now. 3 hours, 55 minutes. So I ask you, what would you say about a person that is doing what Ethan's doing and conducting a lawsuit on the basis he's given and has explained why he's doing it exactly as previously described? Well, let's see.
Are we live?
Let's see what Fair Nicholas DeOrio has to say on the matter. Okay? He's been one of Ethan's most vocal defenders, but he's emphasized to me in private, and he said this publicly, that he's willing to be critical of Ethan. And we just don't see all the VODs. We don't see all the criticisms. So let's look at the criticisms.
Wii U Zelda remake. Wind Waker HD. Twilight Princess is definitely... Is Twilight Princess on Switch? Wind Waker HD did
this
not
isn't
come
working, then go fucking watch something else. I'm not your mom. I can't hold your hand and tell you what to watch and give you your fucking DVD player.
I'm almost positive I'm right on this. I said...
Hey!
About this lady stream
Fighting empathy enjoyer. Have you seen the British lady fighting her community to keep her gorilla statue? No.
I haven't watched an IDubbz stream in so long. Obviously, we had like the no Ian whatever.
Someone...
Actually, there is kind of the new IDubbz drama that we can talk about.
There's kind of... It's like the elephant in the room besides Nick. It's the elephant in the room besides Nick. He's acting like this is some small detail. There's like another drama we could talk about. Your guy, the guy that you've built a career attaching yourself to and constantly running defense for, is doing something insane.
I don't know why I ordered it this way, but we have the Hotep tweet showing that IDubbz is now...
Nick disavowed the law. He did disavow it. But the reason I had you guys do that exercise is because what would you call somebody like Ethan with your takeaway from this?
Being sued by Ethan Klein. We're gonna go over some brief, more recent IDubbz before we check out Nick Nobody's video. And obviously, I mean, you guys know my position on this. I think this is fucking stupid.
It's always a non-definitive, it's anytime he's offering a token criticism, which make no mistake about it, he's only serving up as a token to make himself look unbiased, right? Whenever he offers it up, and it would be something that would have negative implications for Ethan's character, the statement is always super light, not definitive, and not like leading to negative conclusions about Ethan's character. So it will be something like, instead of "this is bad, this is insane, this is dishonest," it will be something like, "I personally wouldn't do this. That's like weird. This is like stupid. I personally wouldn't do this." As if like bring in his personal preference, as if that matters. No, we don't give a fuck what you personally would do. We care what you think about what this guy is doing and what that makes him as a result.
I think this is just entirely spite driven, and it doesn't really make any sense to me to do, but whatever. That's the direction he's going in. I give the disavowal or whatever that I told you I'd give if he did it.
Like he's being held hostage to make it. I'd give you the disavowal that I said I'd give. Okay, guys, here it is. Here it is. Whatever. It's like he's being held hostage to give it.
It is.
He fired this up. Was it today? I think it was before we went live.
Yes, it's gentle pushback, but what would you do in his shoes? I would say that Ethan has clearly lost the plot. This is a frivolous lawsuit, and he is lying to defend it, and he needs to stop, not pursue this, and apologize, because this is destroying his reputation. That's what I would do. I'd be fucking honest.
Official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein.
I know he lost it a while ago. I'm aware. We're all aware of these things. But if I'm in Nick's position, assuming I'm unbiased, and I've legitimately believed he was justified on everything else, which is very hard to do, but let's just say I did, that's what I would say.
In the courts of Calgary, Alberta.
This is like the Canadian lawsuit we've heard so much about.
For defamation. I do plan...
Be fair, Aiden. He said that in Denham's verdict. It's so true.
On fighting against this. But for now, it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys.
Bro, what the fuck did I do to get limited ads on this? I have limited ads right now on my stream. So yeah, he's confirming that Ethan did file the lawsuit.
Hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say.
And by the way, this is the comment related to Ethan's kids that was embedded into the stream, like the Destiny quote.
That IDubbz explicitly stated he did not think was true. He didn't agree with. He explicitly states it as such.
That it worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community.
Is there a high Canadian commentary community?
Well, there's broadly a bunch of people who do content that's considered commentary that are Canadian in origin. It goes from everyone from like what, Curtis Connor to Schleepy to, I know you're gonna hate that I bring this. It's not like a community. It's just people that do commentary or critical coverage, to people like Jay Stock to there are a lot of people in Canada that do the commentary we do here in the U.S. and the Canadians aren't gonna like that I say this. It's the same thing. I'm kidding. But no, there are a lot of people in Canada engage in the same forms of coverage and criticism that we engage in here in the U.S. And if precedent is set off of this, it would mean you are not even allowed to entertain or discuss defamatory quotes made by other people, even if you're explicitly saying that you do not agree with the statement being made. So under this rationale, like any statement that you present or talk about, the assumption would be it is as if you yourself are giving that statement, regardless of why you're presenting it, regardless of what you say afterwards, etc. So obviously, this would have very negative implications for anybody in Canada who is wishing to cover somebody in a critical manner.
Community that exists right now. Again, I see what he's saying here, but we've kind of like, this has kind of been the reality, right? We're in the middle of that. Doesn't mean that I think it's great. Doesn't mean that I think it's like a good thing that's occurring.
I don't think it's great. He'll tell you what it isn't. He'll tell you what it isn't. How about it's bad? How about it's dishonest? How about Ethan is lying to defend it, making him a liar? How about it's insane? How about it's super petty and vindictive? How about, I mean...
But like, to act like this is like the first of many, or whatever. We're like, this is the many of many. We're in the many times.
What?
But this is...
Like, do you think that if Denims went forward with her lawsuit on Ethan, they'd be like, this is a bad moment for commentary on you?
I even said it the other day when I was covering it. I don't think she should sue Ethan, but she would have a better case than he does because he tried to assign her responsibility for the CPS call made on his family. When in fact, it was literally, he did that. He did that by recklessly presenting information in the manner in which he presented it. I think this like lawsuit shit needs to stop, but if she did it, she would certainly have a better case than he would, right? I don't think she should do it. I think we should stop.
YouTube right now. I forgot, was hers defamation or was hers copyright? That was so long ago. Like if Hassan Piker sued Pegasus, like he's been fucking angling on.
Oh my dude, he's acting like it's a both sides issue. Hassan made a joke. Hassan's not actually suing people, is he? Hassan's not actually suing more Pegasus, is he? He's adding that to muddy the waters and make it look like both sides have been engaged in this behavior. No, it is literally one person from one side.
On YouTube to do, where they'd be like, this is a precedent-setting lawsuit.
But, well, it's a good thing he didn't do that, right?
We're kind of just in that. The precedent's been set. Lawsuits are happening.
Yeah, from one guy that you defend. And if Denims is suing him back, it is due to the chain that he has begun. Why are we acting like everyone is suing everyone right now? It is your guy.
Community. And especially the Canadian.
Yeah, no, this is too far for me. But if I didn't like the Noah Sampson one, I was never...
It's too far.
Gonna like this one.
Commentary community.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, we're $20 away from Stream Legal. If we could hit that shit, that would be awesome. You could tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff. It goes a long way. Another great way to help us out is to like and sub.
You could make the argument that Noah reached like what was it, like 500,000 viewers or something, like a shitload of people. IDubbz is a pathetic basement dwelling troll with an audience of exclusively hate watchers, and his shit's not popping off on any social media.
Got it. So if his shit was popping off, the implication here is if his shit was popping off, there would be grounds for defamation. Not that IDubbz never defamed him, because the statement that IDubbz platform was made by somebody else, and IDubbz explicitly stated that it's not true. No, it would be just as bad if IDubbz was the most, like, famous YouTuber on earth. He's implying that his only gripe here is that IDubbz is too pathetic to sue. No, it's that the lawsuit, the basis is built on a lie.
Site, the amount of damages that could have possibly been done here, it's entirely based upon, like, the personal gripe, in my opinion. I don't think there's
obviously
damages.
But it's not about the damages. It's about even the statement itself. You can't argue for it because he literally said it wasn't true, which DeOrio's not mentioning, by the way.
But this is about all I can say.
Ethan is lying. He is literally lying.
At least for now.
Yeah, it's all snarkers, hate watchers. His money is dwindling. He lives in a fucking Canadian tundra.
I'm sorry that this.
I just don't see it as necessary, and you're not gonna sway me on that one.
Stream is so
it's not necessary. So that's your takeaway. Not that there's no grounds for it. It's built on a lie. Ian never agreed with the statement. He expressed the opposite.
Short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but
Aiden, you know how Long Island is very pro H3. You know what part DeOrio is from. What do you want from him? Long Island is pro H3. I didn't know that was a position held by Long Islanders. I'd have to look at polling on that one.
I will resume the regularly scheduled.
Thank you for the 10, Will. I hope you're buying burgers with this. Yeah, I'll eat something after.
Scheduled content on Thursday. Again.
And that's basically what Ethan said. My perspective is you won the court of public opinion dramatically over the course of like a year and a half. I don't see what winning the court actually provides you with, other than just...
Funny how DeOrio can only gesture to hypothetical lawsuits on the non-Ethan side to pretend lawsuits are just being thrown any... Yes, yeah. He's pretending, he's literally only throwing in the Assange shit to paint the image that this is occurring from both sides. It's not. It just isn't. It's a pro... Yeah, I know I know Long Island is pro-Israel, yes.
Just like twisting the knife even further.
And I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back. And I appreciate you being here for this important announcement.
It's like beating a dead corpse. To me, it's like pissing on a skeleton.
Have a good day, everyone.
So yeah, that is the IDubbz lawsuit thing. That's the big news. That's there. This is very this should not be like a nuclear take to you. I'm sure the same people who were mad at me last time are gonna still be mad at me this time. But yeah, it doesn't really matter to me. That's just my take. So we can agree to disagree or not.
We can agree to disagree.
No, I don't really care. Anyway,
awesome. That's really cool. Glad that he's offered his like token condemnation that sounds like he's being like held hostage by ISIS and recorded to give it. Great fucking stuff. The Discord link's in the description. Now, speaking of DeOrio, somebody else takes issue with him. Let's take a look. Yo, thanks for the 10, Aaron. Bro, can you take one step out of your house in Long Island before someone brings up... True. I can't even leave my fucking house on Long Island. Somebody talking about this. They're like, did you know about the CPS and the skulls? Do you know Giardia? Giardia? That's a major issue on Long Island. Huge, major issue.
It's afraid. It's afraid!
All great stories deserve a sequel, but the truly legendary ones deserve a trilogy, and we're about to Peter Jackson this Nicholas DeOrio drama up.
Great stuff, Jar.
way before people start using it against me. Fuck Noah Samson, fuck IDubbz, and fuck the rest of the Hassan Piker orbit. I've done videos on all of them already, but H3 is being a straight up mean girl with how he's handling them. In my last video, I went over one of the reasons why Ethan was trying to sue Noah Samson. It was because he used an image from his thumbnail on Hassan Piker in his video about YouTubers who backed a genocide.
DeOrio
If you don't
run, I'm not running from the call. He's not calling me.
want people to make it look like you're doing a based Roman salute, then don't make it look like you're doing a Roman salute in your own thumbnail. Bro was claiming he was being defamed by an image of himself. Nick skipped over this intentionally, and when he got backlash for it, he claimed it was the lawyer's fault, not Ethan Klein's fault, even though it was his lawsuit. This was bad already, but then H3 started suing IDubbz. The suing attempt was so poorly handled that people started jumping off the Ethan Klein boat. For context, IDubbz said Ethan Klein raped his own kids. He said this completely unprompted, all because he was butthurt. He got scared, believing he was about to be sued, and then apologized. But that didn't stop the brave, awesome Ethan Klein from suing him for defamation. And at least that's what the average H3 supporter thinks happened. I know to never trust a Jew, so I looked into this deeper. Turns out it was Destiny, the most well-known debate me bro on the internet. You know, the guy who said 15-year-olds are hot.
But no, you said she sent me pictures that made it so hard. So when you saw a 15-year-old girl, you were sexually attracted to her.
Great reference, Jar.
Sure, yeah. Okay. I mean, like, what do you want me to say? Like, there were 16-year-old chicks that are really fucking hot. I was like 23 or 24.
He was the one who said Ethan Klein raped his kids. IDubbz was just making the point. So you're suing people for reacting to your videos and for saying you backed a genocide, but not the guy who claimed that you Bill Cosby'd your own kids? Sounds to me like that claim is not defamation. It's clear to everyone who isn't a biased little pussy that IDubbz was making a hypocrisy argument, pointing out that Ethan is going after people for doing less than what Destiny did. The reason why Ethan will not go after Destiny is because last time he did, it didn't go so well for him.
Yikes.
I now understand why.
What even happened the last time he went? I didn't even follow like the Ethan Destiny like subplot.
Nick is backing Ethan. Pussies of a feather flock together. Ethan 100% knew this, but he still threatened to sue IDubbz. IDubbz is currently living in a very primitive country that hasn't even made it to the moon yet.
Okay.
Meaning they have less freedom of speech than the good old USA, making it not only easier for Ethan to sue Ian over defamation, but also harder for Ian to countersue Ethan. But don't take my word for it, Ethan said it himself.
If he lived in California, I wouldn't even bother threatening to sue him.
Bro said the quiet part out loud. He did this because he knew people would try to sweep for him. IDubbz has nothing. His money is down. His reputation is so bad that he gets ratioed on just about every video.
Destiny responded by doing some deep dive into his really sketchy past. That seems to be like Destiny's go-to, yeah.
People are constantly trying to get him to break up with his girlfriend, and so much more. But here's the thing, no matter how much you're winning, there are certain lines you just don't cross. For example, beating up a blind kid, or suing a guy whose reputation is in the toilet for a bullshit reason, after he apologized for it. Ethan is currently acting like Eric Cartman, in that episode where Wendy beats him up.
Like, the narrative of this guy is the bullied person that fought back is wrong. He is the bully. He is the aggressor. He is using aggression perpetrated against him over a year ago by a completely different person to justify a blank check to endlessly, frivolously go after anybody he is gripe with. And like, it's fucking ridiculous. How are we still using the skull shit?
Cartman almost got away with everything, but he just pushed things a little bit too far. Even Papa Gut, who's a moron by the way, turned on Ethan Klein because of this.
This apparently Ethan suing IDubbz, which I could not imagine a reasonable justifier for. Especially since it's over a comment Destiny made. So wouldn't you sue Destiny? I don't know. I do know. That would make more sense. This might actually make Ethan look really bad if he can't meaningfully answer that question. Because, like, to me, like, listen, everybody keeps saying Ethan's just suing people for, to, like, bully them with money. And if you're not going to sue Destiny for the comment, but you're going to sue IDubbz for putting up the comment, I can't disagree anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that not too long ago, Papa Gut, Nick, and tons of other sweepers of Ethan Klein all believed that Ethan was not going to sue IDubbz. But now he is, so they're like, oh, fuck, what do we do?
Like, what? Isn't he worth suing? Nobody, like, IDubbz doesn't even have any credibility.
Oh, their takeaway, it doesn't matter if IDubbz is a nobody. Do not let them weasel out of this. It doesn't matter if IDubbz was a somebody now. Okay, the fact that he's a nobody just makes this more pathetic. But it doesn't matter how big or small IDubbz is because the claim itself is false. The lawsuit shouldn't have been conducted if this guy was still at his prime. This lawsuit shouldn't have been conducted because it was him showing a statement from somebody else and expressing his and explicitly stating that he does not agree with that.
So nobody would be like, oh, this is actually meaningfully destructive to your... Like, what is he suing for? Defamation? We'll find out in a little bit, but...
This is the face of a man who just realized he backed the wrong horse. You can literally hear his internal monologue. Please don't let this be about defamation. Please don't let this be about defamation. I could really go for another pizza right now. But my doctor told me I shouldn't eat...
Base jar!
4 pizzas in one day. I think I'm gonna have another one. I'm not joking. Throughout this entire video, Papa Gut is looking around, trying to find a way he can sweep for Ethan. He knows he wants to. He wants that Jew gold, but he knows in the long run it will hurt him if he tries to sweep for Ethan anymore.
I don't think it's working anymore. Like the IDubbz, Ethan, Hassan stuff, it's fucking boring, dude. It really is fucking boring. It's like, we keep doing this over. And I hate to be a fucking, you know...
Well, imagine my shock. This drama got boring right around the time it became impossible to speak for Ethan Klein. Stars align, what a coincidence. I am so sick of drama channels doing this. You know, this drama was really fun for a very long time, but now that it's not a complete stomp for me...
Yeah, now that it's not beneficial to me, I don't care anymore. It's Schrodinger's care. It's Schrodinger's care. I love, people do this, people unironically do it, like, in this space. Like, if I'm attacking a guy that they like, even if my points are good, they'll just be like, I don't care about that. I don't care. Even though they care about comparable acts being perpetrated by people they dislike.
It's starting to get boring.
Some fine Canadian defamation lawyers that sent a letter to Anissa and Ian demanding a retraction and a halting of the defamatory statements that I molest my children. And the day after that,
Parry, yeah, dude. Listen, I like Kilo, but Kilo is so, like, I don't even talk about Parry that much anymore. It's mostly Kathy, and I even said to Kathy last night, like, it's like beating a dead horse. I don't particularly, like, you know, like, I'm not like, but, like, for some reason, he ended up coming up, and I think somebody started typing that was just known for being a Parry fan. I'm like, aren't you, like, literally a Parry fan or some shit? And then Kilo was like, it's like unbecoming that you guys always, you know, talk shit about Parry or whatever. It's like unbecoming. I'm doing to Parry what this community does to lolcows. People covered Stardust, shit talk Stardust all the time, rightfully so. Okay? People, Parry went on, like, did like fucking 6 edited VODs about me, numerous streams about me, etc. The whole unbecoming shit or the I don't care shit is just because it's a guy they like. It's one of them. And this was literally the problem with the old community. The community that was run by Nick, Augie, etc. That people would just sweep for their own guys.
the Scorched Lagoon was slain like smog.
J-Stock is Canadian, right? Will you defend him once he gets sued? It depends on what he's getting sued for. I haven't watched enough of his streams to know if he has or has not said anything that would potentially be worthy of a lawsuit.
There was only one skill.
But I will defend him I'll defend him if he gets sued, period, because I don't think we should be suing over this. But second of all, especially if it's like built off of with no basis, right?
Shown, and it was the threat of a lawsuit.
Cool. All right. Cool, man. You know, here's my thing. Obviously, this lawsuit's petty. It literally only exists to bully them. Fine. But, like, do you really think that we were going to get in the mud with you and be like, yeah, I love you, Ethan Klein?
Yes, Ethan Klein absolutely thought that. You and Nick are fat little piggies, and fat little piggies are well known for rolling around in the mud. Every single time Ethan Klein got in the mud, you two were...
Same guy that had, where are the neck marks? Where are the neck marks? Yes, when talking about a then 15-year-old, like, he wasn't 15 at the time he was talking about it, but going back and talking about a 15-year-old talking about their suicide attempt. You cannot simultaneously be the unhinged troll that is willing to go anywhere and take shots at anyone and not invite yourself for endless A-logging of your embarrassing, fat, stupid, fucking dishonest behavior, right? And anyone who comes in is like, I don't care about him. I don't care. Why are you a commentary viewer? You like to watch it when everyone's shitting on an outsider, somebody that's not in our space. Now you don't care because it's a guy that's in our space, that's in our proximity. Because you're a coward. You're a spineless fucking coward.
We're there to jump in the mud with him, and once the sun came out and dried up all the mud, you and Nick pulled out your brooms and swept everything away. Papa Gut is like, I got in the mud with you 7 times, but did you really think I was going to get in for an 8th time? I'm joking, of course it was way more than 7 or 8 times. I can't believe it took this long for Papa Goy to finally get red-pilled. At long last, he's woken up, looked around, and realized, oh shit, Ethan Klein acts exactly like people say he does.
You can't go toe-to-toe with me. So you have to do what I want you to do. This is gonna make people look at all the other lawsuits, but like look back at them and go like, you know, whatever good charity you had earned, this is gonna make it look bad.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen, and that's what should happen. And if people look into those past lawsuits and...
Would you support Ethan if he sued Destiny over the comment on his kids? No. Nope.
Realize they were also bullshit, people are also going to find out that you and Nick swept for them. Papa Gut needs to realize that he both literally and figuratively can't run away from this situation.
Sue public figures for defamation, and we have this extreme appreciation.
Especially if Destiny actually did then go and like retract it or say he doesn't believe it's true. I think it's still a disgusting comment to make, but I don't think he should be sued over it.
For
why not? Because I don't want people to be sued over like super mean, off color, or like even disgusting, hyperbolic comments made about others online, so long as they're specifying that it's not true when pressed.
For free speech in the First Amendment. Now, let me tell you something.
This doesn't make you look good. This makes you look even more petty.
I disagree. I don't think it makes him look petty, it just makes him petty. Even now, throughout this entire video, Papa Gut is still trying to handle Ethan Klein with big kid gloves. Papa Gut's commentary is very sparse. He's kind of just sitting there with his jaw hanging open. He clearly can't believe what's happening. Or who knows, maybe he's just hanging his mouth open.
It's not called sweeping for DG. It's called maintaining consistency in my principles and standards, even when it benefits people I don't like. That should be the norm. That should be expected. And unfortunately, such a small fucking amount of people actually stand by that. Hold on.
Because he can't stop thinking about food.
Bro, Ethan's like an optic nightmare.
It's not him being an optics nightmare, motherfucker. He's just a shit person. Has a Mountain Dew really rotted your brain so much that you can't see what's clearly in front of you?
Wait, but he's apologized.
Yeah, but the damage is done.
So this apology was not, because I see people.
Dude, you gotta.
They're taking this to mean that you threatened them, and that in response he's apologizing. No, he's
We're
just
in
doing
talks.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Dude, bad day to be an Ethan fan, huh?
And also,
Dude,
what is the basis for suing after the cease and desist? The statement ceased. IDubbz never stood by it, but he certainly didn't stand by it or even re-platform it after he was sent a cease and desist. So, what was even the point of that?
You're fucking... Whatever, man. You fired... Okay.
You know what actually is more interesting? Fuck it. I want to see this.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation. And there's a lot of loose...
I want to see what this genius has to say, okay? If there's anyone that I think can give us the balanced coverage, the proper takeaway, it is more Pegasus.
Users online. You look at the Pegasus guy.
Let me guess. Something's happening to someone he doesn't like, so he's going to blindly just fucking defend it, right?
This is his 5th lawsuit against the Hassan orbiters. IDubbz has responded confirming the lawsuit and revealing he's getting sued in Alberta, Canada. People are speculating it's because of IDubbz putting up the knowingly false statement of Ethan touching his own kids on his stream. Twitter has erupted in chaos with everyone giving their take, including Denims, of course. Hassan has responded very salty, claiming Ethan has an Israel mindset. He calls Ethan mentally disturbed for doing frivolous
Unironically, yes. This is literally the Israel mindset. Some wrong was perpetrated or happened to you, regardless of your own faults that contributed to that wrong being perpetrated. That you then use that as a blank check for disproportionate retaliation against anyone and everyone, even people that bear no responsibility for the perceived wrongdoing perpetrated against you. Yes.
litigation right after he threatened to sue me and have me arrested and beaten up for making YouTube videos. Okay, man. He brings up the fact that Destiny made the original comment and Ethan should sue him instead. He starts clowning on Ethan's audience of majority women and Caseytron, Denims, Frogan, Noah Samson, and now IDubbz. Now, in case you missed the lore, episode 1 of the legendary series was IDubbz and his content cop on Ethan backstabbing him, betraying his best friend in order to join
We're not watching this whole thing.
Hassan orbiters. And we've
explained the Israeli mindset. Okay, yeah, because you want to clip it to the but sure, I'll do it anyway because I don't think it's a bad clip. In simple words, the Israeli mindset is somebody has perpetrated a wrongdoing against you that through your own negligence or bad actions, you contributed to that risk occurring in the first place. But you then take that wrongdoing perpetrated against you and use it as an excuse to infinitely retaliate, both against not just the party that did it, but anyone you continuously link to the party that did it, surrounding them, regardless of what innocent people get hurt in the process. Because a wrongdoing has been perpetrated against you, you use it as a blank check for disproportionate retaliation. It's that simple.
We've officially come full circle. He's now getting sued. Here we go. IDubbz confirms he's being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary.
The Israeli mindset is somebody did bad thing to me, now I can do worse thing to everybody. Forever. And ever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever. Is that simple enough?
commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say, at least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled...
Where does Pegasus give his take?
Going to pursue litigation with him as well. Who knows? Okay, clearly he's not ran out of his lawsuit ammo. He has like 10 more in the chamber or something. Right, so IDubbz also says that he's worried about the Canadian commentary community. Now, I don't know who exactly is in Canada. I guess like WestJet and some ordinary gamers, but there's no way he's worried about those two. Both of them probably don't like him if I had to guess, right? Maybe he's talking about somebody I haven't heard of or something, or maybe one of the orbiters are in Canada. I don't know. People responded, somehow everyone forgetting that IDubbz' Scorched Legume. This is I
don't give a fuck anymore. Let's look at Hassan's response to the recent claims, and then because I brought him up and I said I wouldn't talk about him, or I was not gonna. There is actually some drama, really quick, pertaining to Parry that we're gonna briefly cover because it's a little funny, and sort of proves what I've been saying. This is from Hassan. Okay, let's take a look at Hassan's response to the ongoing litigation.
Full court ban for Ethan Klein. They got to make it so that it's illegal for him to ever sue anybody.
Vexatious litigant, vexatious litigant, vexatious litigant.
They're going to have his face up in courts all around the world. Like, they're going to be like, do not take any lawsuits from this man. Ethan is suing IDubbz. He can't seem to learn. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? What is this? Ian Jomha, aka IDubbz, announces he's being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation.
Israeli mindset is it's okay to defend yourself. That's not true. You'll claim it's defense, but that defense involves regular and consistent offense against groups that weren't even attacking you. That's the mindset. Defense is when you disproportionately respond over and over and over again, harming more innocents than the amount of innocents on your side that were harmed initially by the act. I mean, it's just like...
Ethan is a monster, and anyone doesn't see how he's destroying speech online will look back at this with disgust.
I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan...
Almost any group that has perpetrated the mass killing of a populace has claimed they were doing it in defense. Almost every group. Okay? You can go to, even down to the Nazis. Okay? The Nazis tried to claim that Jews were inherently a hostile force existing in Germany that sought to dismantle the German nation, culture, and peoples, that the Jews had declared war on the German peoples. If you go to the USSR, for example, right? The kulaks were parasitic. They were oppressors of the proletarians, etc. If you go to any group that is perpetrating acts, any group that is perpetrating mass killing of a given group, they always claim it's defensive.
On fighting against this, but for now it is...
You mean like an atomic weapon in response to Pearl Harbor? That was not just in response to Pearl Harbor. The atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were in response to the Japan's war of aggression that had already seen countless lives destroyed, their continued expansion, and beliefs and concepts like Bushido that made them willing to die before they surrendered. Even generous estimates put Operation Downfall, which was the planned land invasion of Japan, the Japanese archipelago by United States forces, even generous estimates put the death toll like somewhere around 1 million, right? So you were left with options. You could do a direct land invasion of Japan, where people would almost certainly would fight to the death or kill themselves to appease the emperor, just as they did when the U.S., I think, retook the outer islands, right? People were jumping off cliffs, like 20,000 of them, right? You could just let Japan keep going and implement a war of aggression against the Chinese and other groups that they'd already killed hundreds of thousands or millions of members of, right? Or you could utilize a new weapon that had not been seen before in warfare that would compel the Japanese to surrender. that weapon did not kill nearly as many people as that would have been killed by a direct land invasion of Japan. So although I think civilian death is a tragedy, that wouldn't be disproportionate. That would be, based on what I've seen, based on what I've read, that would be the way to end this war with the minimal amount of civilian deaths possible. Because if you let them continue doing what they're doing, they would kill millions.
In the hands of the courts and our attorneys, it worries.
And just like nuking no, I don't think civilians should die at all. But if you, it's like a trolley problem. It's a trolley problem, right? What minimizes the death toll? And unfortunately, it seemed like that's what did it, right? That it unfortunately resulted in the deaths of countless innocents that did not deserve to die, and innocents should never be a legitimate target in war. Simultaneously, if you were it was a very exceptional situation against an aggressor that would not back down until they died, and countless civilians who were willing to die in the process. Even when the U.S. retook Outer, they were jumping off cliffs and shit.
Me, what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian.
Yeah, my great-grandfather went to the Philippines during World War II.
Canadian commentary community.
I think it's pretty crazy that if you're like legitimately a mentally disturbed person and you just like lucked in to unfathomable amounts of money, you can just consistently be a demon and just sue people and try to bury them in fucking costly litigation over and over again. And especially if you like, especially if you're capable of reaching an audience that's like constantly demanding and rewarding you for bullying other people through this sort of frivolous litigation, then you can kind of keep it going. I mean, maybe your audience shrinks over time, but you can just like keep it going for as long as you have money. I find it very strange that there is no repercussions against this sort of thing. Ethan Klein is such a rat fuck coward. Now he's suing IDubbz and his wife. He's made an entire career out of talking shit about people, and now he can't stop suing everyone who talks back. I'm sure the courts will love seeing clips of Ethan saying he will never stop harassing them. The sad part is, Destiny, omni-liberal sex pest, is the only one who said H3 is likely a pedophile who was molested his own children, so Ethan decides to sue IDubbz and
Also crazy, I doesn't see any of these. What messages am I not seeing?
instead. He loves to go after people who he assumes don't have money to fight back. Yeah, that.
Yes, he likes to. He's literally a bully. He likes to go after the low people who are at their lowest, who he doesn't think can fight back. Yes, for frivolous reasons. This is not a case of the bullied becoming the bully. Okay, you need to keep emphasizing that because that's the only reason people keep supporting him. The point is that war is bad has been stretched to blood libel. That's not what blood libel is. Blood libel is the false attribution of murders and killings, right? To the, I mean, at least in historical Europe, to Jews. Like when kids would go missing or die, it would be blamed on Jews. And that actually ended up, it's a funny story actually, because many times historically, people were just convicted because the court, there wasn't like a standard of evidence. People were actually just like convicted and killed over these like accusations. But then when like standards of justice started rising in Europe, like in which was still corrupt as fuck, but in Imperial Russia, they ended up trying to do a blood libel case where they had accused some Jewish guy of killing this like local kid, and they called up a bunch of witnesses, and the guy wasn't even there. Like he wasn't even in the city where it happened. Like everybody was with him. Like so, I'm sorry. So like they ended up, that was like the last I think major like blood libel case in Imperial Russia. But no, blood libel is not when you accuse a nation state of waging a war on a civilian populace that has completely decimated them and continues to do so. A state that has absolutely no respect for international law per their continuous slow annexation of the West Bank through the settlement policy.
One is actually really weird. This one is like such a strange case because like what's the defamation? IDubbz didn't do the defamation. A whole ass third party, a separate person did, but you can't fucking go after them because you're afraid.
Yes, because so you're going after IDubbz
So you're
instead.
just choosing to go after the person who
and said he doesn't agree with that.
Who put the statement on screen? Is that what it is? But the point here is not to win this case anyway. The point here is to fucking make them suffer. The point here is to make them spend a shit.
Leo Frank? Well, yeah, there are cases where Jews have actually murdered people. Believe it or not, Jews can be murderers too. Believe it or not. I know that's a crazy thought. It's crazy to think about, but yes, there are cases where Jews have actually been murderers. Oh yeah, obviously I meant your Palestinian propaganda screwed as blood libel. I wasn't talking about all that, but I'm saying that's not blood libel, is it? What I'm talking about. That's not blood libel.
A ton of money in defense. This seems like it's an exceptionally silly defamation suit. When people say, oh, his lawyer is like taking him for a ride, like I think he's on the journey together. Like I don't think his West Bank.
Well, with Leo Frank, that's a more complicated one. I've looked into it a little bit. People like to pretend like evidence overwhelming. It doesn't necessarily, but he's definitely not like the exoneration of him posthumously was obviously politically motivated. It seems like he very well might have killed her. But that's just like, it was like overcorrection in the case of historical false accusations of Jews for the perpetration of crimes. It's kind of like what you talk about with if you look at the OJ trial. We all know OJ did it, but when he was found not guilty, you see like a lot of black people like celebrating, and a lot of them went in to defend him. The motivation behind that was because Rodney King had recently happened like prior, and there was historically like this precedent of the justice system never working in favor of black people being unfairly treated by the justice system. So in a case where it was actually like the justice system not doing what it was supposed to and letting a murderer free, people just like ran in to celebrate that. And that's not good, right? But the tendency and kind of compulsion to do that was due to historical injustice within that system. And that's why like groups were like rushing in so hard to defend Leo Frank.
Lawyer is the one that's like taking him on a ride. I think his West Bank lawyer is just like silly enough to take whatever fucking case that Ethan wants to pursue. And sure, I'm sure he's being rewarded handsomely for it. But like, I'm fairly certain that Ethan is aware of what he's doing.
He is. Of course he is. That's why he's consciously lying in the process. That's literally why he is consciously lying in the. He knows exactly what he's fucking doing. Finally, the most people that say Leo Frank did it are just like anti-Semites that found a case where the guy actually did do it. But the truth of the matter, he probably did that shit, right? The posthumous pardon was almost certainly politically motivated. That political motivation was probably influenced by the perception of anti-Semitic accusations being historically levied against, Jewish people or whatever. But no, when a Jewish person murders someone, even if there were other Jewish people that didn't murder someone that were falsely accused of it, which many times they were, right? They should still be properly punished as a result of that, right? Yeah, he obviously did that shit. But you have to also remember, so you had the last blood libel trial in Russia where they accused some Jewish guy of doing it and it went horribly for them. All their witnesses attested to the guy being in another city, right? Including they got like only like non-Jewish witnesses who were all saying that he didn't do it. So and then you had the Dreyfus affair where in France, Albert Dreyfus was accused of spying, I think, on behalf of Germany. And there was a lot of anti-Semitic rhetoric surrounding that, and he didn't do it. And he got so there was historical perception, and this wasn't that far before Leo Frank. There was historical perception of false accusations against Jews because many times there were. So that's why they were rushing in to defend this guy, even though it seems like this might be the time he actually did it. With that being said, I got sent this. Does anyone remember? And this is probably I don't. It's another Parry segment, really quick. I got sent this. So remember how I said I've put the message about Parry out there, and I feel sorry for whatever sad son of a bitch gets like turned on by this guy. Remember I said that? Well, apparently it's happened again. Let's take a look. So Parry now has been pushed into a community of a bunch of wine moms that like he cries to all day. And one of them is Swedish Crow. She gets demodded. He says, sorry, Crow, I sold your mod for Judas over here. Judas, I sold your mod for 65 euros. All right, nothing important then. Well, your own girl. I'm not happy. This is disgusting. What an ungrateful cunt. He doesn't deserve your free labor. It's not like I warned these guys. Don't worry, even the aunties are turning on him. Don't worry, Parry is a moron and lost all his viewers. Going to kick, lol. That's whatever it is. What it is, huh? I ain't surprised. It's Parry after all. I thought better of him. So, you thought better of him? Do I need to put it? Do I need to hire someone to write it in the fucking sky? Do I need to get like a billboard in Times Square? Do I need to have it put on the side of a fucking U-Haul truck? You thought better. You thought better. That's awesome, man. Yes, silly you. I'm down bad. So did I, huh? Always here if you need advice about anything, though. Only for you, though. And the other peeps, not Parry. Thank you for the 2, Bayou. Can you build the Crow Bridge? It's time for... I don't have beef with Swedish Crow. Try being better at content creation instead of this bullshit. Sell more people's mods. Parry, fire up the stream again and take your lashings like a man. I need to reflect on this. Dude, this is like a fucking tense situation, and you're fucking plugging a tweet about Gem Queeman. It's worse than that. You're plugging a response tweet by federal rape about Fem Queeman. I might have permanently and irrevocably destroyed my relationship with every single one of my moderators, and this is what you're posting about? So, like, memeing out of it. Oh, shut the fuck up, Parry, like you actually care. He doesn't. She's right. She's right. I do care. No, you don't. If you really cared, you would have never done it in the first place. I'm an impulsive guy. All I know is this isn't my fault. That's me as a woman. Is Burr a woman? It was a good offer, and he made the right choice. Stop manipulating him. I'm glad they have an unironic, literal pedophile. Spinal BG is a pedophile, okay? He believes that if a minor wanders off without their parents into a bunch of adults, it's actually the adults have no responsibility to not engage. He's defended actual pedophiles. He supports and jerks off to Lolicon. And then when I had him on my stream to push him on some of this, he showed me his YouTube watch history, and he's just watched random 40 view channels of 15-year-old girls, multiple, all the way through entire channels, with the only consistent theme being that they're 15-year-old girls, which is just so happens to coincide with the type of artwork he jerks off to. He's an unironic pedophile. There's no, like, joke or bit there. He's legitimately a pedophile. And it continues. I think in compensation, Parry should let every one of his mods host his stream, a weekly rotation. Has anyone considered he's young? He's 25. He might be 26 at this point. Blowing off steam about what? Not getting K-Kib, obviously. He suffered brain damage from the shock of the... Okay. Wait, hold on. I do care. No, you don't. If you really... Oh, wait, hold on. We already fucking pulled this one up. Fuck. I think it's this one. Okay, so he tries to pay her to make it right? Or no, he donates to a cat shelter. He donates the funds to a cat shelter. I don't want your sorry, Parry, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Alright? Well, you can fuck off. As far as I'm concerned, my conscience is clear. So even to the last ones on the bus, he still turns on them for $65 from a pedophile. Why is anyone still supporting this spineless fat coward? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. It's like, it's a problem that even there's somebody that's sitting there saying that she expected, I thought better of him. What do I need to do? Do I need to write it like on my face every stream? How many warnings can I give? He will turn on you. He will turn on you when it is convenient for him. I cannot say that enough. He will turn you when it's convenient for him. He'll turn you if there's money involved. That's why I don't think the Dan shit was a joke. Like, holy shit, man. Fuck. It's crazy stuff. But yeah, that's probably going to be the last time I talk about him, unless he does something else that's like, shows what like a spineless coward he is. Great stuff, man. This is not hecking okay to make fun of Perry. Are you obsessed? Yeah, dude. After how many VODs did he make about me? How many times did he talk about me? How many pieces of private info did he leak about me? How many times, like, how many, like, items did he go through while searching through my shit? He was alleged to also have went through my backpack, by the way. I'm not even kidding. He was alleged to have gone through my backpack in my hotel as well. When I was like taking a piss or something. But it's like, yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I mean, it's just fucking crazy. I don't know what to say. He deserves it. He deserves it. He deserves all of it. And that's, I mean, that's that. But yeah, guys, I've had a very fun stream. It's been a great stream as always. Next week, we're locking in full force. The summer of AIDS is beginning. Okay, we're not calling it that. But we have very big things planned. All right? For those of you that were there during the fall, you're going to get to be here for the rise. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.